Surely draft will be different this time. Come on, it has to be.
There's no pattern in the previous things. It all just comes down to this game, this draft, this gameplay, these 10 players. And we're loading in to see if any of the adaptations that was discussed by the desk is going to come through in this Champ Select.
Maokai. What is going to happen with the tree?
Oh,
wow,
okay.
all right. So already a different tune being sung by the Carmine Corp side on this blue side. Of course, remaining on it. Haven't swapped sides, either of these teams. The Nyla will remain a consistent ban here for Mobby Star. The Blanc is to follow. So now, Poppy, Xayah. Those are the picks which could potentially still be up, which have been perma-banned throughout this entire series by Carmine Corp.
Oh, that's a LeBlanc out, so they might be swapping up the Poppy. Wow. Yep, that's the Poppy that goes through. Rail goes out. Now the question is, do you feel forced to ban the Maokai? Because you know they will first pick the Maokai.
No is the answer to that one. Senna removed because I think the Senna enables both. The likes of that Yasuo, obviously Neil was banned away and no surprises. Maokai locked in. The French are happy with that one.
French are happy. Let's see where Isma goes for the jungle pick now. Will it be the run back of the Renekton Sejuani from those earlier games? If it is, we need to see the same level of aggressive picks from the bottom lane, in my opinion, or it has to be something that can nullify these engages of the Maokai, break those apart. Otherwise, I fear you could run into a very similar issue that you did earlier on in the evening.
Man, I just haven't liked the Sejuani so far. It feels like it does the same function as a tank as Maokai, but much worse. Single target engage, not the instant lockup. The stun doesn't come through immediately. You could try and play more up towards Maki with this matchup as they didn't do earlier when they had the pairing, and see if they can find avenue for it. Xayah, as we mentioned, also left open. But if the Xayah goes through, I'm almost convinced that they will third pick the Seri for Super.
Kalista's 4 games ever on Xayah. Every single one of them is a win. His KD is 11. 11 on this champion. Wait for it. Listen to this crowd.
He knows what they want.
The blue man in the middle lane, I think, is what the Anastasia was saying.
That's what
and is the
said.
blue man back? Has she done it again?
You can see he's talking with the coach, he's talking with the players. Seikun, he's laughing, he's gonna do it, isn't he? No. He will bait us, he'll bait Montpellier Arena.
Yep, there it is.
But there's the Zeri third pick, as expected. And now it's about what bans will come through from Mobby Star. Surely Cassante is one of them, but what is the other one?
I mean, are we looking at Cassante? Is it the Ornn as well from Capuchard? He hasn't really had a lot of answers into the Renekton, at least not answers where he wanted to brawl it out.
I mean, listen, when we look at the champion pool, 6 games of Renekton throughout the course of summer, then we got 2-1 Jax, 2-1 a Tryndamere that was awful. Cassante, Poppy, no. So, not a super diverse champion pool. The Cassante banned and the Alistar removed. I'm also very intrigued. What will Alvaro run?
As long as it's not Rakan, I don't care.
Okay. We're gonna find out because I'm with you on that one.
Could be good against Maokai. You can bait them in if they get the lockdown as well. I don't hate it.
The concern is, of course, if you don't take it, you also potentially hand that one over. So what are the other options?
I mean, let's see. KC, they're not going to ban Lawless, so even though you can technically run into some issues, you're always kind of happy to trade Depth Charge with Featherstorm, things of that nature. The 2v2 is also quite playable in the early stages if you find the windows for it, but it's not necessarily still the best 2v2 to look at. It's about those team fights later on still.
Yeah, and he's really going to be dicking as well. Pretty much all of Frescao's champion he's been played outside of this series in the tournament has been banned away, either by themselves or by Casey as well. And that would be a Okay, so we've gone over this in theory. Once again, he outranges Azir, you can go in on him. But playing this against the Maokai in laning phase is extremely difficult.
It's really rough. Now, surely Cabo wants Ornn. Surely he wants Ornn. They're going to need another over-the-top engage to try and deal with the ranged poke that Xerath can put down.
Yeah.
It has to come through. And I think also they might have to snap the Braum away. They might have to do it blind just so they can, you know, not have that be blocked out by Alvaro.
No, in Taka, he's thinking about Rakan here. Even if they go Braum themselves, he's not going to be worried about it. You got the Xayah combo. You could pair it up. Would have that extra lockdown following through with the Maokai.
I just feel like Braum has so much value into this comp. I hear it, honestly. Stack more engage. It makes so much sense when you've got the Maokai and the Ornn. But I feel like this could just be an angle of taking away tools from Mobby Star so they can't actually use them. It's one or the other.
Well,
Rakan is going to the answer.
All right.
So now we know that one locked.
But I still don't think it's going to be... while the Braum will have value against this Maokai, the on as well. I'm worried how will that pan out for your laning phase, because it's a free laning phase for the Sai and Rakan. I'm really curious to see what Alvaro will come through as a response here, because I think they want to engage. They only have the Sejuani. They must want more, and yes, they take the Nautilus.
He hovered it for a second, so I think that was the signal of saying, this is an angle, but I want the Nautilus. I want the more aggressive option.
For the last time today, how do these comps play? What are your expectations? Where should we be focusing our eyes?
Immediately, I think has to be the bottom lane. You've got the Lovers duo in the bottom side. Rakan is always going to look for the windows to slip in and find those 2v2 kills. And on the opposite end, it's Nautilus Zeri with a Sejuani to boot on the side to try and link the chain TC up together. It has to be the bottom lane.
I gotta be honest, I'm really favoring the Carmine Corp composition right now. The lockdown with the ultimates that you have on Maokai, Rakan, Saya as well, that removes the lockdown. She's gonna be so free. The range as well from the Azir. Yes, it's matched by a Seraph, but in a team fight setting, if you're not ahead and first on the objective, how is that gonna stack up?
The only thing that can break apart the very defensive nature of this Carmine Corp lineup for me is the Seraph. Mobby Star need to get it ahead. They have to find ways to put gold into it so it can do its job, so it can make fights awkward and force as many resources out in the mid-game as possible.
Can the reverse sweep happen? Can Carmine Corp be stopped? Can the Mobby Star Riders pick up their first EMEA Masters title? Listen to the Sud de France in Montpellier, and welcome to Game 5 of your EMEA Masters final.
I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one running the options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up.
This crowd is hella loud. And we are loading up for the 5th and final time to the Mobby Star Riders and Carmine Corp. And just before the action hits the fan, all time has been a little bit favored. The Super League, the Spanish teams have had the bigger number of wins against the French. Will it happen today? Will it surprise Gorborg, and will the history repeat itself?
It's a good question. It's not me who's got the answer for you, Trevor. It's the players. It's the ones you're looking at right now. And we have a full arena waiting for that exact same question.
Just listen to them. I don't think commentary is needed right now.
Completely agree.
I don't know if the producers get a camera on that crowd, but it's literally half and half. They're waving those thunder sticks around while we're just relishing that. Thank you to everyone that's attended. Thank you to everyone that's watching at home. This is the first of 3 days, and let's turn our attention back to the game. Try our best to focus in. Marky is finally facing a different freaking champion. And he's had 2 good games against Cabos Casante, 2 not good games. Now he's doing a completely different beast.
I mean, laning phase-wise, this matchup is very free for Renekton. Not in the sense that you're getting kills, but you take Demolish secondary, you push in the wave, and you slowly but surely just chip away on the plating, and you continue to do that. So he will definitely come ahead going into the mid-game. Oh, already level 2 from Alvaro. Good trade in the early game. It's not going to turn out for more.
Not bad at all. You force Targa down really low. Isma's pathing towards the farm side as well. Naturally, so is Syncroft, however. So I imagine we are going to see a 3v3 headbutt, no doubt, by the time we hit level 3.
And I will just say this as well. Huge kudos to this crowd. Game 3 and 4 was tense. It was quiet. You've heard the memes. You've read them. People checking if their headphones are working. Now Game 5, this has turned into a party, a fiesta, a love of League of Legends. And I love that Alvaro already got that initiation in the bottom lane. My God, it's going to be hard to cast this whole game.
Isma is spotted out going into the red buff here. He's not going to be able to clear it before the rest of them comes around. He does have that bot lane priority. Question is, will Alvaro join up with him? They're going to the bush. Question is he going to spot him? Nope, he's out of there.
Now, I want to see what Isma can do on the Sejuani, because Gilbert, you said it perfectly. I don't think the Sejuani's had the same let's say, influence or impact is what we have seen from the likes of that Maokai, just running in Sinkov's hand. So I want to see what is Isma's answer, because he only found success on the tree.
I will also say, however, when Isma was running the Sejuani, he didn't have a Nautilus next to him.
That's very true.
The first game, he had a Rakan, and the second, he had a Lulu. So
yeah.
They weren't the best pairings in the world this time around. So much additional CC can be layered in. It does make target selection, once you get that first piece of lockdown in, really easy to confirm.
Look at the mini-map. Gentlemen, both junglers, at least in the nearby area. Let's see if Sinkov wants to make a step back. He's clearing out the Krugs for now. Isma immediately looking for the scuttle, and exactly as expected. In the top lane, Marky's currently shoving in. But these junglers and these river movements, the vision, the information has been huge, hugely impactful in the previous games.
Absolutely. It's been very interesting to see just how different the Wards has been from game to game. I'm going to have a very good time just going back and rewatching it, actually. Now, Isma could try and make his way up towards the top side. He knows Synchro's up there. They could also look for Forsaken.
Eye of Destruction came down. Where's the shocking orb? It's dodged away from. The flail is flashed, but advantage. Jamada, you said it loud, you said it clear. The Xerath has to get ahead, and that is a small window, small opportunity.
It's the only thing that can make the lives of the Carmine Corp members really awkward. They've got the engage, of course, to shut down the Xerath, but if 1 or 2 Qs land, it just becomes so difficult. If you get half health, look at this on the bottom side. Alvaro, he was roaming up towards the mid lane. Because of that, KC just going to push him off that plate.
Interesting map movement there. Not sure what Alvaro was up to. Could potentially have looked around mid lane. He was probably looking for that flash down.
Dredge line comes in. Connects just a little bit of damage. The wave is clear. I think important though, the plate being secured, this is an advantage to Kalis and Targamas.
Absolutely. 3-5 minute Aurea play going through in this matchup where you have Nautilus into Rakan. Usually you love that matchup, but ooh, hold up. Kalis, Targamas, still waiting around. Alvarez around. Here comes that head flash you're talking about. He missed it!
They both missed! Neither supports find their initiation. But the damage trade is still in favor of the Xayah Rakan combo. Their attack speed, the range, those feathers. But man, the entrance and the hook, neither found their mark.
It'll be interesting to see if Marky is going to leverage a different advantage. Nope, I thought that maybe he would hold on to his TP just because he would have it before when it becomes unleashed, but it is at 5 minutes, so both top laners expending it now will still have it when it gets unleashed. He's just going to make the most out of his laning matchup.
Exactly. And in a lane like this, like you mentioned, it's one of two ways, right? You run the demolish, you just try and strip away the plates as quickly as you can, or you just find the windows to roam. You keep Cabochard underneath the tower. He's never really going to be able to answer, but this is some of the power you can find out of the Seraph pick into Azir. He's going to lock himself in place to find those low attacks with the soldiers, and it just does make all those skill shots so much easier to hit.
Remember in the finals, Carmine Corp taking down the NLC twice, the LFL once. Those are the three teams that they took down. This will be the first time that they've met. The Spanish squad Super League in the finals. For Mobby Star, on the other hand, the best they've ever made was semi-finals. Semis, groups, quarters. This is their first finals ever. And historically, Spanish squads have had a slight edge over the French. Right now, they're starting a dragon early. Jamada's eyes are wide. Can't believe it. So happy to see.
I'm very happy, though, at the end of the day. The dragon kind of soft reset. I'm not sure if Synchrof is going to try for anything sneaky. He won't. It's about trying to get away cleanly, and it looks like Mobby Star will, so they get a dragon very early on. And again, the pressure of potentially stacking a soul from the jump is going to be so important on putting a pressure on Carmine Corp.
And crucial as well. Small advantage for Marky on top. It's dead even across the board there. Minor advantage. The junglers have not been able to completely dictate the game. And I think much like game 4, we had 7, 10, 12 minutes of pretty even start before the game was blown wide open by that double AD comp. Mobby Star have only been able to win with double ADs, and now we need to see what Frisco can do on this mage. Because again, if you look at the bottom lane, it is now Targamas going to rejoin. Level 5 into the level 4 of Alvaro. Feathers have been pulled forward. That's the engage.
Oh my god, Kalis!
The feathers! Oh! Super gets taken down! It's Targamas! It's Kalis! It's the next superstar of EMEA bot lane!
Super needed one more minion to hit 6, and he just doesn't hit it alongside Alvaro.
Nah, I need that one in slow motion. The way he flashed with the feathers that was set up there, it looked like he was setting up with an ultimate. He just flashes in with it.
I even think, looking at the HUD, Super might have misclicked his ultimate on the back end of the play.
No ways!
He doesn't have ultimate.
It doesn't look like
I don't think it would have made the difference, but you can see the nerves are there as soon as Kalis starts to walk forward in a situation like that.
And listen, I don't want to meme it, but this kid is 17 years old, playing on this stage in his first EMEA month. He is popping off the entire series.
Absolutely, and look at the map, what it's currently doing for them. Right now, Super is still down towards the bottom line. Kaliz, Tarkamas, they're already around this Rift Herald. If Mobby Star Riders get baited into this, they might take a bad fight.
Forge God! The on horn sets up the dead ball! Carmine Corp, 2 kills, Rift Herald in Game 5. They are looking to take commands.
They get him down there. It's just a bit of a mismovement as well. Bot lane got a kill through Kaliz. They get a solo kill. From that solo kill, they get the tempo advantage. Moving into the Rift Herald. And Mobby Star Riders are just getting baited into it. They should have backed out. Tempted to fight a bit, but let Super stick around for his plates.
Now, the advantage is 500 gold as a herald of potential for more. The Mobby Star Riders have had a few MacGuffins to start off Game 5. But they cannot let the crowd, this volume and the pressure get to them. This is the slow-mo you were asking for.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. So let's have a look at it here, because you can see with the feathers, he's touching out. You know he's looking. Yeah. This flash coming through must be so close to where the feathers are coming in. I mean, it's so beautiful. It's just enough. As you said, hasn't hit 6 yet. It's come through there, but it's already too late. And this is an AD carry setting up his support. It's supposed to be the other way around.
Yep, exactly. And Super so close to 6. The comps just must not have been for the play. They had to turn on for the damage. On the top side, Isma, he's shredded. Almost a lot of burst damage returned onto target to try and make it a 1-for-1, but either way, it would have been a jungler for support trade, and Carmine Corp would have got the Herald either way. You have to build.
Look, you saw the damage on that right to the Arcane, but the mobility of that Rakan simply not enough. What's very important to recall is because of the 30 CS advantage for Marky in the top lane, the plates is secured. The advantage of CS for both Frisco and Super, we are actually dead even on gold.
Yeah, but 1 minute and 40 seconds for this Drake. Super has once again still forgotten to level up his ultimate. He's ding 7. I forgot about it. Yeah, we even saw ping coming through from Isma. Ping is AD carry. It is
you are 100% correct.
I know.
I'm in the client right now. 4-1 and 2, QWE, no ult.
That's a big problem.
Absolutely.
Not having that chain damage available.
Look at the bottom lane.
Oh, hold up, Kaliz.
They're going to dive. They're going to be diving. Kaliz is alone. He's caught. The dredge line landed. The feathers come out, and with the cleanse, he's able to escape, to survive, to stay alive, and to shut down the Spanish foot now. Right of the Arcane kills a bird in the hand. And with the fact that Kaliz is down, it's a minute to go for Dragon. We are still dead even as far as the gold is concerned.
It's such a horror with that ultimate. He could have just cleaned up the kill way early and that would have been enough. But without it, it becomes this extended fight where they're able to trade it. Luckily, that Arcane Barrage is there from long distance, but that should never be a 1-for-1. That should have been a kill when he gets hooked under the turret like that.
If Mobby Star start to slowly lead this game away off the back of these small inches,
Jumada. It is 1-0 for the Xerath, the only kill. Is that champion, that ultimate, the right of the Arcane enough? It's gonna be freaking hard to make that work. But we are 12 minutes in. Super, are you about to get caught out? Knocked up into the air. The feathers come forward. The spark is out. Super is down. Listen to this crowd. Abba is the next target, and Isma's gonna try to save the day. But he's got a flail. He's got the knockup. He comes over the wall. Targamas is able to escape. And so is Kaliz. He's going to get another. He's going to get Isma. He goes to second.
It's a disaster for the bot lane of Mobby Star Riders, but a triumph for Carmine Corp as they pick up 3 members down in the bot side. And once again, Corps off of Super. Got a different replay coming through first though. You can see it here. Ultimate, it would have been over. Cleanse coming through, but it's not enough. And Kaliz stays alive for so long with the healing result. Arcane Barrage though. Get those T2s out. He got it.
listen to the crowd. They are.
I love this crowd. I love this crowd.
Oh, and this here. I mean, it's just a little overextension, and it's small movements, or rather pixels, of that W that's catching him off.
You have to feel for Super in this kind of moment.
When the pressure's been turned up to the max, Mobby Star Riders have bolted more than what we've seen from Carmine Corp. When they had nothing left to lose, game 3 and 4, they bit back. You hear that all the time. When a team is done, when a team has nothing left, they make it work. Seiken chucks out the Emperor's Divide. And here comes Kaliz. Gets the flash from Isma defensively. Cabo shot with the call of the Forge God. in the lead. They are eyeing that trophy. They are eyeing that 4 titles. And they are eyeing a win in Montpellier.
Mobby Star Riders have spent the past 2 games instilling hope into the Spanish faithful. And yet they may not be rewarded as Carmine Corp have the world crashing down on their heads. They find another perfect skirmish in the mid lane, and off the back of it, they're going to get the dragon, and they are going to return back on the map so much wealthier than before.
One thing, props to Carmine Corp, they keep upping up the tempo in favorable skirmishes, but also this is where there's critique for Mobby Star Riders, because when they're finding themselves at a deficit, their main win condition is still let's go in. And the problem is right now, by going in, they're not really winning these fights. They need to find a way to stabilize, or else Carmine Corp, they're just going to dissect them again and again in these fights.
Carmine Corp been here before. Win the first 2, lose the next 2, and bounce back in game 5. History looks to be repeating itself. The last time this happened to KC. They are 3,000 gold up. If you look at the itemization differences as well, pretty significant lead, yeah, for KC. And English will be taking down this tower in the bottom lane. Importantly as well, 1 dragon apiece, so the soul is not going to be a point to be considered. And all eyes are on Mobby Star. They need to slow down, but it's going to be very tough. It's going to be very difficult because of how many insane long-range tools they have to deal with.
How fast can they burn this Rift Herald? The Liz currently going for a recall. He's going to run straight up there. Super's catching away.
It should be gone. It should be gone, but now this needs to be a magical. Thank you to the production team. Look at this crowd. They've turned away. They're not even watching the game. I don't know if that's a superstitious thing or there's a reason for this, but nevertheless, Marky's not going to start the fight here with Cabo. Use that Fellow's Breath, put some damage back and look at the minimap.
Oh, look at the rest of them. They're coming
up.
up.
Carmine Corp. Targa got that Hex Flash, got the quickness, and he wants to come down with Marky's head. Nature's Grasp is committed on the minimap. Mobby Star Riders trying for the cross map, Jamada. They're trying to take the bottom tower, but that is just too simple. It's too easy. It's the 9th kill secured. 100% kill anticipation for the Zyra Khan combo. I didn't say that correctly at all.
They've been on the map the entire time. Mobby Star, I suppose, will at the very least find some reprieve in getting some gold into Super's back pocket. But I think the fact of the matter is, Kalist has to be so close to the second item already.
Becomes so difficult as well, because even in the cross maps as well, at least they're getting something right now, but Marky, you have to feel he could have seen that coming, and you could have gotten out of time, had the ultimate, had the flash available. Alvara's going to meet Synchro. They could actually find a pick right here.
Where's the damage though? Where's the damage? Needs to be on Piscawi. Right of the arcane. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 5. Connect 6.
Oh, beautiful.
Kill. That's the shutdown. The horn is blown, and Alvaro will be the target. Taken out by Saken. 10 kills to 2. And as this slows down, I'm going to ask you guys, has there ever been a team in an organization, EMEA Masters, as dominant and impressive as Carmine Corp? I mean, they are looking likely to make this 4, and I don't think one has existed.
Absolutely not, at least not while they've been here, but I feel like as well, there's still small hopes as well for Scary on this Seraph. Picked up another shutdown now, Super going in as well.
He is indeed, will chuck out the spark, trying to get those zaps and burst the powers.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
He's only 17!
Disgusting, that's what that is.
What a night to just know he can step forward.
Game 5. No fear.
No fear at all. 3-1 and 7. 2-0 and 9 for Targamas in the bottom lane. And that gold lead still staying stable, okay? It's 3,000. The thing is, that doesn't tell the full story. That doesn't tell the 17 minutes of gameplay. And that sure as hell doesn't tell you how hot his hands are right now. Not missing a single thing.
I mean, it's looking amazing for Kalist. This is just his world right now. He's taking over. Both Saken as well on his Azir, looking quite comfortable. No AD carry to take care of that, but you know, for Sky as well, still on the Seraph, we're looking at it, but it's not going to be enough in terms of the gold lead you're currently looking at. It's Carmine Corp, who's now marking their pressure on the map. Still not having dealt with this mid lane turret, but you can see the pressure. Move in the mid lane, move up towards the top side.
Find out what they can do, of course, for Mobby Star. Pretty even setting the first 10 minutes, but they've been bullied and beaten and pushed back. Nature's Grasp from Syncroft thrown down. Have Carmine Corp bitten off more than they can chew right now? No, because of another teleport comes in. Mobby Star thought they had a moment. Look for the dredge line. Look for the hook. Alvaro connects, but that's already onto the Ord. Right to the Arcane. Burn is the word. The shutdown secured. That's the second for Friscawi. But here comes Seiken. Mobby Star.
Marky.
Able to do it. Marky's got himself another. How the hell have they turned this around? I thought Seiken would save the day, but he was forsaken to Super and the Zeri. All of a sudden, Mobby Star are right back into it.
They're back in the game. 8 minutes into the game. Carmine Corp might have thrown what should be a sure game for them. Drake up in 5 seconds as well. Marky with the Gordringer stays alive. But the hero of that game, once again, was Friscawi finding Kalist with the Arcane Barrage.
Marky locks down the targets. Friscawi is shooting fish in the barrel in the back line. Take a look at Kalist. All of Carmine Corp think they've got the angle onto Marky, but the dredge line, the re-engage to stop the entrance into the river is enough, and Kalist just gets bursted down. It's a shutdown, more gold into this Zera's back pocket, and even though this ultimate looks great for disengage, no one's touching the Zera.
And we're just waiting for cooldowns here. The W comes through from Marky. Gordringer comes out to heal up as well, and Super, he survives the skirmish. And as you said, Jamada, this Severef staying alive. I don't think he took a single tick of damage in that team fight.
4-0-2, 100% kill participation, and that's the crowd that I was listening for, okay? I had already conceded Mobby Star's chances. I believe they were going to win. Once the teleports came in from KC, they did overstep, they did overstay, and they were punished. So we're back to a near dead even game with a dragon fight on the horizon. Friscawi, 2 items completed, Void Stop to back up that Ludens, and no challenge on the dragon. So this game is not over. We reset our expectations. I also recognize I've been screaming a lot because this crowd is loud, so I'll try to dial that one back just a little. And now look at this, 20 minutes. Do either of these teams even want to play around Brand? How do they play from here?
I mean, you can't just flip it like that, and I think the Maokai will certainly have a better avenue at that. Also just with the long-range ultimate from Kapashot and beyond. But what I really wanted to call out is just the fact that Super's back on level footing with Kalist. Yeah, he's a level behind, but they're sticking with the 2 items as well. Friscawi as well have the lead against Seiken. And it's just back to an even footing between these two. For Carmine Corp, is to make sure you don't take a fight like you just did earlier. And for Mobby Star, it's a chance of redemption from the early game that you messed up. Could be the first game in this series that wouldn't be defined by the early game.
Giovanna, do you believe in the Zera to bring back the game from where it was? Because you made it super clear at the start of it, the Zera has to be ahead. Okay, 1, 2, 3 sidestep, 4 sidestep, next connects, not enough. Angry Bee, but look in the north, look in the jungle. Seeing Krav stepping back.
That's the thing though, it pushes Kalist out. He's probably only going to have lifesteal from runes at best, so if this starts to keep on, there will be windows for Mobby Star to slip in to the Baron and put more pressure down for Carmine Corp.
As well as the longer the game goes.
But it's just a moment for Friscawi as well. See if he can burn that Xayah ultimate. If you get that out before fight, then you're chilling as well. But it's just going to be resets coming through. Even map state pretty much. The only one with a push is Marky. There's a collection of a wave as well in the top side, but they're just going to come out now on even footing. And even looking at the turrets, they're at a standstill. Could not be more even, at least not after the early game that we had in this game.
I mean, that overstep going to be huge now. I still think momentum, I still think decision-making thus far has been on the side of KC. The goal that Mobby Star have been able to accrue, I think, is from punishing Carmine Corp. The fact that Friscawi as well has been able to use that range, use that ultimate, and sit safely far enough away. Marky is now going to be in a little bit of trouble. Facepalm from Cabo. I think not enough support from the rest of KC to be truly terrified. And the game is slowed down to be about these neutral objectives. It's 3 minutes from the next dragon. What Baron is available will take a little while to come out, and that the Storm won't really find the stun. Let's see, the Synchro commit the trees. No, holding on to
as well. I'm really just looking to see if they can get any TP wards down as well, but there's not really
We're
any.
literally just waiting for the fight. We're literally just waiting for the fight.
Just waiting them to set up to go for a fight.
Okay, so fight in the river. As we start, the Triton comes out. Tower secure in the bottom lane. Cabo and Marky. Call of the Forge God. Here comes Seiken. Sand Soldier gets the kill, but he got the tower. Now, what can Mobby Star do? They need a stall, they need to buy time.
This was a little bit too chunk tower. I don't think they can do Baron. KC know this. Will they have a teleport ward? They will. It's a double TP too.
Oh my word. The Nyan Cats, they find the route. Avar's able to flash. Drake's line to safety and he gets away with his life. It is a 25-second death timer for Marky. He has a teleport available to him. And also, inside the pit, Friscawi can just play whack-a-mole with that ultimate.
Yeah, that was a situation that could have been much worse. You can see there are no cover wards as well. Good poke to come out here, but I don't think they can go for a team fight still.
Not going just yet. They will get the tower. So 3-4 as far as that is concerned. 14 kills to 6. It is 400 gold the difference. That is irrelevant. Second item picked up there. Forsaken, he is once again gone for that death cap. And itemization-wise, I think this is the first time all series long where both Kalist and Super are actually pretty much even as far as items and damage are concerned up to the 20-minute mark. So this series started with a showdown of the bottom lane. Started with the expectation that these are the two players that'll take over the game. The way Game 5 is playing out, I still think their influence on the team fights could ultimately be what decides who hoists that trophy here in Montpellier.
Absolutely, but it's also what leads up to it. You can even see the items of Marky. He's not going for a Steroids gauge. He's just getting into the Black Cleaver so he can match. He's looking for a GA secondary. He's ready to die. He wants to be able to battle the Ornn on the side lane, and he wants to be able to dive in and dive for his team. He's probably setting for Scoury up for success. Isma should be able to get out of the Baron. 1 minute under the Drake as well.
If the past fights are anything to go by, I think it's more about actually if he uses the stopwatch before he buys the GA, getting into the backline, stunning up Kalist whilst he has no cleanse, setting up for Frescowi. Now, will they face check this?
Follow the river. They don't. They do pop a ward down. Call of the Forge Guard is summoned. From behind is Marky. He's going to be a little late to the fight. Isma's caught out. He's in trouble. The stun connects and
they have
Isma's down. Synchro is replied. But where is Seiken and Kalist? Frescowi's putting the damage out, but with Super down. Is that enough? Kalist survives. Marky will be the next to fall. And Frescowi's running for his life. It is an Arcano Pulse of all Arcano Pulses. It is a 1-4-3 in favor of Carmine Corp.
There's no jungler on the map though. Are they really willing to flip the title with no jungler available?
And Frescowi still has that flash available. There's room for playmaking potential. They got the feathers. No, the feathers just burned out.
Arcano Pulse, Arcano Pulse, Arcano Pulse!
That's
Gets
one.
the kill! Kalist is low!
Oh, can't make it two.
Baron is secured, Kalist gets it, but they get the kill. So they managed to walk away with the Baron, the gold lead, and more importantly, the ability to push those side lanes.
Wow, I can't believe they actually decided to do that. I know they have the feathers, but my god, without jungler stats, scary.
They burger flipped in a Mia Masters final.
Stones. The sheer stones of the KC players. They find out Isma, but in kind, Syncroft is on the front line. Marky does exactly what we expect. He finds his way to Kalist, but unfortunately, on the re-engage, you can't get in time for a God Drinker to properly heal him up. Unfortunately, his impact isn't as felt as perhaps he would have liked it to be.
The fight got so split. One member on Seiken, the other on Kalist. In the live picture, though, we see Drake has been started up. Syncroft does have that flash, but it's stunned up, and it's just going to be Soul Point now. It is a Cloud Drake, but it's available for Mobby Star Riders.
And also super quick. Don't forget the fact that those ornaments have come in. Primordial Dawn for Cabo. The Leandri's Lament Forsaken. The Flicker for Kalist. They are super empowered with Baron, with 3,000 gold up. And a Cloud Soul is not exactly going to be the biggest difference maker. Before the Forge God comes out, Arcano Pulse right at the Arcane starts to get fired, but not enough damage is connecting, not enough shots are landing, not enough hope is lasting. Mobby Star are throwing everything they can to defend, but they won't be able to hold the tower. Bullpog, they may not be able to hold the inhibitor. They've got no Glacial Prison. Marky's looking for that window, for that opportunity to dominance and go in, but he can't. The base is open, and KC are one step closer to another title.
It does fall down eventually. Now they can play on top side instead if they want to, or bot side. There's so many opportunities. They will have the pressure of the mid lane with the supers coming through. Should make it more difficult for Mobby Star Riders as well to gain pressure and at least remain in control in terms of trying to get that Drake. Carmine Corp dictating it after getting that Baron.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and find more backline access, Mobby Star Riders. Onto Kalist, onto Seiken right now. No flash on the Zarya, but cleanse is available. They're really going to have to try and push the envelope, but for Carmine Corp, they can do more or less of what they've been doing for so long. Look at the faces of the Mobby Star coaching staff backstage.
That tells you a lot, doesn't it? You can feel it. You can see it. The anticipation is Carmine Corp will win this. They do need to push over those final options, and they have made a mistake before, but they got 2 teleports available. Your eyes on the itemization. Yeah, third item completed. Super. Can he have a Zeri moment? Teleport for Cabo in the top lane. He's alone. He's away from the team. He's not pulled the trigger yet. Waiting for that to come in.
Exactly. There's no fight being engaged on right now. Cleanse.
I didn't see where was that blown?
It was blown by Ismail ulting him on the Sejuani, so the cleanse is down for Kalist, but he still has the ultimate.
That was silent underneath. all of the tension here.
Thank you, GB. I was so busy watching Cabo on the minimap, I didn't even catch the Glacial Prison coming out. Now
Mobby.
Mobby alone, knocked up. No flash available. Zinkgrov will taxi to the minion. Look at the bottom of your minimap. Super holding the lane against Seiken. No teleports needed. The 6th tower secure, and Super trying to rejoin the rest of his squad.
That's the issue though for KC. There's so much wave clear between Zeri, Stack, Shiv,
Here's the fight.
between Zeraf.
Here's the fight. Isma,
Okay.
body slam, caught up, knocked up.
They want
Nature's got
it.
no use. TP used now. Seiken coming into the middle lane. Death
Oh!
combo for the feathers fly! But they can't pull him just back. Not just yet. The Nature's grasp goes out in the dredge line. Buffered just in time. Okay, teleport, feathers, Cabo, sync up, all those ultimates used. But it still may not be enough because Mobby Star are behind.
Yeah, so much gets burned, nothing gained. They can move down towards the bot side. There's still a wave coming in right now that they can play on in just 10 seconds time. Frescari is moving down as well, so hopefully they can look to siege here. Recall is coming through. They're seeing this on a ward. They can look for a pick here.
Oh, Synchro. Then just get away from the flail. We're a minute 40 from the next dragon. It would be the soul for Mobby Star. And I think the Elder is a way back into this game, but my God, do you have to play for a long time to get to that point.
Just looking at the items, maybe an AD carry advantage can be given to Kalista. He's looking for the block first as well. You can see it. He's trying to get all the resources on the map right now. Raptors, red buff, Crocs. Will it be enough to finish him? Or for him to finish it before the Drake comes through?
If you want Mobby Star to survive, put your hands in the air. Channel that Spirit Bomb. Get Super to Saiyan. That Bloodthirst has been completed by Kalist. And we're a minute from Dragon. Okay, gentlemen, do we anticipate the Dragon fight? Baron is up in a minute as well, so split objectives. How do they play this, and what are you looking for from either team?
The thing is, even as Mobby Star right now, you could give this up and feel good about it. It's just an AD carry deficit, but you could just be trying to go for it.
Mobby Star should drop it. That's my call personally.
Do they gamble on the Baron?
I think you're better off gambling on the Baron than over a single Cloud Dragon, potentially Soul.
It's a Dragon Soul, come
Just
on, man.
to let the Elder spawn up though, I don't know. I feel like you're putting a lost con on the map.
You're speaking my kind of language. I agree with this one as well, but KC's still posturing in the mid lane. They're not sending all their resources down towards that Drake. They can just push in the bot lane, have Kalist solo it, and then afterwards posture around the mid lane.
Mobby Star, I think they're waiting for KC to actually group up so they can posture around the top side.
Tiger must get cut from behind. Flash already pointing there in the middle. Zinkgrov's in a little bit of trouble. Jumps over. Alvaro's dredge line forward. Tiger, he's down with the quickness. Backed up by Call of the Forge Guard. But Frisco is able to survive. He's forced to flash though and run away. Nature's Grasp comes down. That's Isma. He's caught Kalist, but he's able to cleanse. Come back in. And Mobby is popped. The GA's down. Alvaro's on the front to the right. To the arcade's fired. Kalist survives. He dodges, ducks and dies. And it's Super that's in trouble. But he takes down Seiken. Immediate reply from Kalist. And Monkey stays alive. Kalist comes out on top and Carmine Corp with the fight.
TP behind. Orn's coming through.
It's just a game. They've got the numbers advantage. Two members of Mobby Star Riders staying alive into the 4 of Carmine Corp. Super minions pouring into the base. Cleanses up for Super, but no flash.
Carmine Corp held the throne 3 times before. Will this be the crowning of the 4th?
It looks to be it. The greatest URL team that we have ever seen. The most successful EMEA Masters are on the verge of a 4th. But the inhibitor spawns.
Oh, it buys the time.
Mobby Star, time. The script could not be better.
It's a lifeline.
What is the end of this game?
This is the best finals we've ever had.
What is
in the EMEA
going on?
Masters. This is the best crowd, the best stage, and the best fights we've seen. Maybe not always for the execution, but sometimes just for the entertainment. And you can see how close it becomes as well. It almost comes down to Fresco as well. If he hit any of his ultimates in that fight, it could have been turned around completely. But the damage being dealt, the pressure by Seiken, look at his positioning. He's always untouched.
And you know what, Trevor, you said it once, I'll say it again. 17 years old, dodging all of those right at the arcanes. At the time it's necessary to step back up for his team and almost get them across the line. They've done so much of the work. Just need a little bit more.
Coming into this day, when I heard the crowd openly boo Mobby Star, I wanted Mobby Star to win. They returned a book and turned this venue into a library. It was overdue. Forced us to game 5. And in 30 minutes, we have Baron on the side of Carmine. A respawn inhibitor in the mid lane. We have Cloud Soul on the side of Mobby Star. And it all comes down to these fights. Keep your eyes on the flashes, keep your eyes on the sums, because they could be huge in what could be one more fight.
And keep your eyes on the items. 2 stopwatches coming through. Seiken, Kalist as well. Elixirs have been bought as well. Super's already sitting on the Elixir of Wrath. So everything comes down to these last moments, and the players know it.
Maokai ult. Call of the Forge God. Knocks up 2. Volcano Pulse fires. Seiken will solo. Inhibitor in the middle lane. Bottom, Inhibitor turret is the next target. Feel the rumble of the feet. They hold the tower, they hold the line. They channel Leonidas and Spartan's power. But they once again have to deal with supers. I will say, 4 minutes for Elder with the soul. Is it possible? Is it something Mobby Star capable of?
Everybody at home, pay attention to the top, left, and right hand sides of your screen. If KC do not end the game before then, there will be an Elder and there will be a Baron on the map in a game 5 for all of the marbles.
You just know it can't come through from a push because Frescow will just clear it all up. Yes, you can take care of the inhib turrets right now, but they're still moving back and forth.
Oh, God.
Wait, Taco, hold him, get him out of there!
He's got stunned!
How is he alive?
He flies away, right of the arcane! Friscawi, you need to find the shots! Does not do it! One more! And look at the top lane, Inhibitor goes down. Tiger Mask, you are one lucky SOB. Escapes, dodges, dips, ducks, everything.
Oh, he's fine.
Seiken
He'll
gets
dash out.
stopped here. Okay, but these fights are just way too close still. Objective gained on the top side. Another inhibitor. Siege continuing on the bot side. Kalist does have that ultimate, does have that cleanse, but no flash.
There's also no Targa. There's also no Seiken. Alvaro's looking for the engage. Kalist is a little bit of trouble.
That's the ult.
Throws out the Featherstorm.
Marquis.
Calls them back. Marquis down. Cabo goes forward. He's got no ultra member. Zinkov is low. And without that front line, they start to back just a little bit. Without the ultimate. There's 2 inhibitors down. It is 8,000 gold in the lead. It is advantage to Carmine Corp again and again and again. But it is so close in these fights. Mobby Star still have windows. They still have Zeri, who has 4 items completed.
They're gonna look for it right now. Death time on Marky. 5 members down the inhib right now.
Isma's got no ultimate available. Dredgeline connects. It's on to Syncroft. The knockup is there. The charm lands. Super force the flash. Gets caught out. Kalist goes unstoppable. And after 5 games, Carmine Corp take their 4th EMEA Masters title.
Stuck in! Reckless is on fire today.
Well, Caps is going to need to find some sort of stun or ultimate. He actually just gets chunked out of it.
Oh, Caps!
Take a look at that! Caps turns it!
Well, yes, Jared wants to redeem himself. Selfie pushing in. Ruin gonna get down and straightened. Targamas wants to bring it home. I don't know if he can. Are you kidding me? Who is gonna end the game? Targamas wants to bring it in. Ruin goes down. What is this? Oh my God! He's duking out. No way! The Nexus Towers in the one side G2. Get the first one. The Reckless and another side. Get in the back door. Oh my God!
And stay there!
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the tides. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
Welcome everyone to the Sud de France Arena live from Montpellier, Occitanie in France. It is time for the LEC to take over the stage as we're kicking things off with the Mad Lions facing off against Fnatic for a spot in the grand finals tomorrow. We're taking over because we were already here yesterday, and in fact, I am joined by the most recent EMEA, I should say, champion, Casey Caliste. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yamato, of course, thank you for joining as well. Caliste, it's so great to see you. Also, just congratulations. Now that you've slept on it, I guess, how do you look back on everything yesterday?
I mean, I couldn't be happier that we won yesterday. It's a lot of work that we put in these 5 months. We made a really good, good team environment. That really, I think it really made the difference yesterday. Because we won 2 games and then we lost 2 games by a bit choking. We a bit choked everyone, but then we just knew that the 5th game we will just win it because there is something in K-Corp that if you are in game 5 you can't lose.
Okay, Yamato, I mean, that is a hard thing. You know, you've been in that position, but great by them to pull it off.
100%. It got a little bit crazy there in the game 3 and 4 for sure, but when the Owen came out, you kind of knew, Maokai first pick as well for Syncroft, the change up in strategy, removing and opening the Poppy. I feel like these champions are that kind of go-to when you need to win. We had Caliste, of course, and Zaya too. What made you guys switch up the pick and ban strategy so heavily coming into game 5?
Yesterday, I think MRS played a bit always the same draft, and so we did that bit also. So in the last game, we wanted to change the things a bit because we lost the 2 games. They would be confident on what they would play. So yeah, we decided to change the things a bit and play a bit of basic comp,
Okay.
And it went well.
Yeah, it went super well. It was, we were here yesterday, of course you were on the desk, but even watching, the crowd was insane. I know you have the headphones, of course, but tell me about the atmosphere in here that you could just sense.
Yeah, it was really crazy. Even if I have the headphone, I still hear them a lot. And it was such a pleasure to play against with the French crowd.
Maybe against yourselves when it wasn't working out.
With the French crowd, it really hypes a lot, and in K-Corp we say that it's like a bit of a 6th player, the crowd.
Yeah, it definitely is. A question that I have is, do you guys scrim LEC teams at all? Or,
yeah, we do.
And the ones from this weekend, and do you have any insight?
Yeah, yeah, we do. We scrim a bit of everyone in LEC, and for today, I think the best team that we played against was probably Mad Lions.
Mm-hmm. We hear that they're pretty sick in scrims, right?
Well, that's very new as well. Because
that's also new, you're right.
Mad Lions usually run it down in scrims.
Yeah,
The last couple of years, if they're winning in scrims, that's definitely a big plus. What was it that stood out for you when scrimming Mad Lions? What is it that is going to be the edge today?
Without secrets. But, we can't stop you.
I think the really big evolution is Karzi, I think, this year. I think Karzi is really playing good, their bot lane is really strong, and Niski also is really good, I think. So we have Eluya and Chasey that are always good, and then if Karzi and Niski are really good, everything should be good.
Yeah. Overall, we're kind of poaching you already because you're on the English desk now, but how are you dealing kind of with all so much praise? It's really insane, and I think it's all very, very deserved, but I can imagine maybe it's a bit overwhelming, or do you just let it happen?
Yeah, it's really cool and I like it, but I don't really I have to take care a bit of it because if you listen too much about it and everything, it could go. You could get too much ego maybe, and it will went bad. So I like it, but I don't really look at it much.
Yeah,
just a bit.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, 100%. No, it's funny that he's making his first LEC appearance here. I know it's not going to be the last one because watching Caliste's entire year, I know this is a player that's going to move up in the world. I think it's just a perfect start to a career.
He's like, I don't know anything. Indeed. But to be fair, playing in the LFL and being able to play on the big stages like this also for EMEA Masters, it is exactly what you deserve, and we're excited for your future. But one last prediction I do have to know, since you said you scrimmed all 3 of them, so is anyone beating G2 tomorrow?
I don't think so.
No?
I think they can lose some games because they are cooking some stuff and everything, but I think G2 is the best team in Europe right now.
Okay. Yamato, you agree? It's kind of a primer for the
I have
weekend.
to agree. I think it's been true the whole year, and why shouldn't be true tomorrow too?
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Congratulations
Thank you.
once again for KC and Calist, who is popping off. And this week, we also released the final pop quiz episode of the year. Let's check it out.
So next, do you know lore, story of champions?
Yeah, I really like it.
I mean, a bit.
Zero. Literally zero.
Oh my god, zero idea.
I will describe some champions to you based on their lore and also some info about them. And you need to tell me who the champion is. Some of the tips are not lore, those might help more. So, first one. This champion is from Noxus, and Noxus's goal for this champion was for them to be able to defeat their biggest enemy, Mordekaiser. So this champion was trained to be able to beat Mordekaiser.
I know very little about Nox.
I only know Darius from Noxus, so.
Darius?
I'll flip it. Darius.
Not Darius.
Okay, nice.
I'm gonna say Swain. Roborang?
Zion.
So this champion was subjected to a mid-scope rework. This champion was released in 2020, and it is a support.
What was I doing in 2020? I was in Mouse, and the support came out in 2020.
Which unbalanced supports came out 3 years ago? I need to think right now.
Renato's for sure not 2020, let's think.
He's Yumi, Nocturne support. A support. And he's supposed to kill Mordekaiser.
But someone who's able to defeat Mordekaiser, like this guy is big in the lore actually. He's really strong.
Oh, Cap is gonna be so mad. And Mickey.
I mean, I'm just gonna say something, but it's probably wrong. Pike?
I give in, I don't know. I need more clues.
So this champion is female.
Yeah.
The champion's title is the Iron Maiden. And during development, when the champion was being developed, the internal code name was Int Horse.
Int Horse.
Inting horse. Not Soraka. I don't know.
Oh, Rel.
Rel?
Rel's from Noxus? And she was made to beat Mordekaiser, but no way she could beat him. No?
Oh my god. I was thinking of like support that can actually kill Mordekaiser. I don't imagine Lulu killing Mordekaiser.
All right.
That's a spicy one.
The next one. This is one of the original 40 champions in League of Legends.
Wow.
And this champion is between 1025 and 1080 years old.
What? How can that help me?
But it's like all the dead people, they're like so old now, like all this like Amumu and Nocturne.
Annie.
What can I say? Amumu.
Maybe Kassadin?
Galio.
Jillian?
Anivia?
I cannot even name you 10 first champs in the game, so I need another clue.
This champion's apprentice was corrupted by a world rune and became Brand. This champion is a staple in professional play and is associated with players like Faker or Doinby. And this is a champion that has a lot of spells that scale with mana.
Oh, Faker. Rise.
It's Rise.
Oh, Rise.
Nice.
We know you guys like pop quiz. Hello, Montpellier! So, we wanted to have a special edition of pop quiz on stage, but with OTP casters versus LEC casters. So, Monsieur, Madame, Ender. Team names, please. What is your team name? Let us know.
We thought a lot about it and
Yeah.
we took Tuck Freton.
Tuck Freton. Okay.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. Sharks?
I think that's a great name.
Thank you.
We also thought about it very long and hard, and it will be Chocolatine.
Chocolatine.
Half the stage
Thank you.
booing, half uploading.
I told you. Perfect. I told you they wouldn't like it. Okay, so the rules are simple. It's 3v3. You send a caster, you send one person. Also, they're gonna 1v1. I'm gonna ask a question. The first one who has the answer presses this. You wanna try it? There you go. Nice. It works. All right.
All right.
Who do you want to send first? Toc Freton. I was about to mess it up.
They send the worst one to begin with.
All right.
Me?
I go?
You should go. You should go.
Yamato, do you want to go? Okay.
I'm gonna choke so hard.
Damn.
All right. Which French player has played the most LEC games in history?
LEC player. Still playing.
You can ask more questions.
No.
Hey, what is this?
Stop bending the rules like this. Just answer. LEC, LCS, let's say European.
Can I steal it?
Can I steal it?
Yeah,
Go on.
you can. Fast one.
Yellow Star.
No.
Oh, I was about to go about that one.
But the audience has it. Do you guys have it? Est-ce que vous avez la réponse?
It's not Yellow Star.
I heard it. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys the option. Hans Sama, Soaz, Cabochard, Yellow Star.
Soaz.
That's correct.
I didn't know I could press again. I didn't know I could press again.
Okay,
I didn't know.
Please
That's
stop,
like
save
perfect.
us.
I thought you were right.
Take a second, all right.
I thought it was yellow.
In 2017 summer, the LEC finals headed to France. Name the teams in the final and the 5 players that lifted the trophy. 2017 Paris.
2017?
Okay,
You
so
got
first
it.
up, who was playing in finals, Chuck?
Good luck.
Come on.
Good luck. Why would you press the
I don't know. I was there.
It's Faker, Guma, you see, the Shy.
Wait, okay. Educated
Talking
guess.
about good players. Players who
Fnatic?
win finals. Sorry?
Fnatic?
2017
I can't remember anything. I'm
All
trying
right.
so hard, man. Yeah, okay.
All right.
We're all done.
Give me some options, please.
20. There's no options here.
There's no options?
No. There's no options here.
Wait, okay,
I
let's
remember-
count.
Can-
all right,
can
all right.
we work
Let's count
as a
back.
team?
I will give you the first one. It was G2 Misfits. Who was part of this G2 lineup? Come on.
Just click it. Come on, I know. I didn't know you can.
Can we share knowledge?
Ok, appelle à un ami.
They are cheating. Let me cheat.
Cheating is a
Then,
game.
Mithy, Perks,
Yeah.
Trick, Expect.
Yeah. Correct. All right.
Congratulations. I'm ashamed. And I should be.
Zerotic.
But
you're
it's so
next.
hard to remember.
Ender, you're next as
turn.
well.
It's very hard. It's one.
Which player has secured more than 1 pentakill in the LEC this year?
Yeah, you just wanted to press
I have the
button.
options.
No.
I'm gonna give you guys the options.
Hey, they
You
are
have-
cheating
Come.
already.
Sorry?
Oh, sorry, I want to hear the
Crowny, Karzi, Comp, Hansama.
Come.
No.
Trying to give him a chance.
Do you guys have it in the audience?
No, you can't help. Yeah, you can.
Karzi?
Okay.
Crowny.
Nobody gets points. We go next. You
Oh.
guys suck, honestly. And it was Crowny. You had it.
All right.
You should be on
Of
stage instead
course,
of them.
man.
Yeah.
Very
All right, next
meta. We're awful.
Look, I just missed the question like Crowny.
Which champion was picked the most in LEC this year? Sejuani, Nautilus, Cassante, Zeri.
Sejuani.
There you go!
Settle down. You got this.
They're not doing so well,
Get in
are
there,
they?
Shucks.
No. Oh.
Shucks, what is going on?
I totally didn't. What? Nothing.
Yeah, I saw
All
the
right.
question as well.
Inside as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many total LEC titles do French players have? 7, 10,
All of them.
13, or 16?
She just press and go.
Dude, like,
It's not
stop.
it's legal. It's legal, right?
12.
It's legal.
It is not 12. There's no 12 here. There's no,
Wait, there's no 12.
What are you doing?
13.
13. That is correct.
No! That's what I meant.
Zut,
Killing
alors.
us, Yamato. You're killing us.
Guys, that's not.
Your team is trolling you.
What are you doing?
I'm also trolling myself.
this, I got
It's
this.
fine.
You got this. All right. What is the most built mythic item in the LEC this year? Gale Force, Divine Center, Radiant Virtue, or Shurelia's Battle Song? Go ahead. Wait, no, you
I
have
think
it.
I got in there,
Okay.
yeah.
sorry. Biased here. No,
Gale
come
Force.
on.
Gale Force. No?
Whatever.
No.
Yeah?
Raging Virtue.
That is correct once again.
Should be nerfed.
He carries in every game.
I'm going back to OTP after this. You guys suck. Honestly.
Okay.
This is why we
All
need
right.
you, okay?
Yeah, long, please.
Question 7. How many French players have played in the season finals? 3, 4, 5, or 6?
5.
That is correct. Thank you. Finally.
Okay.
Any words on your performance so far?
I am very disappointed, but you know, it's because I love you as colleagues, so I want to keep.
We're all one
Thank
big
you.
team, really.
Really,
It's
we're
okay,
big,
Shock.
big
Stay hard.
team
Stay
effort.
hard. We're gonna win.
Yeah, okay.
You have to answer everything correctly if you want to have a tie. Or if you
Okay.
wanna make it. All right.
And this time we just go for each other.
Which
No
player?
team.
No team?
No team, just go for
Okay,
it.
okay, Zero. Okay.
Ready?
Oui.
Ready? Which player has the highest KDA in the LEC this year? Hansama, Noah, Yike, or Upsets?
No, don't cheat. Don't.
Do you guys have it?
Noah.
Yes. Yes.
No.
What? What? This is upset.
That is Upset in the. Oh.
You got bamboozled.
Insane team.
It's so doomed.
He played less.
My team. My
Very true. That's very true.
All right, guys.
Report.
Last question.
Report.
Only this one counts. Deal?
No
One
deal.
one, no.
No deal, I'm French.
All or nothing. Everything on this one. No. When was the last time a French player won the LEC MVP and who was it?
Hansama. No. No.
Oh my lord.
No.
Borakim, aka Yellow Star.
MVP.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, good. Do you guys have it? No.
Yeah, we got it, we got it.
You have. Okay, this guy has.
Vincent Berrier.
Vincent Berrier, thank you.
Vincent
That's
Berrier.
correct. Now, guys, you tried. Thank you for coming.
I think it was
That's
rigged.
why I'm here and not competing.
Thank you for winning at home.
Good choice. Good
Merci
choice.
beaucoup. I don't think it's worth counting, guys. I don't think it was even a match. OTP wins.
Great game. Great
Congratulations,
It was
guys.
mostly about friends.
Yes.
We couldn't lose.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you,
much.
dear host.
Thank you. Thank you for saving it. Thank you, Montpellier. And after the break, we will intro tonight's matchup between Fnatic and the Mad Lions. But first, let's check out a special announcement.
Bonsoir Montpellier and welcome everybody who's joining us from around the world. I'm Max, Director for League of Legends Esports, and before we jump into the action tonight, we wanted to take a moment to reflect on what has been one of the biggest seasons in League of Legends Esports history after the massive changes we introduced this year. At Riot, we are extremely passionate about delivering the best possible experience for our pro players, their teams, our partners, and first and foremost, of course, you, our fans. The changes we made this year were a huge bold bet, and the overwhelmingly positive response from our fans exceeded even our highest expectations. That being said, we have of course also seen the constructive feedback you shared, especially in the second half of the season, which is why we're going to make adjustments to both the scheduling of our breaks as well as the way that the teams are qualifying into season finals. We do that because we want to ensure that the 2024 season of the LEC is even more exciting than this year. Talking about excitement, I have to mention the incredible EMEA Masters finals between Mobby Star Riders and Carmine Corp yesterday night. When we made the decision last year to introduce EM finals to our roadshow, this is exactly what we were hoping for. Massive congratulations to Carmine Corp, who secured their 4th title in front of the home crowd. The atmosphere was electric and the blue wall was truly a sight to behold. Now we've still got 2 days of exciting competition ahead of us, so I'll pass it over to Artem to walk you through what's in store for you.
Cheers, Max, and hello everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Artem, Commissioner of the LEC. This year, we've got a whole lot in store for our fans joining us here in person in France and watching us from home. In just a few moments, Mad Lions will face Fnatic, battling it out for a spot in the grand final. There, the winner will face the old foe G2 Esports for a chance to claim the LEC Crown Trophy and the first seed spot at Worlds 2023 in Korea. Elsewhere, we're introducing on-site co-streaming for the very first time at our roadshow event. We also bring back the LEC Expo, and we are joined by our partners from Fortiche at the event itself. It wouldn't be the LEC roadshow without the opening ceremony, and this year, we truly believe we've got the best one yet. I'd like to give you a sneak peek of what we have in store, but I really don't want to jinx it. And finally, the roadshow may only just be beginning, but we wanted to give you something to get excited about next year, right here and right now. We are delighted to reveal that for our 2024 LEC Season Finals Roadshow, we are heading to Germany. I'll see you there.
München, Munich, a beautiful city known around the world for Oktoberfest, Lederhosen and pretzels. But I'm not quite sure. Entschuldigung, sprechen Sie English?
Well, I can try.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering, what else is there to do in the city of Munich?
You could try this.
for this.
I mean, that's great and all, but it doesn't have my favorite thing in the world, the LEC.
Well, actually...
No way. When is it happening?
Munich, 2024. Servus.
Servus. I mean, to be fair, this isn't too bad either. Prost.
There's no time for redemption. Those flags you wave, will they hold up? Don't cry for your vengeance. It's right there to take. Oh, if you want it, the world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Going rise for your nation. There's so much at stake. Will you show up? Oh, it's about damn time for a little salvation. Those flags you wave represent them. The world is watching. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. So go and bring home the glory alive. Here's your judgment. Here's your reckoning. Write your story down. Enter history. Pride and country. You could have everything. So bring home the glory alive.
Oh, fantastic. My man, are you excited to be back in the stadium today?
Yeah, super excited.
Listen, a lot of fans are expecting Fnatic to win. What would you say to them?
I think they're wrong.
They're wrong? Trimpy, my man, how you doing, Trimpy? Stop for a quick second.
Yeah.
Listen, you're coming into the arena. You know, I saw you watching the games yesterday, KC and Mobby Star. What does it mean? How do you feel playing for Fnatic in front of this crowd?
I mean, the crowd was really amazing yesterday, and I hope that it will be pretty much similar today. And yeah, if they're gonna be like this, then it's gonna be a lot of emotions, to be fair.
Bro, you're back on stage. It's so good to see you again. What was the last raid that you played, and how are you doing in League?
yet?
Oh, it's been a while. It's been kind of dead on that front for a little bit. I mean, I didn't expect to be here, but I'm really happy to be back on stage. I mean, it's always really fun to be playing at a roadshow, and I kind of did the 0 to 100% speed run real quick, you know.
Kazi, did they let you play the fanfic today?
They did.
They did?
Yeah.
So Mad Lions undefeated since the fanfic?
Yes.
Can we get a new fanfic if you win today?
Of course,
That's
and
what I
for
wanna
G2
hear.
as well.
That's what I want to hear. Cheers. Thank you so much. Mac. Yeah, we always hear from you. Go. Good luck. Cheers. Niski. Okay, listen, last one. My man. How does it feel playing in front of the crowd, playing in front of French fans, especially after I know you were watching yesterday's series?
I mean, it feels insane, to be fair. Yesterday gives me like goosebumps, and I feel like it gave me so much motivation because seeing K-Corp win, first of all, made me happy.
Noah, are you excited? Are you nervous for the fans today?
I'm not nervous, excited.
That's what I want to hear. Guys, thank you so much. What are you going to do to deliver for the fans? Give me something in English, give me something in French.
Les gars, je vais tout donner, vous inquiétez pas. Aujourd'hui, on va battre Fnatic, et demain, c'est la finale.
Thank you so much, Niski. Best of luck today. Bring it home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Continue with the show, guys.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Trevor. That's so much fun. Of course, the basics out. Niski's gonna beat Fnatic today, and then tomorrow is the final. He didn't say he was gonna beat G2. Anyways, we're back at the desk. Ender is here. He's joined us also after the quiz. Veri, Yamato, first, Veri.
After humiliating
Yes,
myself.
sorry, Veri. I'm sure you would have done a lot better.
Why, was he bad?
We were all bad.
I thought
We were
Han
all
Sama had
bad.
one MVP.
Yeah, he should have.
Because,
I
like,
guess.
he should have. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Ender.
It's whatever.
Yeah, let's pretend like it was all my fault. Sure, yeah.
So let's talk about the weekend a little bit, and let's start with the teams today, but maybe also talk about G2 if there's anyone you would like to mention. I did hear that the fanfic, it actually got posted on the official
Yeah, I
Mad
saw
Lions
shivers
account.
running down the spine just seconds before we went live here. So that had shivers running down my spine.
Who knows? I'm just going to throw someone out there who I am personally very excited to see. We also saw an interview with Trimby, you know, in the Fnatic jersey. He has the memories of playing in Malmö and winning that trophy, but it's going to be great to see him play.
Yeah, I mean, how can we not be excited to see Trimby back on the stage? Last year, you're seeing the trophy lift. He's a player that I think a lot of fans have become a fan of because of how personable he is, how humble he is as a player. Even in his defeats, he feels very strongly about shaking the hands of his competitors, and he's a player that I think a lot of people were excited to see lift that trophy. The fact that he joined Fnatic, I think, was the biggest surprise of this year.
That's the huge thing, right? Because pre-Trimby, Fnatic didn't really look like they even had a shot to be here. Post-Trimby, they are looking like an actual contender. He's been fantastic down the bot side next to Noah.
And I want to follow up. I feel like the storyline that is so, synonymous with what the LEC is just watching Caps build a greater and greater legacy. In my imagination, the LEC and Europe, the league is going to live on for many, many years, and there's going to be a time where Caps is going to retire, and then all of the players that want to achieve the GOAT status of Europe are going to have to climb the mountain that is Caps' achievements. Now he's walking into the finals, and he's looking to cement his 10th.
That's just insane. It's like,
crazy.
If you want to win LEC, you should probably A, not be a mid laner because you're just going to lose. And then B, you probably need to find a way onto a team with Caps.
Or you could move to ADC because you're on a team with Caps.
Oh, Merck's new.
Yeah,
I like
you
it.
knew.
I like it.
But it's so cool, and I think that's a great point because it's Caps through different iterations of his teams, both in, of course, starting in Fnatic, but also G2, and adjusting his play accordingly. Of course, he's never been, you can't be at the top 100% on the time, but he's been on the top a lot more than all the players around them.
Yeah, and I mean, for so long, like, that's the craziest thing is how he can do it with so many different pieces around him, right? Because the last few years, he's had the GOAT jungler in Europe right next to his side, and yet this year he comes in with a fresh face, rookie Yike. Yike is my guy that I'm looking at coming into this weekend because he has been so stellar throughout the year, playing a lot of more, like, aggressive jungle picks, the Bel'Veth, the Kha'Zix, farming junglers. But he was almost the identity of G2 immediately when he joined the team in winter and when they lifted that first trophy.
It's just beautiful to see that amount of trust into a player that is coming in. They didn't shape him according to the other players. They allowed him to shape himself within the roster. And I think as a rookie player that has risen to stardom through the LFL and now in the G2 roster, I think they gave him the perfect start to his career in the LEC.
I think you summarized it beautifully because when we saw Yike coming in, obviously people were excited, but the shoes he had to fill were absolutely massive, right? And
Large
the fact,
shoes. Yanko's got
He's got them Shaquille O'Neal shoes.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about, right? And
Size
Yikes he did an incredible job of not only being able to fill those shoes, but also help G2 find a brand new identity. His journey has been an incredible one to watch. But for me, it's got to be Wonder. The fact that he's come back, yeah, he is subbing in, but the responsibility now falls onto him, right? He has to be someone that, when we look at Oscar Rinnan, he's developed a lot with this Fnatic roster, but now he as a player needs to kind of do what Oscar Rinnan did, be a carry, be a weak side, be that flexible player, and delve into that history. Remember, this was the organization that he was benched from earlier this year.
And it's like the most gangster thing ever to do. Just jump in, play good. I think they are lucky that Wunder was ready to go and he had, you know, a little bit of a break from World of Warcraft.
I mean, yeah, it's also, it's big of him, right? Because he could have said, you know what, no. You can fix your own problems, but he didn't, and he got better game after game. You know, we have a little bit more time. I think there's so many players. Of course, Niski, the Belgian with the honorary Frenchman.
I'm like, Niski's a good shout. Carzy was going to be my shout because this man has just been an unkillable, like, teamfight monster all throughout the
Makes your spine shiver.
Look, Carzy's making everybody's spine shiver, and he's snapping the spines of his enemies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good shout.
Maybe not with that face.
I mean, the confidence that this player exudes every time he's on stage.
I mean, the way he navigates those wires even.
Yeah, like intertwines the wires with a delicate touch of an ADC.
Most delicate.
Yes.
Anyway, you guys should follow Carzy on Twitter.
Yes,
That's all we're going to say.
This is why I think, overall, let's finish maybe with like a thought for the weekend that we have ahead of us. It is Fnatic or Mad or G2. And if I had a penny every time that Fnatic, Mad, and G2 since 2020 have been in the top 3 at the end of the playoffs, I'd only have 2 pennies, but it's still impressive that it happened twice. And I think it's cool to know that these are like 2 orgs, G2 and Mad, that have been the winningest in the last couple of years, and a Fnatic who kind of slipped their way back in there, which is impressive in its own right.
It certainly is. The fact that when we look at these organizations, we think of them as international mainstays, right? We look at these organizations, and over the recent years, they have been Europe's representatives. And while Europe has struggled a little bit internationally, these are the orgs that we turn to kind of put our trust in. I think big eyes are on Mad this weekend, though, to solidify that trust, because obviously fans will always have their question marks around the Mad Lions, whereas Fnatic, it's about rebuilding that story, returning to the finals, and being able to contend with G2. We haven't had a G2 Fnatic best of 5 all year. I know a lot of fans are hungry for one.
No, 100%. It's like, you know, when I was in Fnatic, we beat G2 twice, but then we lost in the big one, you know. It is what it is, you know, that when you are in those matches and the echoes of history is kind of pounding in the room as you walk into those matches, everything is heartfelt. And if you are bleeding the colors of your jersey, then you also feel the history as you play.
Yeah.
And that pressure, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Speaking of pounding in the room, 2 players with plenty of history are the Czech buddies, Carzy and Humanoid, who are standing by with more.
Thank you, Shox. Carzy, Humanoid. Welcome to Montpellier. Thank you for joining me ahead of your game. Carzy, before we start, this is a broadcast interview. We're going to talk about Twitter, but be careful about what you say. I want to talk about the friendship between the 2 of you, because you won together and then you guys split up to other teams, and you guys are going to be reunited on stage today. So tell me about your friendship, and Carzy, what inspires you when you talk about Humanoid on Twitter?
Our real-life relationship inspires me because what I'm saying on Twitter usually happens, you know, behind the curtains, behind our doors. So that's where I get the inspiration from.
Humanoid, anything to answer here? How close are you in real life? Is this a stage, or is it actually what happens backstage, as you said?
It is, yeah. It is exactly what happens in backstage. I mean, I wanted to keep it a secret, but I guess he just said it. He just said it publicly.
What do you like the most about Carzy?
I like... Actually, he's kind of funny, you know? You just look at him and you just have to laugh. Just, you know?
I'm going to take this as a good thing, yeah?
Yeah, that's it.
All right, do you agree?
Yeah, I definitely agree with his statement.
Yeah. Well, what do you like the most about Marek?
I like that I can do anything I want to him and he doesn't resist, you know? Like, I can pet him, you know, and cuddle him, and he will let me do it.
Okay. Slow down here. We're going to stop here. Focus a bit more about today, Carzy. You said that it was the first time you were going to play in an arena. How do you feel about it? What is the anticipation?
I'm very excited that I can destroy Humanoid in front of so many people.
God. Yeah? Is he gonna destroy you?
Well, so many fans don't know this, but Karzi has been known in the Czech league for kind of choking a lot before big games. So I would just give you one advice, like try to do maybe some throat exercises before the game so that you don't choke so much, and it's going to be all okay.
From friendship to hatred. I love it. Okay, let's focus on the love side though. What advice would you give Humanoid, and why do you think he's going to have the upper hand today against Mad Lions?
I mean, I hope that he's going to have a really good day, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult since he's playing against Nisqy. So I think he will show us some good performance, but in the end, like, even if Marek plays Pixel perfect, then we have Nisqy, you know.
Nesquik in the mid lane. What is going to make Fnatic better, Marek?
Fnatic better? It's probably going to be the fact that we have a Korean AD carry, which has been known to be the better region than EU, especially Czech Republic. So that is probably going to be the main factor in our victory today.
All right, guys, thank you so much. Best of luck on stage. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much. That was everything that we wanted it to be.
And more.
And more.
A lot more.
A lot more. In fact, we got
so
more.
much details.
Yeah. Love it though.
Hey, on and off the rift, though, sparks fly between these
It's
two,
great to
and I imagine that the rift is going to be electric today.
Yes.
Nice.
And I'm going to we're going to stop the innuendos. We're going to leave them, and we're going to move into the more serious part. It's going to be hard for us. Anyways, let's talk about the two teams that we saw, Humanoid and Karzi there. Fnatic up against Mad Lions. And let's look at the whole year. For Fnatic, it was roster mania, and it started out awfully, but they had 4 different starting lineups this year.
Yeah, I mean, when we look at the beginning roster, Reckless is back. He even got a song once again.
Yeah.
The fans were excited.
Jake
Everyone was
song?
excited. Is this the return of Fnatic to the top spots? No, it wasn't. Winter was looking very rough immediately. Things with Rux and Reckless weren't working on the bot side of the map. They didn't really have a strong top side. They finished at the very bottom of the regular season. So moving into spring, one of the advantages of the change in format was that we could change rosters. So that's exactly what Fnatic did. They picked up ADVN. Many knew him from his time on XL. They brought in a bit of an unknown name in Oscarinin, and he didn't have the best start.
Yeah, but it was so brutal because Oscar comes into the league, and then every other team is like, actually, we just hate this kid.
Yeah.
And they just like non-stop were ganking top lane. Like Razork was nowhere to be found. He was worried about like mid lane and bot side of the map. And Oscar just got ganked over and over. But you saw like in the second week, Oscar was there. It looked a little bit better. He was stronger on the weak side. Then week 3, played its more strong side, got some attention, looked good. And then come summer, he was just an absolute demon.
No, for sure. I think in terms of how everything just panned out in that particular split, I think it was crucial that they kept on to Oscarinin. But in terms of how everything played out, it was so dramatic in the end when they had that Nexus push against the Mad Lions. You know, it was brutal. They were one flash away. Maybe if Oscarinin doesn't E like this, maybe if ADVN doesn't use his spells like that, maybe history would have changed. Maybe Fnatic would have had the same roster. Maybe this was the biggest blessing ever for them.
Yeah, maybe they don't. Maybe Mad Lions don't go on to win the title. Maybe they don't go to MSI. Maybe there's no 1647 meme. Like, that could have changed.
Oh, man, why?
Oh, my word, it could have been so different. Yeah, the timeline could have looked different, but this is the timeline that we live in. And that meant that Fnatic said, this was not good enough for us. 8th place was not enough. So they made more roster changes. We heard from Humanoid in the interview. They did bring in a Korean AD carry. And they got the trade deals of trade deals, Yvonne.
Oh my lord, this is the art of the deal. Trimby for ADVN, you know, Trimby, previous LEC champion, really leveled up this team because the main thing that LEC was, Fnatic was lacking was a stable bottom side, and that has really enabled the rest of the roster. This was a fantastic change up for Fnatic.
And look, you talk about rewriting history. What if that trade never happened because they kept the roster? Are Koi here? I don't know. Trimby's the GOAT. I don't know.
It's crazy. And we all know. Oh, cute. We all know what happened. Of course, Fnatic, they still didn't have the kind of best start, but they turned it around in a miraculous way. It's really crazy. They seem like a team possessed, and now they find themselves in the top 3 at the end of this year here at the season finals.
And to even make it here, they had to get that top 3 in summer. Like, you don't appreciate, like, Excel was a team that had to make it to top 2 to even qualify. Like, Fnatic had an equally difficult challenge that they managed to scrape in just barely.
And speaking of Fnatic, you know, the script writers at Fnatic, they use all of the old ones, you know. They brought in Reckless, they brought in the storyline of struggling in spring, and then, of course, coming qualification to World Champion, there needs to be some drama. Oscarinin breaks his hand or whatever the hell happened. They did the SOA storyline all over again, and they brought in Wunder, and they've made so many changes. I feel like they squeezed in like maybe 5 seasons of gameplay into one.
And
it's
drama.
like, here you go. You know?
Drama.
It was pretty much a
Actually,
drama.
it's kind of a light year for a Fnatic fan with this with happening here. It's like, amp it up. Anyways, let's go over to their opponents then. The Mad Lions, who had a very up and down year. And the downs were mostly before kind of the knockout games. And MSI, we don't really talk about that. And then the ups are very, very high, including a spring title.
I mean, at the very beginning of the year, they were competitive at the top of our league, right? We were impressed with what they were showcasing. Coming into spring, we thought that they would maintain that performance while their regular season struggled. It seems that in the playoffs, they were really able to level up. And the first half of the year, overall, the impressions were positive of the Mad Lions.
They just showed Niski on the big screen here. That's why everybody.
And there's still a lot of fan support for the Mad Lions, but MSI, obviously, questions started to arise once more.
100%. I feel like Mad Lions as a team, you know that they have the potential to be great. You know they have the potential to upset a G2. I think that's their mindset too. I feel like when they are in those performance dips, they couldn't really, acclimate to performing worse. They always strive for better, and in the end, they had very low lows, but also very, very high highs.
Very high highs, and they get a bad rep because of the low lows, but they are, together with G2, the most successful team in recent history in the LEC. And I think we can say for both teams we see here today that they have ups and downs, but they are clutch. Is that correct?
I mean, you look at some of the players on Mad Lions roster, how can you sit there and look at a roster with El Yoya and Hylissang on it and not think clutch, right? These players have carved out their names in LEC history with what they've been able to do throughout their time. And that doesn't, it's crazy the potential that this roster always has, which is why you never really know what type of match you're going to get. Even we think back to the XL series, heavy favorites XL coming into that best of 5, quick 3-0 by the Mad Lions. The potential of this roster you can never quite predict, which is also what makes today so exciting.
Rewriting history. You didn't ask the whole class what you thought. I thought Mad were favorites in that matchup, but they were more convincing than what they did.
I was an Excel believer.
I know you were.
Yeah.
Anyways, but the same goes for
I also
Fnatic,
thought
I want
Hans
to
was
say.
MVP.
The same does go for Fnatic, I think. They are an organization that is a staple of European League of Legends, and in many moments they have been clutch. How true is that for the current lineup we have? Also knowing that you have an extra factor now in the top lane who has seen this a million times before.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is it got more solid in a way, right? Like, obviously you want Oscar here playing, but in terms of no one is a guy that's never going to have any nerves. Wunder on the top side, right? Humanoid, oh my god, you've got Trimby on the bot side of the map too coming into summer. There's untested players, right, in a guy like Noah. Razork hasn't been into a final, but I've got a lot of faith in this roster to show up when it counts.
Yeah, so as we get closer to the matchup and then the player intros, let's talk lane by lane. Now you can vote on discord.lec.gg who you think has the edge in each matchup. And let's start in the mid lane perhaps. And perhaps with Niski, who just got a lot of cheers here because he, of course, is a Belgian, but he's an honorary Frenchman. And they love him here. And he's been such a core point of this Mad Lions lineup.
I think Mad Lions at their peak, I think that he did so well when he was the facilitator for the team. Considering the other players on the roster, I think when everything corrected around mid lane and Niski could play his Gragas, I think it kind of cemented this identity for him. I think the struggles for Mad Lions has been adjusting as a team towards, of course, what the new meta is, because Gragas did indeed get nerfed and that changed some things up. But at the same time, in that struggle, I don't think Niski has been the bad one. I think always when it comes to the Azir and all of the individual carries that he can play, I still think that he can perform. But the question is, how can Mad Lions kind of adjust to that new identity?
A lot of the bad rep that Niski gets is internationally. But domestically, he has sat at the top for a very long time. Remember that he did stay in, he debuted in Europe alongside you, Yamato. He then moved over to North America where he was able to win a title. He came back to Europe, quickly rose back to the top of the ranks. His capability, his flexibility, the way that he's grown as a player, it's difficult to underrate him because he always finds a way to find ways to compete with the top dogs.
Yes, apparently Discord can underrate him just fine because they said 82.4% vote for Humanoid. And I think the key when you're talking about Humanoid is those peaks, right? How does he go from Humanoid to Humanoid?
Well, this is the beauty, right? Because, well, I just think that when we think about Nisqy, obviously we do think a lot about international success, but when you look at Humanoid in particular, that is where he has really shown. Against international competition, against the best mids in the world, against those clutch moments, this is where we really see why Humanoid is a world-class mid laner.
Yeah, and Humanoid also is just a guy that will just dominate inside the lane, right? Will play aggressive picks, will look to like get support resources around him, whereas, you know, Nisqy's going to be playing those facilitators like you were talking about. Humanoid's a guy that'll look to win hard in lane, and then in the mid game, go gobble up resources around the map. Just nom 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 nom. Side lanes, jungle camps, everything. He's going to skyrocket ahead of you, and you won't even have seen him in the last 10 minutes.
100%. And I think after working with Humanoid, the main idea of the early game was how do we secure Humanoid? How do we put him in a ring 1v1 against the other opponent? Because in terms of laning, I think that no one is as sharp. Where he's weaker is how he connects and leverages advantage to then pressure the sides. But I think if Humanoid in the current meta, Azir, Tristana, Jace, if you get the farm, you get the resources, you carry games and Humanoid delivers.
Yeah, let me ask you a follow-up then, Yamato. We have similar players who have some low lows, some mediocre moments, and some high highs, but nobody will bat an eye if you say this about Humanoid, but they will when you say it about Nisqy. Why do you think that is?
I think the key thing is always, I think the international thing is what always makes people remember.
Yeah.
We mentioned it before, right? Humanoid did compete against the Fakers and the Scouts even last year in the 1v1 lane phase. When we think of Nisqy's track record, those kind of sting, even on C9, you know, when he faced up against the G2 lineup, this is where things sting. But when it comes to being a mid lane in Europe, until you beat the Caps, until you beat the Perkses of old, not the same nowadays, before that happens, they're not going to consider you one of the elite.
Yeah, and we'll see today for that matchup, and then tomorrow, perhaps, of course, it'd be Humanoid or Nisqy up versus Caps. But let's look at the jungle as well. A Spanish duel there, Elyoya versus Razork, who had similar starts, I think, in the leagues, but their trajectory has differed a bit this year.
It certainly has. It's crazy how when Razork joined the league, everyone was excited about the potential, what he could potentially do. Rookie of the split, Misfit squad, he was showcasing a lot of really impressive stuff, but he couldn't actually win anything. Every time he tried to qualify for Worlds, he was often just that game short. He hasn't yet qualified for a final, always struggling in those semis, whereas Elyoya, in his debut, in a similar track record, back-to-back champions. The man just continued to win. So while both representing Spain, one had slightly more success than the other.
Yeah, although when you look at this year and sort of factor that recency into it, Razork is coming off of a fantastic summer, really good season final so far. Elyoya hasn't quite found that same success. I think a lot of this is, first of all, Razork having a fantastic year, really connecting well with a guy like Trimby, but also the meta factoring into it as well. Razork has looked class on those mage junglers, right? Those hard farming junglers. The Karthus he busted out last week was fantastic. The Talias of the world. He is looking to scale and dominate you later in the game, whereas Elyoya is taking the complete different approach and is like busting out the Jarvan in game 5 to get the job done in the early game.
There's definitely a clash of styles here. I think Elyoya, what he showcased against G2, because I think that best of 5 was essentially what we should expect from Mad Lions, considering, you know, the jump between, of course, the LEC summer playoffs and then now to the, of course, pinnacle of everything. Yeah. There was a quite bit of time, and now Elyoya, I think, in terms of how he plays, he wants to be active early game. He did so on the Ivan, did so on the Javan, while, as you mentioned, Razork is more of the farming type of guy and wants to hit those beats.
We saw also Razork last week. First, the Karthus didn't work, kept playing it, and dominated in that second game, adding some extra spice to this matchup once again, Ender.
Yeah, and honestly, like there's some options that Mad Lions have to play with here when it comes to the draft, right? Because you can ban away Talia, Karthus, the Iverns of the world, in which case we're going to go down. We're going to be seeing a lot of Sejuani and Maokai. That was sort of the story of how last week went. Maybe Razork has some other options that he can go ahead and go into, but it's also entirely likely that Elyoya could come into the series, say, hey, it's fine if Razork gets one of his farming early game junglers. I'm just going to pick the Jarvan. We're going to win this thing before 16 minutes, you know?
I mean, it's crazy how influential these junglers are to the success of their teams, right? We talk so much about them because of how pivotal they are, and Razork's early game, a lot of the conversations I've had about Fnatic have been, if Razork isn't getting ahead, Fnatic isn't getting ahead, and they're not looking good. Whereas Elyoya, if he's not syncing up with Hylissang, we heard from Mac, when they look their strongest is when Hilly and Elyoya are on the same page and they're connecting. So which jungler shows up today is going to be instrumental in the success of both these teams.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you take a team that like needs to break an early farming jungler or something like this, it is your jungle and support sort of walking in, disrupting, putting down vision, making it so at the very least you're slowing down the clear, or you're killing them, or you're forcing them to base, any of these things. Anything you can do to slow down that clock that's winding up when you're playing the nonsense like the Karthus, you have to do, and that's jungle support.
Nonsense. Discord said 53% for El Yoya and 47% for Razork. So super close. Let's get into the bot lanes then. Let's start with the ones who we always talk about and get all the praise. The marksmen, the carries. We have Carzzy up versus Noah, and I feel like we talk about Carzzy so much, so I feel like my desk is also going to favor him in terms of this matchup.
I feel like there's been such a evolution of Carzzy, because mechanically he's always been very talented, but I feel like in winter he was running it down quite a bit, getting caught left and right. In spring that slowed down a lot, and that managed, you know, put them all the way into a championship position, and they won it because Carzzy became more and more stable. And now coming into summer, I feel like Carzzy together with Niski, they've been the most consistent players, and that's such a crazy thing to say when it comes to Carzzy's gameplay, because the man has a reputation.
It's crazy to think at the beginning of the split, all we were singing were Noah's praises, right? The KDA king, the man that didn't die, the person that seemed to put on any AD carry he could find success on. But now as the meta has shifted ever so slightly, that consistency, that silent consistency in a way for Carzzy has just kind of carried the Mad Lions through, and now he's become this massive carry factor that, again, if it wasn't for Broken Blade last week, I really feel that he could have single-handedly carried a game against G2.
100%, and I think, you know, how can we talk about bot lane without talking about the supports? I think the key change-up for Fnatic was the fact that the game became a lot more dynamic. Everything was around playing through bottom side, and when I think about a player that can connect with the game super well, I think of Mad Lions as Hilly-san. I think when it comes to playing a dynamic game and being able to contest a 3v3 mid lane, maybe doing a surprise gank into topside and finding those dive angles, that is where Hilly thrives. And I think that's where Fnatic also struggled in that transformation, because now Fnatic were forced to play a very different game where Trimby needs to play the engaged supports.
It's funny because you almost just sparked my memory thinking back to expectations at the start of the year with the Carzzy Hylissang bot lane, because everyone was saying this is going to be a disaster. Right? Like two very good players, but they're the loose cannons, you know, like Charlie Kelly in Always Sunny, right? Wild card, they're going nuts, but they were so good back in Winter Split, right? Like connecting up, dominating the 2v2, like even the Lucian Nami, like early on, was looking very solid for them. So yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to see how different your perception of a player can be from when you see it on paper to then seeing almost 300 days of it, and they've been lights out.
Hey, it's Noah and Trimby that got the favor of the Discord vote. 69% of the. It says actually in the teleprompter, the producer who put it in put nice. That's
why wouldn't he?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? Indeed. But yeah, of course I would say they never work without each other, but Carzzy sometimes is left to his lonesome, so we'll see how that happens. Let's talk about the top lane as well, and this might be a contentious one because I feel like it's so hard to quantify with the fact that Wunder is in that top lane, and he last week went from strength to strength in each of his games, but of course there's Chasey, who has caught quite a lot of flack recently.
I think Chase, if you look at his whole year, I think he had a very impressive year.
Oh, yeah.
Just in terms of the recent play, especially in summer where Mad Lions struggled, that's where a lot of the Chasey stock went down. But when I think of Mad Lions at their best, it is when they are smacking down top laners. They find the dives with, for example, the Camille. They find the Renekton gameplay, the 2v2 gameplay that we so much love, even so far as the Jace. This is where Mad Lions is at their strongest. We even see Hylissang coming into the action, and if the matchup allows it on bottom side, you know that Hilly's going to find these timings, and Chasey is mechanically talented enough to, of course, find ways to carry the game.
I mean, I feel like for anyone that's listened to the LEC enough will have heard this discussion before, but when Mad won Spring, it was when they were enabling Chasey. That was his incredible Jace split. It was when he was just dominating the top side of the map, and we just haven't seen a huge amount of that recently. The question is, will that be the game plan today? Because Wunder is a man that can weather any storm. He proved that last week, and he's a player that, as you rightly said, Shox, only continue to gain confidence throughout that series.
I do want to tone that down a little bit
Oh, you're
because
gonna temper
game 1, game
expectations?
2, Wonder definitely received
He was
the
left
hurt.
alone, man.
Yeah, he was, but I think that's what's happening again today, and I think Elyoya is going to be living up in topside, right? If Wonder is going to be locking in the Orns of the world, the Nars, the tanks, like, give me a Chasey Aurelia, let him go nuts up in the topside, especially if Elyoya is going to live up there. Like, we know the heights that Chasey can achieve. I think you draft into that and look to break it up.
That should be the way, but of course there's Wonder, maybe the ace up the sleeve of Fnatic. Let's hear what he had to say.
I knew that they were gonna be needing a substitute top laner for the next week, right? Yeah, I mean, I didn't start playing until after this, like, I mean, I knew basically the day before, and then I was like, okay, yeah, with a week preparation, I can become good enough, I think, that I will not be a liability, and I can see us winning. But of course, like, it was always like a struggle in my head, you know, like, this could end up backfiring and looking really bad on me if I don't perform, or if I just get completely rolled over, which most people would do in this position, going in without having played like any competitive games for like many months and playing like matchups that a lot of these players have played for 3 months just straight. I mean, in the end, I'm happy that I did it, but it was like a battle I had like with hesitation and stuff, like, should I do this or not? This ended up being like a good redemption arc, right? Like, I ended up having an alright showing. I think I kind of like played better and better as the series went on, and I kind of learned like what BDS like to do as a team. So yeah, I mean, this will for sure put like a good spotlight on me. I was still hoping to make it back to the LEC next year, regardless if I took this gig or not, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I'm happy about how it turned out. Of course, like coming in and having to, I'm basically just helping the team, right, and helping some of the friends that I've made here in Fnatic. And biggest things that I want to accomplish when I'm done playing is have like a legacy and have people remember me for something that I've done, hopefully good in this case. And I think this kind of shows that I'm on the right path, at least.
On the right path, indeed. In fact, gets to play here, gets to maybe make it to another LEC finals. And 84% of the fans on Discord are favoring with Wonder in this one. You know, there are a lot of questions, and I'm going to put you on the spot. We have a bit of time. I want to know your predictions, and I want you to motivate it and really sell me on why you think it's going to happen. You want to go first, Thunder? I don't know who goes
I can
first.
kick it off.
Vedius.
I can kick it off.
Vedius.
Vedius first?
Sorry.
Okay, sure. I can go first. It's not a problem.
Sorry.
I think that this is genuinely a difficult one to call. I'm expecting it to be an incredibly close series, but the big thing for me is I think that Fnatic just have a better understanding of how to play the meta right now. They seem to have so much more confidence in their mid lane champion picks. Razork seems to be finding his footing with how he wants to play. Fnatic seem to have a lot of options, and I'm assuming with the extra week, Wonder will better found his spot in the meta. So I'm going to predict 3-2 Fnatic. I think that they will be able to edge out in this series.
Yeah, I'm also going with Fnatic. I really favor Razork right now in terms of his jungle pool, especially. Like, I don't expect these games to be like full-on decided very early on. I expect this to be very team fight focused, scaling a little bit more towards the later stages of the game. That's where the Razork champion pool is going to come absolutely online. The only way I see this skewing is if we see like early game jungle for Elyoya and him really dominating through either of the solo lanes and just busting the map open through that. But I don't think they're going to be able to do that reliably enough. I'm only going to give him one game. It's 3-1 Fnatic.
No faith here so far in the Mad Lions. Yamato.
Honestly, on my end, you know, I spent 2 years on Fnatic. I basically bleed black and orange. I feel like the LEC, the fans, they yearn for a G2 Fnatic of old. All of the Fnatic fans, everything is kind of pointing towards the direction of a perfect storm, but I can keep listing things that actually don't matter when it comes to competition, because I believe Mad Lions is going to take it home today.
Oh!
I think Hillisang is going to be the crucial factor today. I think in terms of playing a dynamic game, I think playing and analyzing what the enemy team is bad at and punishing that, I think Mad Lions have proven time and time again, as best of fives progress, they become better. They will understand Fnatic's pattern. Maybe game one, maybe draft going to be lost. Maybe second one will be sloppy. But as things continue, I think Mad Lions level up, and they've gone through hell and fire and back, and they have experience with this 5-man roster to take such a series all the way to 3 wins.
He's convinced me. I don't know about you guys.
It's the Yamato speech. It's a very effective tool.
Yes.
Oh, the classic Yamato speech.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we won't talk about.
I mean, honestly, like the thing is, I can see it. Like, I think this is a very, very close matchup.
yeah.
And so
I think it
much
will
of it
be.
depends on the read of how these two teams are coming in, how much Mad Lions want to lean into playing that very different style, especially on the top side of the map. That's the choice they have to make, or if they want to play the same game as Fnatic here.
Yeah.
It's guaranteed to be a banger regardless. Fnatic
God
and Mad
bless.
Lions have been building up
Yes.
to this, and I'm expecting with this incredible crowd that we're going to get an incredible series.
It is. I'm really excited for it as we're counting down to meeting the teams on this stage. So many different stories across the board of players who have never made it to a final, finally want to win the trophy. Players that have been there. Players that out of nothing have come back and maybe they can win another final, but first they have to get there. It's a spot in the grand finals here in Montpellier Occitanie on the line today in front of this amazing crowd. It's time to find out who will face the Goliath G2 Esports tomorrow. It's the Mad Lions versus Fnatic.
In the beginnings with Mad Lions, I was doubting us and myself a bit because we were not very successful. We couldn't win any scrims, although we always won the BO1 somehow.
This is a Pool 1 guarantee, a top 2 regular season finish as Mad Lions defeat G2.
And then we ended up in the finals the first split, even though we haven't won a single scrim. Then second split, we didn't even almost make it out of top 8.
They put Mad Lions in a match with Heretics at the end of the day.
Then we ended up winning the split in a reverse sweep against BDS.
LEC champions.
I thought that we are gonna like keep on improving, but then MSI came, everything went downhill again. We couldn't win a single game. I wouldn't be able to focus on my own gameplay. We would try to micromanage each other, and that was really bad. And then after the 9-game lose streak, something clicked.
Mickey gets one. Bear Trap on a rope comes out. Crowstorm will find the front line, but not much more. Niski with a beautiful ultimate. The Mad Lions find the fight they were looking for.
In the first two splits, we just knew we were completely boosted, honestly. I go into the games knowing that there is just no chance we win the split. It feels like time is being wasted, every day is useless.
Fnatic on their way to their worst ever performance.
After losing for a very long time, finally starting to win, it was so much better and it made me want to play so much more, and it also made me play better.
Fnatic advance to groups.
I also kind of expected it before that we were gonna be good, so it was kind of obvious that we were gonna do way better.
Fnatic will finish in second place.
I never give up, right? I always find some success in the worst scenarios, like this year, completely doomed, spring and winter. Then here we are, Worlds and Finals.
Winning against Fnatic is very important because there is Humanite, and I also want to go back to finals to play against G2.
Because it's Carzy who wants a crown.
Right now every team is learning. The mindset has to be you have to learn like every day, and I feel like there's always room to improve, and if you don't think like that, then you just fall behind.
I really want the LEC trophy. I want to live that. Every Spanish player that has been in LEC, they won the trophy. I was the first Spanish player that came, and after Flacket and Elia came in, and they both won a trophy, so I actually won my trophy too, you know.
What? You got an instant bang, instant combo. What? It's big. Oh my god! What?
We have great ambitions. We want to win not only here, we want to win in Worlds. We don't want to make it competitive. We want to go into Worlds as like a scary looking team.
Can he get the final kill? Looking under the tower, he gets it! Gets stunned up by Alyoya. He's gone all out. Pulls Tracy underneath the tower, and he does it once more!
Everyone just wants to prove themselves. Everyone has their up and downs through the years. Hansama in NA and then Mickey with the Excel. Everyone just wants to prove that they are the best in Europe.
I think we have fighter mindset in this team. We think about that, like be the fighter.
Mad have guaranteed themselves a spot in Montpellier at the World Championship once more.
Nexus in their sights. Montpellier secured by Fnatic.
When you click as a team, it feels really good. You come to the work and you feel excited to practice, spend time with the people, play on stage because it's all fun. Usually 2 teams in the league feel this way because they are winning. G2 are probably feeling this way quite a lot.
Looking to win the 2023 season finals in Montpellier.
This is something that is not built in a day. It takes months. I think the best teams keep going, and they don't give up. And that is why we're so much better than the rest.
I'm trying to manifest it as much as I can while it lasts.
Whenever there was a big crowd, I've always lost. So I really want to win at least once. That's really important to make it happen.
Bonjour Montpellier! Êtes-vous prêts pour la demi-finale du LEC? Aujourd'hui, deux équipes qui se sont barrées la route. Cette année, elles s'affronteront pour la première fois en Best of 5 pour une ultime place en finale. La première équipe à se présenter devant vous, gagnant du Spring Split, fidèle représentant de l'Europe, Mad Lions! Et sur la top lane, Crazy! Au poste de jungler, LEC! Sur la mid lane, Nisky! Au poste de Nekari, Corsi! Et à son côté, en support, Illusion! S'il vous plaît, une fois de plus pour Mad Lions! Leurs adversaires, commençant en Red Side, ils ont bravé toutes les épreuves pour jouer ici, devant vous, vêtus d'orange et de noir, Fnatic! Avec sur la top lane, Wonder! Au poste de jungler, Razor! Sur la mid lane, Humanoïde! Au poste d'Adekari, Noah! Et enfin, on supporte à ses côtés, Trinity! Pour Fnatic, s'il vous plaît, encore une fois, ces deux équipes, à la fin de la journée, il n'en restera plus qu'une qui ira affronter G2, une ultime place en finale à Montpellier, pour Mad Lions, pour Fnatic, êtes-vous prêts?
What an incredible introduction. Welcome to the caster desk for this semi-final match between the Mad Lions and Fnatic. I'm Dracos, joined by my colleagues, my brothers, Dagda and Kadril. This one, no doubt in my mind, is going to be a banger. It might be a mess, but it is going to be a thrill to watch.
It really is, and the crowd is split. Like, the Mad Lions and the Fnatic chants are just as loud as each other. I think a lot of people in the French crowd are really here to root for Nisqy, but there's a lot of Fnatic faithful here who do believe in this run, this roster revamp from such a horrific winter and spring to get them into the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an absolute banger. I'm so excited to see how this one's going to turn out. It feels like you kind of got the resurgence of both these squads, a lot from Fnatic over the course of summer and then into the season finals. And now Mad Lions, I mean, a team that so many people doubt, but it seems like they just take power from that, and that's when they come alive.
I mean, they're such an unpredictable team, and I'm curious to see how that home... I mean, ultimately, Nisqy's Belgian, but he's been adopted. We know he's been adopted. As far as anyone in France is concerned, this man is French. I'm wondering if this is going to feel like a hometown advantage to him. If he's going to feel like this crowd is 100% behind him, and how that'll affect his performance. Because when we talk about these teams, the desk highlighted every matchup so well, but mid-jungle is what we've been looking at.
Definitely is. And I think when it comes to Razork and Humanoid, turnaround from the start of the year, looking really sharp in these later stages of 2023. And what a time to ramp up. You know, summer was really the time to turn it around, and they've found their way. Nisqy and Elyoya struggling a little bit. I think when it comes to like the Mad Lions that I know and love, it's Nisqy on facilitators, Elyoya on carry junglers, the Lee Sin Lysandra, as you know, up against T1 and MSI, finding plays around the map, roaming to sides. it's not really the meta now. You had the Annie, Nico, LeBlanc meta. Now you're transitioning into AD carry-ish, AD kind of damage meta with the AP junglers and such, with the Tristana ban already onto Humanoid.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, we've even seen a bit of flexibility with Razork bringing out some of those carry picks instead, going for things like the Karthus and the jungle as well. So I'm very excited to see what is going to be brought to the table. As you say, Tristana already gone. It's been the highest win rate champion for Humanoid in that mid lane, so not fully surprised.
And through almost the entirety of season finals, Humanoid has been free to two-trick these AD carry mid laners, both the Tristana and the Jace. And I want to know what adaptation looks like from Fnatic when he's not able to play AD in the mid lane, allowing Razork to play AP in the jungle.
Yeah, LeBlanc already gone. I'm looking at Ivern and Rel right now as some kind of first picks for both these sides, with Maokai down, and then you're looking at Sejuani too. Sejuani, Renekton, Ivern can be picked up. Just talked about the Rel, it can be a flex for both these sides.
And you're you're still looking at a lot of things like the Xayah could be up and available as well, which has been a very contested pick over the course of this split. And as you say, Rel 100% pick ban over the course of the season finals, so not fully surprised. Renekton going to be taken away from Wunder as well. He kind of got to two-trick his way through that last series as well with the Renekton the Orange.
Yeah. So I think Mad Lions take Rel here, right? Unless they want Ivern, but from what I know, Rel into Ivern is just a good matchup. You've denied Sejuani Renekton, so they have to go Ivern, right? So you're getting a good jungle matchup in that sense. I mean, there is both junglers open, so if you think something else is OP, you can pick the Xayah here, play Xayah, Rakan, and take one of the junglers that's open. But they're actually going to go for the Ivern. I'm surprised if they do that.
And in terms of meta power, certainly the Rel is going to feel good. It obviously can go to the hands of Hylissang as well, but it is a bit concerning when we think, again, about the identity you talked about. The best version of Mad Lions we've seen historically, Nisqy the enabler, jungle much more about carry, Rel, utility-focused, ganking, not going to serve that. And instantly the response from the side of Fnatic, Humanoid was playing a bit of Taliyah in solo queue, and it seems like he's finally willing to bring it to the mid lane as Ivern is coming through in the jungle.
I actually thought we'd see him fall back to the Jace, because it's just like, oh, well, you know, you go for those AD mid laners is what we were highlighting, but taking the Taliyah now, you've got the Ivern. You will probably see is that Xayah picked up on the opposite side here, coming through for cars in that bot lane. But I'm also a bit curious, because when we think back to like the Excel version of Mad Lions, they were kind of tending more towards these things where they go for, hey, we want to get a Sivir, a Varus, something that's not really gone towards those more meta-oriented picks.
And I mean, in season finals alone, Carzzy, 35% of his team's damage, just about. This is a massive carry performance when he does get that champion, but is he going to be set up to play it is the question for now. Mad Lions taking their time. They've locked in a safe blind in the K'Sante. Feels like a bit of a conservative draft overall if they do go for the Ahri, but this is a champion who, while not a Lissandra, certainly can enable a lot of these mid-game plays.
So what's happened in this draft is Mad Lions have covered off jungle top and Fnatic have covered off mid. So they banned the Azir LeBlanc, right, to go Taliyah 1-2 blind with jungle, knowing they'll get counterpicked. Mad Lions banned Renekton to stop Sejuani Renekton and force Rel into Ivern. So Mad Lions, good jungle matchup. Fnatic, good mid matchup. I love this Poppy pick here. Poppy Taliyah into Ahri is going to be a struggle. When I saw that Ahri lock in, I was kind of concerned here for Nisqy. I think the Cassio could have worked a bit better or something with more range, but yeah, Nisqy's a bit pinched right now. He has to go for the Ahri.
And this Fnatic composition right now is the holy trinity of champions that just eliminate any ability you have to make plays. Between the Taliyah Unraveled Earth, between the Poppy as well, and the Ivern, it's going to be so hard for the Ahri to ever find, lock down, lock out, and kill these targets. As we get further in now, you see the Sivir taken away from Carzzy. Kalista going to follow, not wanting to give Noah some of the flexibility that he has shown in the last few drafts.
But that is the thing. I think Noah's kind of been a bit more pinched when it comes towards the AD carry pool, right? We see him oftentimes trying to go back towards the Aphelios, and maybe that is going to be the game plan unless it's been taken away here by Mad Lions. But definitely when I think of, hey, you want to try and get through, but it's going to be a pretty beefy front line for Mad Lions. I'm curious what the answer is going to be for Noah when the AD carry is going to be pinched even further.
Yeah, I think this is a really heavily favored Fnatic draft right now, because they can also counter-pick support on 5, and we saw the Nautilus for Trimby working out so well. With Brown being open, maybe they can just leave it till 5, unless they really want to pick that Nautilus here. Rakan ban makes me signals here. Maybe a Brown blind pick coming out from Mad Lions, perhaps. Some kind of Zeri Brown on 4-5 would be pretty good for them, but they're struggling with, we need to go in, but they have already got so much disengage and shields, and now they're going to play Xayah counter-pick supports. Oh, it's a rough one. I think if they go Zeri Brown, something like Emilio on 5, it's going to be hard to dive into this Fnatic comp, but they need a melee support. Ivern needs a melee support.
And this is going to be such a tough game for Nisqy. We brought him up already, but it's so hard to find anyone to isolate and pick off once this Fnatic team is starting to group up. Xayah, the natural defense, the Unraveled Earth, the defense that provides you from the Ahri dashing in. What is the option going to be here for the Mad Lions bottom lane? Do they want to take this Rel bottom?
Could be Jinx Braum, Aphelios Braum, and then I think your Alistar to me is just screaming out, but Mad Lions can't pick Alistar into Taliyah Poppy. How are you ever going to
question is, how much does Hylissang
do
want
they
to
go Lulu, you know, and then just play into Nautilus? It's really pinched here for Mad.
I I mean, Hilly has brought out things like the Zillion as well, but I don't know
What?
if that's really
Thresh?
Okay.
Oh, they could go Blitzcrank on 5. Can't they? I don't know if it gets any better.
This is a throwback for me. I have not seen Hylissang play Thresh in quite some time. Again, struggle against the Unraveled Earth. The Poppy Steadfast presence are going to limit so much, and it looks like the answer on the side of Fnatic might be, hey, let's outscale. If they don't want to play, an aggressive engage support, we can't go Soraka.
I think you need some sort of engage here, though, because realistically, yeah, okay, we're going to go back to the El Clasico for the moment with Trimby, but you need something to actually get the party started here. Like, Ivor and Poppy are a little bit tough to try and get even a Talia flick-back isn't enough, so I think you're kind of calling the bait here for Mad Lions, saying you need to go some sort of engage on that.
I think the consensus of Fnatic draft is Poppy, Talia stop a lot of engage. Xayah has self-peel, and you have Ivor and shields, right? So Mad Lions have a really tough task ahead of them in executing this draft to find the carries on Fnatic. Mad Lions need to get early game leads, right? Their mid jungle's not even that strong. They've got good setup, but they don't have the damage. So everything's on Carsey. You know, Ari's a facilitator in a sense if she doesn't get really far ahead and can go Majais and such. Cassante, Rel are tanks, and Thresh is a pick champ, right? So this Aphelios is everything for Mad Lions.
And when we talk about Mad Lions, outside of the AD position, we look specifically at jungle support. And I am worried for Hylissang because we've seen Thresh games where you get ahead early game, you have vision control in your favor, you take over. Hooks look so broken. But when you fall behind on this champion, it is not something like a Pyke. It is not something like a Rakan that can make crazy plays in the late game. It's going to be on Elyoya, on the Rel to find those angles if Mad Lions fall behind at all.
Ari, Thresh, good picks. See if they can find them.
I think that's going to be it. I think it's going to be a case of, you say, trying to get that Thresh out of bot lane into mid, see if you can try and pick off this Talia, and maybe, just maybe, you can get control through mid to the lane into that bottom side, get control into the jungle as well against the Ivern, because otherwise, as you say, once you start to slip behind, there's no real comeback potential here for Mad Lions.
Certainly going to be tricky to navigate this one. Moments away now from the start of game one. Let's see who can come out on top. All right, a brief moment to take a breath before what I'm sure will be the bloodshed starting here. And expectations already set by you gentlemen. A lot about the early game, a lot about the Thresh, the Ahri, these champions who sometimes can have these limited windows of opportunity to really succeed in the game, making the most of them.
Yeah, just a quick thing I've noticed. I can see Noah pinging Carsey having heal, and I think he's realized he's using heal for lane here because they want to get pressure and they want to win this 2v2. You don't have cleanse against Nautilus, Talia, Ivern, Poppy, Xayah root. If Carsey gets CC'd, he's gone. He needs some out, but he doesn't have it. So he's playing a bit of a volatile game. You'll see like the Nautilus passive, the Ivern roots, the Poppy stuns, the Xayah E's. There's a lot to lock him down.
Yeah, I think he's relying heavily on Hylissang to try and be there with those lanterns in time. Probably seeing early Mikhails coming out from him as well, because just making sure that you're going to be safe in these is going to be super hard. But again, like if you end up taking lanterns and stuff, it can just provide CC for Humanoid if he's got the Unraveled Earth down. So you do have to be very careful with your position.
Checking in, of course. There's going to be some early trading here. Jungle pathing going to be where we shift a lot of our attention. As kind of expected in the early lane, Aphelios can be sitting pretty. Has hit, a number of nerfs since we last seen this champion be incredibly popular in the meta, but still has that nice bit of Severum sustain. You're going to grab that second camp. We'll see if Elyoya wants to turn his attention topside, as the desk highlighted in spring. That was how they won a lot of their games, but bot lane still going to have to remain some of the focus here. Good trade back. Glacial versus Aftershock. Aftershock generally going to come out on top here.
I will say, though, when you think of, like, hey, what has been the defining factor for Mad Lions, it has been cards in these late game picks. And it feels like going with the Aphelios is them kind of going back towards it. But lands.
Hylissang now forced a flash out to safety, level 1.
That's
heal to the side. And that's massive because, again, Aftershock very often solid in lane, the heal solid in lane, but when you're losing the lane right off the bat, that's going to be very tricky to navigate.
You've also got both junglers are coming back down towards this bot side as well. You can see Razor going to be moving in to try and clear out his stuff now in a second. There's the Q, and to come back over the wall. So you have to be very careful as this wave starts to push in. I think Elyoya needs to stick around this bottom end.
Yeah, he needs to cover some kind of dive. This is the thing, blind pick Thresh doesn't happen often because Nautilus and Blitzcrank just hard counter him, The hooks are just way more oppressive. And you can set up so much easier on the Thresh. He has to go Aftershock if he gets hooked, try and survive that, and then you're running away as Thresh. It's really not ideal, especially with Xayah. They've got good setup. We talked about bot lane earlier. I don't think there's anything to do down here. So yeah, he's going to go back to his red. needs to get the full clear off. Razork's backtracked up towards the top side. He can just do Krugs here and reset and then run out bot. He's got a really good base timer here to just ignore top. There's no need. He can run here, maybe get a flash on Cassante, but he needs to keep bot pressure because he knows Mad Lion's only win condition is Aphelios. Make sure that can't get ahead. Make sure you cover bot. There's no need in getting the Poppy ahead.
Also, just this slow push for that Mad Lions are starting to set up as well is going to be a pain where you really don't want Carzy having that nice back timer. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Razork trying to get in and disrupt that, which is why with Razork on that later back timing isn't going to be as happy as this turns into a 3v2.
They could Lantern gank bot here as Elyoya gets to level 4, just walking behind. Hilly doesn't have flash though. You know,
or Hex
Lantern,
Flash.
Yeah, Lantern.
He gets spotted.
Oh, it's a horror.
Oh no, that's so much time wasted. Free license for the next 10 to 15 seconds for Razork really to do whatever he wants.
He can
bottom
double grab.
side.
Yeah, he could just run through mid, mark top grab, smite it, threaten Chasey, get his TP, run back down. You know, like Fnatic just run the map right now.
Yeah, perhaps just some jitters here in game 1, miscalculating the vision by a small amount there. Obviously, Lantern Flash Play, Thresh classic that has been around for, my god, almost 10 years now, when you think about it. See if Hylissang can go for the setup here. Hook coming out. Certainly not going to amount to much, but at least stops any follow-up coming for Carzy. The wave will crash. That's going to be their opportunity to reset. We'll see what the first backs look like as Elyoya is going to wander up to the top side and realize he has been double crabbed as predicted. Hylissang now going to be in trouble, though. Immediately the flash forward from Noah. Nice play now coming back, buying a bit more space for Hylissang as he tries to run to safety. Trying to walk this away. Trimby, how much time left on the hook? Titans Rat now pulling him back into the tower. Does he have the play as well? Trimby could just be in trouble. One more auto, and it's a 1-for-1. Hylissang salvaging a bad situation.
You'll take that though as Fnatic. A kill to the support versus a kill onto Noah. You're going to be delighted with that, and Hilly just sticking around that bit too long as Carzy reset and gets done for.
Trimby just do a little dance there. I think he did on his, sorry, on his camera, just having a little bit of a jiggy. So you can see here, base gone through, no flash. Nice play there. Doesn't get rooted straight away, but then by the time he does, he's just out of range of feathers, so the pullback doesn't root. It's just a miss there by Noah. If he got that root, insta-kill. Then the passive comes back up, hooking the tower. Nice 1-for-1 from Hilly, but like you said, Dagda, that's always going to be worth it for the Fnatic bot lane. First blood, 400 gold, push out. And there's the, you know, Trimby's feeling it. He's happy.
I mean, you got to respect it. That's the kind of confidence you want to see coming into a big stage game like this. Always a question when you see new additions of teams playing for the first time on a big stage. Trimby, though, of course, no stranger after his victory last year.
If I'm Elyoya, though, this is just kind of lit a signal fire down in the spot side, though. No summoner spells apart from that cleanse on Noah and Trimby. I want to try and get down here and make sure that they can actually have an effect on this, but it's a great ward that you're about to see Elyoya just walk over. That means he's just going to be completely caught.
Yeah, this is actually bad by Fnatic. So what happened was, as Noah got the kill, he tried to push out, but he was basing on a ward. So what happened was, Aphelios had green gun, cancelled his base, which meant Noah took so long. Aphelios then got blue, fast pushed, and now they've lost the plate and he's down 10 CS. So that base from Noah, a little bit greedy, around the 4 to 5 minute mark, did make it so, you know, this lead that they had from the first bloods slowly kind of being chipped away at.
And neither side really able to blow up in this game despite the initial kill looking pretty positive, as you highlighted. Not able to optimize that early advantage as a small trade coming out here, but Niski now stepping forward, then Flash Charm, or Charm Flash rather, just not quite connecting. He really not even burning Flash.
Didn't need to. I mean, just as soon as that went wide, he was able to just walk on out of that. So now more summoner spells burnt to the mid lane for Mad Lions. And Fnatic, I mean, for all the fighting that Mad Lions have been attempting to achieve, it has been Fnatic to keep coming out on top of it.
Yeah, right now it's a little bit tricky. First Ahri ult, not going to amount to a kill. Not going to amount to much of anything on the top side. It's just about dead even in bot lane. Xayah already building up a lead. So right now Fnatic are sitting pretty.
They are, but I think they need to get the ball rolling a little bit when it comes to these mid-bot plays. You know, Wunder is just going to freeze, be safe, and if his team needs him, he'll sack himself, right? But Razork's going to hit level 6 off this crab. They need to look for early Drakes, Herald fights, you know. The Northless Ivern will be extremely strong up against the Thresh. If you can get vision first and you're face checking into that, there's no chance you can fight.
And I think that's what Fnatic are trying to set up for here, right? Trimby roaming towards the mid lane. They want to try and get Niski off of reset, and then you can even set up for the Rift Herald off that play as well. So ton of vision being invested in this top side. It's going to be a case of, hey, can we try and pick someone off just as we start to move in towards the next neutral?
And Niski's base got cancelled as well. You know, look at this. Another play to Humanoid. First play over to Humanoid, rather. There's a ward over the wall. You can see on the top end of the screen there that caught out Niski on his base. He got cancelled, and now Humanoid's got big pressure in mid. So these base timers from both these teams a bit greedy in the first game, just amounting to small deficits.
Yeah, we're throwing away small advantages, as was the case on the bottom side. Fnatic were able to get that kill onto Noah. Still 1-1 the kill score overall. Again, neither side with a substantial advantage. Herald coming up in 10 seconds, but neither side shifting their bot lane up to try and contest it. So we'll see who can actually take it. You can see Fnatic have done their due diligence in laying down some topside vision, just in case they do want to go for the Herald. But for now, nobody's moving. Will connect. Play back onto Trimby. Red Gun now coming out. Severum a little bit extra healing, but the Ignite now ticking away. Carthy's very strong, but definitely Fnatic are stronger. He's going to manage to get one. Fnatic immediately fire back. Hillsang surely dead now. It's going to be a 2-for-1 in the favor of Mad. Taking a bit more time. Niski, can he save the day? Hillsang ticking down. Is there a play left to be had here? Elyoyo on the way as well. Niski leaping in, finding the charm. Daisy still doing decent damage at the ult over the wall, but in comes Humanoid on the wall. What can he get done? Now firing back. Noah remaining untouched on the backside. Niski not able to complete the play.
And everything that Mad Lions try to fix is going the way of Fnatic. You have the cavalry arrive as Razork will fall and Trimby does as well, but 2 kills going across to Noah, adding a third to his belt is going to be fantastic for that AD carry.
Niski and Elyoya arrive, but their damage is kind of low and they have quite long cooldowns. Niski doesn't have ult here, but maybe he can look for Noah. He needs to land the charm.
Lands in ult. Lands at least available. Noah now just going to walk away. The charm connects. Niski takes his time. A nice, easy shutdown on the bottom side, and that has to feel good for the Mad Lions.
That was extremely clean by Niski. You know, there was a lot of ways that play just goes horrendously bad, where the wave doesn't die and you can't land the charm, and you know the Zaya can play in the wave, but nevertheless, good play there on the overstay. 2v2 in favor of Fnatic. You know, Carsey does get the guns up, but Noah was going to get that kill regardless. Razork just making sure he's around.
And as well, I mean, the fact that you even hit the level 6 here for Noah, off of the minions that die in the middle of the fight, is that he's so free to just go ham in this. And even though the call is going to be, hey, look, Niski and Elyoya are coming down, he knows he has the ultimate available, so he can play open aggressive here. And as Pedro was already saying, there's just not a huge amount of damage to really threaten Noah on that backline.
You know, credit to Noah, gets out of the way of the crash down, because the Rel ultimate ideally is pulling you into that ability, which is going to do such a large chunk of base damage, because he only gets clipped by the ult. He takes like, what, 50 damage maybe in that initial upfront burst, which is definitely not what Mad Lions were fishing for. See now around the Dragon, Fnatic trying to continue to extend their advantage. It's not really manifesting in the gold quite yet. It's just about dead even, but they will have the luxury of an Infernal Drake. That said, Elyoya on the top side with the Herald. Trying to shut Wonder down. Mad Lions bot lane up here as well. They want to funnel money into Carsey. We called it out in the draft. He is the win condition for Mad Lions, and Mad Lions want to make sure that he is very strong.
Yeah, at the moment they're just going to be matching the 2 pushing plates here, as actually might dive onto Chasey.
Chasey in trouble. Always a bit bold to dive at Cassante, but right now the CC layering is flawless. Chasey can do absolutely nothing. Incredibly clean dive from the side of Fnatic.
Well played there. They had the TP on Niski, but he didn't have a timer to TP in. You know, Humanoid was marking him pretty well, but here's the Herald from Mad Lions on the cross map. They should get first tower, I believe, but Fnatic will get a lot of platings out on that bot side.
But there's no world where Chasey should have been there, right? You can see the Wonder was completely respected on the top side, saying, hey, gotta back away, leave the wave. And Chasey just trying to be greedy and ends up getting punished for it. So even though you do get that first tower gold, the fact the kill went over, Fnatic should still get bot tower eventually. I mean, still good for Fnatic.
Last play here. Noah does not have the time to stick around, so at least a small advantage to the side of Mad Lions. You can see in the goal, I mean, it's dead, essentially. But it does mean that Aphelios is going to catch up and at least be able to match on items.
Yeah, and just looking at these drafts, this game's only going to get faster paced in terms of fighting. You know, Poppy will sack waves, Cassante will sack waves, they'll start grouping, Rel will want to engage, they'll want to look for picks, Mad Lions. Fnatic will have to match with Vision, they have a global ultimate on Telia too, so I think once bot lanes go mid, as you can see here at 11 minutes 30 seconds of the game rather, you'll start contesting over Vision more and there'll be a lot more fights.
But that's the thing, Fnatic have fantastic vision at the moment. Like, you can look up at the top side, there's a bunch of red wards littered there. The bot jungle of Mad Lions also belongs to Fnatic. Like, the vision is fantastic, and I think that's what we need to see from Fnatic to continue forward, right? They need to stop these pick potentials coming through from the Ahri that has the advantage from Elyoya as well, and just set themselves up off of the dragons they're already starting to accrue.
Definitely feels like just continue to do what has already been so successful for them. We are, of course, in a pause. I will keep you updated as we get more information from our competitive operations team as to what the pause is, or if we need to know. Maybe it'll be resolved quickly.
Yeah, it was Humanoid, so it was the Fnatic pause coming in. You know, desperate times.
They're fine. It's not desperate at all.
No, true.
They're doing great.
May as well start off with a
Where
bang,
was
though.
this in winter? You know what I mean? They don't need it now. They've done good enough now. It's an interesting game for me because I feel like I'm nervous for Mad Lions based on this game one, what we've seen so far. And while they have traded blow for blow, and they've done a good job of getting resources in the back pocket of Carsey, Wonder's doing quite well. He did get counterpick on top side. It was, you know, he is in a pretty comfortable matchup. But You want a strong point for Mad Lions. Their bot lane fell behind early, and their top lane hasn't done a lot, so we're waiting to see where that strong point is going to be.
The strong point for Mad Lions is fight, die, base, reset, run back out on the map, fight again, non-stop. Get Zaya's like Zaya's ult is quite a long cooldown. You know, if they can force that out, get a kill, trade 1 for 1, the objective's still up, everyone resets round 2. Mad Lions comp loves that because it's just pure pick, single target damage, get 1 kill and then take over vision, right? So it's hard to face check. It's hard to fight them in a ball here if Fnatic are grouped up, but they need to make it such a mess that it's just so chaotic that Fnatic are all over the place.
And as an update, League officials have confirmed audio issues reported by the teams. They're currently investigating. We're going to see what is up. Perhaps he could not hear enough of Candy King Ivern in his ear as he stood next to Razork.
You do need the woo!
Yeah, the woo! You need to be reminded. You need to diffuse the tension with the sultry sounds of the most obnoxious skin ever made next to Lollipoppy.
What did Talia says? Throw another rock.
Throw another rock.
I thought it was Super Galaxy Rumble is the most obnoxious one.
That one's pretty. So it depends. It depends on the client because you would think that, but then if we go when we go to Korea later this year, we'll get the sultry sounds of Lysandra going really loud and Gnar going blah really loud for some reason.
I'm ready. Yeah, it's gonna be
bang. Let's see if they're meta. We'll see. Right
we'll
now.
See.
Gnar looking a bit like Lysandra, not so much, but
we
Lysandra
saw support.
Yeah,
looked spicy for the one game that we did see it.
They're cooking. But yeah, I think we set pretty good expectations to what to expect this game. You know, Mad Lions need to really split them up. Fnatic need to stay together. And that's why I think now in this 11 to 12 minute mark, the map will start to really shake up. And there'll be a lot of fights as Trimby's, I think he's getting the crowd to do some kind of torch waves going on in the stadium.
Trimby waves. And so Montpellier waves.
They wave back.
Oh my god, it's funny because it's a pause, but now it feels like we're at the slow song part of the concert.
We're at Silver Scrapes, we're waiting for game 5.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the slow song, Silver Scrapes, that really slow song.
We're on a different vibe here, but we both got to
imagine
music.
Silver Scrapes like a violin?
A slow, sad Silver Scrapes. Baker's like 55 and has decided finally it's time to retire, so we play the slow, sad version of Silver Scrapes.
His birthday, you know.
Put it all together for him.
MSI Finals.
One final game.
Yeah.
All right, they're testing. We'll keep you posted as we know more. Hopefully we'll be back into games shortly. That's the official testing method. You put it up to your ear.
Yeah. Do I hear sound?
Oh my god, that is some Elyoya fandom. For those who don't know, Elyoya, big selfie enthusiast. Highly recommend that you follow him on social media, like all of our players. And that is a board of a lot of different Elyoya selfies, who is looking fresh today. Some fantastic glasses.
Subscribe to the Instagram.
And again, if you are just joining us, for whatever reason, we are in a pause. It is audio issues, but just a reminder of how we got here. For Mad Lions, it has been a story of success and failure next to each other, seemingly out of nowhere. In both cases, they're a team that has been unpredictable, but has hit high highs and incredibly low lows. For Fnatic, it has been steady progression. They have made countless roster changes this season, but now both these lineups, despite whatever happened in the past, are just 3 wins away from beating G2 in the finals tomorrow.
But I think it has been for Fnatic, like, as we talked about, the fact that we've got to see their mid-jungle looking significantly better. It feels like Humanoid has looked fantastic on things like the Tristana. Not so much in season finals on the Jace, but definitely Summer looked right in the Jace. And it kind of has lent itself then to, hey, we can play off of Humanoid in this mid lane as that big damage dealer. And the Talia should be able to fit that role once more. And I think coming into this then, it's very much on Mad Lions to try and break that. In fact, we've seen Nisqy and Elyoya trying to get down into this bottom side, trying to see if they can crack open what's been a pretty stalwart Fnatic in the early stages. Is really good to see, but we definitely have to see more of it.
See the G2 fans there in the audience. They're not even playing. You know, the guys underneath that flag, they don't even know who's playing. They're just like, the early game starts. Yeah, they're here for G2, so they'll be playing tomorrow, obviously.
And I think... I'm getting ready checks now on stage. Noah the GOAT. And speaking of Noah, this is the thing that I think is interesting, is that Noah at the start of summer looked like a gift sent all the way from South Korea to EMEA. Yeah, to just ruin our 80 carry pool. And it's quieted down a bit, but this game specifically, and how they put him as the primary damage dealer on this Xayah on a composition with so much protection, makes me feel like Fnatic are once again showing us a bit more of what made them so successful at the start of summer.
So, here come the 3v3 contests on mid-wave. Mad Lions still choosing to play the lane states, but Fnatic want to put their bot lane mid to collapse on side. See if they get collapsed on here quick here, because Mad Lions might be in trouble. Carsey wants to push out that wave. Lanterns there.
No flash, pull back to stun, still going to connect from the unraveled earth. He's locked himself up in the box, buying a bit more space. Trimby continuing to step forward. He has no aftershock. He's just going to get absolutely one shot. Noah continuing to throw down the feathers, but can he pull them back in time? The feathers fly. He finds the kill, and the shock drums fade away. Carsey's damage profile absolutely eliminated. Niski on the backside, but that's 3 members of Fnatic. 3 members locked up by the Everfrost, but Wonder not going to have it. The immediate flash into the wall bang to try to lock down Niski. 1 dash, 2 and 3. Another kill following up as Cassante will drop it. Humanoid will remain standing. Fnatic in the fight are monstering the Mad Lions. Carsey got nothing left in the tank. A massive lead for the side of Fnatic as they finally fire back in the fight.
Straight out of the pause, absolute bloodbath. You can see the mid-wave collapse down into the bot side. Fnatic get there first, but Trimby goes way too deep, so it becomes a very competitive back and forth fight. Fnatic split up there. Mad Lions would love that. You know, you had the Poppy and the Ivern onto the Ahri, and then everyone else from Fnatic went towards the bot side of the map, but it's still Fnatic to come out ahead.
And that's the thing, though, when you look at where the TPs were coming in from and where Niski was trying to approach from, it was very split up. But Fnatic just had this death ball that they refused to let go of, and it gave them so much room to operate on it. With Wonder TPing right into the middle, bot lane tower now gone, Wonder going to get another play. That is a massive swing for Fnatic.
Oh, it's only really going to get harder for Mad. They need these fights. They need to reset, come back out on the map, and just go for round 2, because a lot of summoners were used here. Hilly gets caught initially next to Carsey, but the hook goes onto the wall instead of the champion, so Trimby gets locked up and dies. In come the TPs from Wonder, from Chasey, from everybody basically arriving into the fight. But here's where they split up. Wonder and Razork look up and they look at Niski. Noah and Humanoid look down. You know, they look for Chasey, they look for Carsey. So here I was a bit worried for Fnatic, but eventually they managed to pull through.
Yeah, I think, as you say, like the flash forward from Wonder onto Niski completely just takes that out of the equation. And then Humanoid just barely able to get that kill underneath the tower. You can see Carsey was like, I need to get something. I'm doomed. But there was just nothing left.
Here's round 2.
And again, Noah, the powerhouse of the team. He's got 2 items already, and it's 14 minutes. If you do not kill this Xayah is sure as hell going to kill you. But now you're determined to fire back immediately. The Everfrost bomb and the shutdown. Right as I call it, Mad Lions deliver. That is exactly what they needed.
They just need fights, fights, and more fights. You can see Xayah ult on cooldown, an actual window to kill her and actually find some damage down onto the carry of Fnatic. Mad Lions want to get a tower, they want to reset, put more vision down, and then come in for round 3. They need this kind of pace.
And they have the round 3. The bell's already set with this dragon in 30 seconds as well, so Mad can look for that reset, come back out onto the map, and immediately look for it. As you say, yes, you've got Noah's ultimate just now back up and available, but nothing else to keep him safe.
And the way Fnatic's comp is, when do we put on the brakes? You know, they ask themselves, do we fight this dragon? It's just the second dragon of the game, you know? It's our second, it's their first. Do we have to lose the game over it and take these fights without summoners? We'll see their answer very soon, you know, but they need to make sure they don't get lost in this chaos.
Have to be careful. Carsey has the luxury of so much safety in the fight to come. He doesn't have the second completed item yet. Big damage over the wall from Humanoid, slowly chipping away at Elyoya. Fnatic, not a lot of vision control in the pit here. Almost none to speak of. Do they feel comfortable to walk in and contest it? They don't have mid-prio. They're fighting to get bot back, but Mad Lions favored for now. They're going to take this opportunity to recall and reset. The hook from Trimby will not connect, and Niski just poking with the Everfrost.
I mean, the fact that Humanoid got that poke onto Elyoya, though, means he is the back away. 3 members of Mad are in the base, so this is going to be a Fnatic dragon. Humanoid kind of riding and finding that moment to give Fnatic the dragon.
Yeah, I think Mad wanted to hold their vision there and try and force Fnatic to walk into them, but Yoya got really chunked, and then once the Rel's really chunked, that's your main form of engage, so you kind of just have to back away. You can't take fights at a disadvantage, have to give up this dragon. It's going to be a mountain soul, so obviously Mad Lions really need to fight the third. Herald's up in 5. They've got a little bit of topside control. See if they walk towards that objective.
Carsey's picking up BF sword. See what he wants to do in terms of itemization as we get later into the game. Perhaps just forced to be as safe as possible. As the Flash has the luxury of the Lantern in the fight to come, Noah's still going to be Summoner spell-less as they do go for the contest here. Humanoid's ult and Flash just around the corner.
Gold's even though, and Mad have lost 2 Drakes. They need to contest this Herald. They need a fight that just blows the game out of the water and pushes Fnatic back to tier 2 so they can start forcing in their jungle here, Mad Lions, because in a game state like this, you're just going to get choked out.
And they want to try and go for a fight as well. They reset Niski off that bot wave where he could have gone for tower, but now you've got very split up here as Mad Lions.
Managed to get the crab. Elyoya has the overstate, immediately going to be forced to ultimate to get the aftershock down. Unstoppable now is chasing as he tries to retreat. Elyoya cut down before the fight can even really break out. Fantastic pick from Fnatic. They turn their attention right to the Herald.
Mad Lions were completely split up. They were fighting for mid-priority as they were contesting Vision and River as well, and it gave so much opportunity for Fnatic to find that pick. Now get the Herald. These chances that Mad Lions wanted to look for those fights are just fading completely.
Yeah, a bit of a blunder there from Yoya. Niski was running out of base as Mad were trying to force him midway. Gets caught. I think he thought he was fine just getting over the wall there, but he has pulled back. from the hook. Hilly's trying to collapse on top side here. I don't know if
There are
wants this.
3 members here. The root now coming through, the box coming out, but that is not going to be enough. My man wrapped himself up and hand-delivered to the Mad Lions. Razork now going to try to keep it going on the top side of the map. Chasey pushed back. He doesn't even need the team! It's just a 1v1, and the Humanoid comes out on top.
It's just a disaster, and look at the bot lane, we're still going.
Bot lane. Wonder just trying to make sure that Nisqy can get absolutely nothing done. He does have TP, he forces out the ult as well. Fnatic are winning everywhere on the map.
They're answering every single play Mad Lions want to do. They know Mad Lions' Herald setup was a bit sloppy there and they were late, so Fnatic got there, punished them. They knew that Yoya made a mistake in getting chunked out around Dragon, so they forced their way in, took that second objective. Now with that Herald and getting those picks, they can Herald top tier 2. TP coming in.
TP for Mad Lions.
Humanoid on the reset here.
Humanoid, Gale Force now comes out, Cards are going to finish the kill instantly, pushed back, buys a bit more time. Noah versus Nisqy on the top side, Everfrost connects, Charm immediately follow up, good damage thus far. Noah has the ultimate, and the cleanse, trying to walk away. Good damage, Noah should just fall here. That's the shutdown to the side of Mad Lions. A nice call on taking the play against Fnatic there with the flanking ward.
Yeah, good TP, good punish. Fnatic overstaying a bit. Noah could have ulted there, could have cleansed the charm, but he needs to save it. He can't afford to let those summoners be on cooldown for when Baron spawns in a minute 30. If they get caught on mid-wave, the game just swings in Mad Lions' favor. So taking the L there, making sure he dies as quick as possible, doesn't burn anything, he's got everything up for the next one.
And I think it now gives this opportunity to see for Mad Lions to establish vision on this top side. See if now they can look for picks as Fnatic are starting to come back in onto the map. Biggest problem for them though is that like 20-minute Baron, pretty unrealistic for Mad Lions to really contest, so they would look to try and move that vision down onto the bottom side so they can actually try and pick off Fnatic before they start to come in. So quicker resets are on Fnatic as they start to come back out onto the map, so they can actually contest a lot of this mid and bot pressure as they start to look for that next dragon.
Both sides. Pretty quick Barons as well, so have to be careful about overextending on some of these side lanes. We do not have TP up and available. Nisqy does not have his, Chasey has his. Both solo laners for Fnatic have theirs available. Daisy is coming out. Hylissang is one of the problems with Thresh. You have so few disengaged tools. Is able to flash away to safety, but it just instantly gets cut down. Feathers once again fly in the mid lane as Noah will find the kill onto Hilly, and he's hungry for a bit more. The Weaver's Wall now coming out. Humanoid barreling down over the wall, looking for the flick back, trying to find a moment. Will not quite connect on Elyoyo, but in goes Trimby, and down go the Mad Lions. Elyoyo running for his life. That's going to be Baron for Fnatic.
And that's exactly why Noah saved his spells to make sure he can get that pick on the mid-wave around the Baron spawn timer. All of these champions from Fnatic just deny everything Mad Lions want to do. Nisqy can't move in fights. Yoya has to run. The Thresh, as soon as he's in kind of any kind of threat, he just has to run for his life. And now they're maybe looking for a pick here. Ash is spawning in 3, but Chasey wants some vision.
Hook coming through. Chasey's still quite tanky, but damn, not nearly tanky enough. Ignite ticking, Leandri's ticking. Chasey will just be able to live, but the Baron will surely fall. Elyoyo has to find a way into the pit.
He should go to Drake, I think. Just give it.
Chasey does have TP, but as you say, I don't think they really want to fight for it. I think it is just going to be a case of go for Dragon, and that's going to be Baron in game 1 going over to Fnatic. This has been such good control from this the black and orange right now.
Yeah, they've answered Mad Lions at every single play. The Dragon's on up for 10 still though, so as much as Mad have got bot side vision, they're kind of same timer out of base. Look where Fnatic is. 5-man coming down mid tier 2. Nisqy's just pushing out bot. Chasey's about to enter the river. A bit split up here are Mad Lions, so they can't make this kind of single target death brush to force Fnatic into them. But Yoya has the Hex Flash over this wall here. Can maybe look for an engage. Fnatic are just brute forcing their way through.
Carzy, 2 guns, but not super optimal for an extended fight here. We'll see how quickly he can burn through the ammo. Wonder just fearlessly going to start walking up. There is no response to the side of Mad Lions. They're slowly getting run down. The heal now coming from Wonder. Wonder flashing out safety. Oh, yeah, desperate to finish the top laner. Nisqy continuing to follow up. How long on the unravel? A little cooldown. The shielding coming in from Ivern is so hard. And again, Humanoid versus Chasey, and Humanoid keeps coming out on top. The re-engage goes in. Daisy finding the knockup. Noah finding the double, the triple. And now gonna look for the quadra. Humanoid on the chase. Wonder coming in as well. Hand delivered, gift wrapped, an 80 carry kill. Humanoid finds another in the fight.
And Fnatic are able to find their way into River, are able to find their third dragon. And everything that Mad Lions try to do, they try to dive onto Noah. There's no follow-up. They try to get onto Humanoid. He's killing Chasey. Fnatic can do no wrong right now.
And that's exactly what I'm wondering. What happened between Chasey and Humanoid? Because that fight didn't look too bad for Mad Lions. Wunder was extremely low. It looked like Fnatic was slowly retreating, but then the second the Talia killed the Cassante, everyone then turned around for Fnatic, realizing they have this numbers advantage. So take a look at this again, because Yoya's on the flank. You can see Wunder gets chunked out. It's the knockback here that comes through. Chasey ults Humanoid through the wall. So it's a 1v1 on this top side, but Humanoid wins out on this with the E. I think Chasey dashes through it and stuns himself. Q comes through. And now Fnatic realize we have a numbers advantage. Let's go back in. Wunder base and TP in. And Mad Lions just didn't have enough gas in the tank to keep that fight going.
Again, also, Mad Lions starting to separate. You can see that Hilly was trying to play forward to push Fnatic back away from the Dragon Pit, but you can see that the rest of Carzy wanted to start moving up to try and help out Chasey as he went for that 1v1 against Humanoid. And Fnatic and Trimby finding that great moment to look for the re-engage and set up Fnatic for success.
And right now, Mad Lions' front line is just not effective in the way that Fnatic's is. They have so many tools to stop anything from getting done. Humanoid potentially in trouble here, immediately gonna go for the bomb, but just gonna try to one-shot Nisqy. Massive damage, Noah waiting over the wall. Good stun, Charm gonna come out. Charm not gonna connect, that's big. Nisqy burning, ticking away. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, another kill coming through. You said it before, Dagda, but Fnatic can do no wrong. Every single play, Mad Lions are starting. Fnatic is the victor as Wunder keeps the pressure going on the bottom side. 19 seconds left on the Baron. He will break a tier 2. The rest of his team dead set on breaking mid lane. The backs being canceled. Fnatic running a victory lap through Mad Lions base at this very moment.
Their backs aren't being cancelled, their backs are being broken. Fnatic are taking it as they go. The base now gone with this.
Looking for this bot inhibitor as well. Mid's fallen, 10 seconds on Nisqy, 5 on Elyoya. But Fnatic are healthy. This Ivern gives them so much sustain. The Redemption's on cooldown. Just making sure they're alright. The Bloodthirster for the Xayah, full HP. Noah lost his summoners, but still has that ultimate, so another self-deal ready for Fnatic.
Going in. No one committing, but just excellent poke down on Chasey. Nisqy again fishing for the ball, fishing for the ankle, but Wunder stops it with the steadfast presence. Poppy ult coming out. They can knock the Ahri out of the fight and just set their attentions on the rest of the team. Chasey about to get cut down. The feathers pulling back, will not connect. Chasey still holding on to his life. Carzy terrible guns, but is it going to be enough? Charm connecting Chasey, but no! The stopwatch for the Zhonya's buys a brief moment, and he does not need more than a moment because his team is behind him. Fnatic leading up, tearing down Mad Lions in game 1. Their windows of opportunity were brief, they were bright, but they are gone. Fnatic playing for keeps here in game 1. They'll break down the Nexus, set their eyes on the prize, look to take us to a game 2. Mad Lions clearing out Daisy, clearing out minions, and have to hold on to hope, have to adjust their strategy coming into game 2 because game 1 has been all Fnatic since this mid-game. Noah going legendary, dominance from Fnatic in game 1.
Noah, 15, 3, and 10 on his first kind of big stage game here in the LEC. Was kind of curious how he performed, you know, first time on a roadshow like this, but man, he's stepping up already. And I think Fnatic's draft, Fnatic's comp, so well-rounded. So many easy win conditions, so many fallback plans, but Mad Lions were constantly fighting this timer, and it just kept running out.
Man, is there anything more terrifying than seeing Trimby dancing in front of his monitor? Because that's when you know it's about to go wrong for you. He was so good in so many of these fights with getting that turnaround play.
And when you have confidence players on the enemy team and they're confident, yeah, you should be a little bit nervous. But I feel like from the side of Mad Lions, they're going to walk back behind Sage, hopefully recover, be in a good mood coming into game 2. But the corner that they were put in draft made that game incredibly hard. They had to execute so flawlessly to surpass Fnatic. And I think they're going to go back to the drawing board and reevaluate a lot of their game 1 priorities.
I just think the mid pool was pinched too much. Rel first pick into Ivern, fantastic. Let's get K'Sante blind. Top lane should be all right, you know, we'll go even there. Ahri, you know, into the Taliyah, not a best matchup. Poppy, Ahri, Taliyah, this dynamic is horrible for her. And then you're playing double AP mid jungle with a lot of setup, very low damage, and unreliable forms of engage and follow-up in the sense that you have a Thresh as well. You know, you don't have Alistar Rel, you know, you have Thresh Rel with an Ahri charm. You know, it just makes it a bit difficult, and not that it's overcomplicated, but I think there's ways that it just becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see it in the fights, right? It was like, hey, Elyoya gets on towards Noah. Noah's still 3/4 HP by the time everything's been thrown at him. You're looking at what could Nisqy really do in those. It wasn't really there. So I think, as you say, trying to go back a bit towards the drawing board and go, hey, look, maybe we can get higher damage coming through from mid-jungle. But also I think trying to settle into the bot lane a little bit better as well. Like Hilly getting caught out early on those resets. Some of the position that we had from Hilly as well coming in towards objective setups meant that he was getting caught out on the Thresh. So I think there's definitely cleaner aspects that we can get from Mad Lions, but nothing that they can't clean up coming into game number 2.
And we're just going to have to see how they adjust their draft, how they adjust their in-game play, because right now Fnatic have to be feeling pretty good after that game 1. For more on game 1, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to give some credit here to Ender to my left because he ran out of time, but he actually had a point prepared in defense of Noah before we even saw this first game because it was so Carzy loaded, right? So I'm going to let you do it now that you have this game to back you up as well.
I'm a Noah believer, okay? Like from when this guy joined the league at the start of summer, like everyone was just kind of blown away with him, I feel like. Really strong in the lane, mechanically gifted, all those good things. But specifically, what I see in him is his ability to know when he can just play completely unhinged. You'll see that moment in a team fight, right? Where he's playing backline, backline, backline. Each piece of engage util that could threaten him or dive that could threaten him is down, and then he goes full on in. It's unreal. You saw that kind of him like chasing down Hylissang, sort of knowing the exact limits he could push into 4 people. He was frontlining on the Xayah, but it just worked so well.
So coming into this series, that bot lane from Fnatic had 6 2v2 kills. They got their 7th.
In season finals, right?
In season finals. Just in the 4 weeks that we've been playing this tournament. This was their 7th. It feels like that the confidence from this bot lane is just erupting right now. And that's what we saw a lot of the early action, right? It all stemmed around this bot side of the map, Yamato.
I think also it's just crucially when I think of where Noah performed the best is of course the Xayah. When Aphelios was at the strongest. The fact that Fnatic got into 4-5. They went through 4-5 bans, 5 bans from the opposition, and Xayah was picked on 4th. That is something that needs to be re-strategized because that's also something that Carzy prioritizes. The fact that we were playing Aphelios Thresh blind, you know, comes with a lot of risk. If you play with any sense of imprecision and you fall behind in such a matchup, you're going to have a very, very tough game to bounce back in.
And respect, well, Noah's one cleaning up all the kills. Trimby's hooks were absolutely fantastic. It was the first 2v2 kill they got where he lands that on Hylissang when he sees Carzy reset. Then here, of course, Noah's just going absolutely ballistic. This is what I was talking about when he was in the middle of 3 different players. Just unreal. But throughout it all, Trimby was moving into the river and finding these max range hooks, whether it was a flash or without the flash. He was the one initiating and finding those fights. And once you land a Nautilus hook with this comp, you have Ivern Q, you have Talia W, you have Feathers from the Xayah. Any player that you hook can't move. That's a perfect pick.
It's crazy how much of a brawl this game actually was. This is not what I was expecting in game 1. But these players hit onto the rift and it was just action, action, action. 2v2s in the bot lane, skirmishes around the river. So much was happening in the bot side. That poor Chasey, man. Humanoid killed him like 2-3 times every time he tried to get onto the back line. Chasey did not have the best start to this series, but the casters are talking about it. Expectations are that Mad Lions will brush this one off, bounce back, and I imagine to see something very different in game.
Yeah, sure, but we got loads of time to still talk about this one.
Yeah,
so you already gave us the yes, they will brush it off, and we will see something analyst take whatever. Talk some more about it.
I'll give you a small little thing, because this wasn't a big problem in this game, but in terms of the shrugging off, I'm concerned about Mad Lions if on the top side of the map they choose to go just like tank versus tank and just play weak side, because what we saw in this game was a moment where Mad Lions, or I think it was Mad Lions reset and played top side with their bot lane, right? Both top laners in 1v2, 1v3 situations. Wonder backs all the way up from the tower, survives, doesn't get dove. Chasey, on the other hand, isn't aware that dive can be coming in, and he's trying to farm underneath the tower. He ends up falling, and then Fnatic have all the tempo in the world. I think they were the first ones to reset and then get straight back into the bot lane for a dragon and another fight.
In my mind, when I was thinking about the champions that will be the most prioritized by both teams, both in the ban phase and also in terms of what they're going to be picked, then in my mind, I would actually think about the 4 first champions that Fnatic actually locked in. Ivan, very dominant jungler, something that Mad Lions also picked. Poppy, something that's been banned so much against Fnatic, less so when, of course, Wunder was in the picture because they didn't assume that he would be willing to play it, but here he is playing it. Also, something that was always cursed for us when I was working with Humanoid, when we were playing Talia, he was always good at it, but we just couldn't win. We just couldn't win on this champion. So he's broken that curse after a fantastic performance. Talia is also one of those champions that Mad Lions heavily prioritize. The fact that they have Ahri as the answer into Talia and drop AD carry into 4-5 rather than locking it there is kind of showcasing a lot of issues with this draft because they need to restructure their bans because in theory, sure, the Tristana ban is cool, but the Maokai Renekton don't really do anything when all of these OP champions are in the picture.
Yamato, while we were watching this draft, questions I love asking you is like, you've coached most of these players before, and one of the things we were talking about was, so this Thresh has come through for Hilly, and you said he's feeling confident, he's feeling happy. What do you think now after a game like this? He gets 8 deaths, he's getting caught out a bunch. What's your conversation with Hilly?
I think the main concern that Thresh had, he had in this matchup, I think that he wanted to invite the melee answer into the Thresh. I think when Hilly thinks of Trimby, he thinks that he's better on the ranged champion, so he doesn't want to expose himself in a situation where he's going to be weak into them. I think Hilly as a player excels when he has a winning lane matchup, and I think this was the only way they felt like they could have pieced together something that is winning. And in the end, they picked something that is so greedy, and they couldn't find the timing together with Rel, because Rel can't pressure Ivan. When you pick Aphelios Thresh, you need a jungler that can invade on level 3 and then look to threat and dive, so Aphelios can rotate guns and keep pressuring and harassing under the turret, but that just didn't happen.
Yeah, and you saw they kind of tried to do it at moments, right? Like early on into the game, they run into mid lane where, Niski goes for the flash charm, doesn't quite connect, they're looking top lane, all these sorts of things. But I felt like it was a little bit disconnected the further we got into the game, where it was Hilly a little bit more on his own that ended up getting picked off by Trimby's Nautilus. At the same time, however, we saw like that one fight where Hylissang gets hooked by the Nautilus and then still sees an angle where he can flash into the enemy AD carry, land the flay, the hook, everything, and it turns into a winning
I guess
fight.
he was like, again? Okay, never mind. I'm going in. But I think it's also to Trimby's credit, right?
I think this is the one.
Oh, this is it. Here we go.
Only one way for Hilly, huh? Forward.
Yeah.
It turns into a winning fight for them because Elyoya is able to get there in time to follow on through. But I think this is what I was seeing was Elyoya wasn't immediately next to Hilly in a lot of those moments, and like there weren't damage dealers next to him, even if he was.
And I think, when we talk about this draft going forward as well, I think it's credit that has to be given to Trimby, because he said it himself also on PGL and in multiple interviews. He's like, yes, I know that I'm being boxed in as being a certain type player and that I prefer to Lux and whatever even, but I will do whatever I need to do to win these games with my team, and I think you're seeing that.
No, for sure. You see in the role of the replay cam, he's feeling himself. He's playing with the crowd. I think that just showcases the level of confidence that is definitely there. I think that in terms of a start, you couldn't have hoped for something better for Fnatic.
I think back to last year, and we listened to the voice comms when he was a part of that rogue squad. He was just egging his team on. He was getting the crowd to cheer behind him. When he's in the zone, it really does feel like he's in the zone. And again, we talked about it at the start of this, but I have to go back to it. So much of this game was driven by the bot lane, and then Razork saw an opportunity, and just the timing of those ganks was always, every time the wave was pushed in, the bot lane was a little overextended, they saw an opportunity. They kept forcing fights around this 3-0, 4-0 Xayah very early on into the game. Fnatic, so even though it was a chaotic game, they seem to have a very clear game plan that they executed very well, and I was kind of surprised to see that level of play from them in game 1.
I will say there was also one piece of information. This sort of gets lost in the chaos of the game, but around level 4, I think, after both junglers are done with their full clears, Elyoya was trying to walk behind his bot lane that had a very large wave stacking up and help them guide into tower, and he stepped 1 pixel too far forward, gets seen by the enemy minions. That vision allows Razork to take double crabs, put down a control ward inside Elyoya's jungle that I think lasted a very long time. And that sort of revealed Elyoya's pathing for a long part of the game, gave Razork a slight edge, and then allowed him to track and find those windows.
I just wanted to share an anecdote that I have with Humanoid. Humanoid has been a player that he has always been waiting to play in front of a crowd. The era of Humanoid's dominance was during the time where we had the Worlds in Iceland, less of the crowds, and this was always something that bothered Humanoid so much. He always wanted to play in front of the big crowd, and for him, this Talia performance, this was S++. He was so perfect. They tried to gank him, they tried to kill him, and nothing happened, and he put out the damage too. This was a monster performance.
Yeah, it was crazy. And, the added context, if we love the story, up first is the Mad Lions, because I think there's a lot of talks about when the Mad Lions were most successful, how much also was because of Humanoid. They've spoken to that. Of course, they've been very successful in their own right now as well, but you do see it shining through, even with him now on Fnatic, and now Veri. Let's spare a couple of words for the series as we go forward, and I'll give the word to you, Mad Lions. They have selected blue side. They're staying on that side. Tell me what the most important things here are that they have to fix. Shot call right now.
Well, I think they just need more options in the draft.
Okay.
We were kind of sitting down and we had this casual conversation whenever the draft ends is, what do you guys think? Who do you think is winning? And we all were just kind of aligned. Fnatic just have more options. They can play through mid, they can play through bot, they can bring their mid into bot, they can just have their bot lane win out 2v2, whereas we were looking for ways in which Mad had choices, and it felt like that unless they got Hilly off the map, they had Elyoya syncing up with Hilly, playing through mid, looking for a pick, and then roaming, it was too hard for them to really get anything going. They ended up falling into all of these fights, which just didn't work in their favor. So I just want to see them play an easier draft, give themselves a couple more options, maybe higher priority on this Xayah pick for sure.
No, for sure. I'm in agreement there. I think just the first 4 champions the Fnatic picked are just like Exodia right now in the meta. I think prioritizing Ivern, I think Rel becomes a lot weaker when Poppy's in the picture. Removing Renekton also elevates Poppy. I think all of these things, I think their bans hurt them more than anything. We've seen the Jace Prior go down, so they don't need to be afraid of the Jace Maokai combination, because I think Mad Lions is very good at playing against those like compositions that poke. I think in the grand scheme of things, I think the most important thing is that they need to have a higher priority on the AD carry pick. They can't let Noah get Xayah in the 4-5, and I want them to see them actually first pick the Ivern if it comes down to it, because the Rel when Poppy's in the picture is just not that great.
It isn't. We will have a little bit more time to talk about this when we come back, but Fnatic takes the first step towards the grand final tomorrow, and we'll be right back with Game 2 after this.
Hello there, everybody. Hear me loud and clear. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. No, are you good? Yes. Let's go.
Trying to walk this away. Trimby, how much time left on the hook? Titan Frag now pulling him back into the tower. Does he have the play as well? Trimby could be in trouble. One more auto, and it's a 1-for-1. Hillisink salvaging. Still doing decent damage in the ult over the wall, but in comes Humanoid on the wall. What can he get done? Now firing back. Noah remaining untouched on the backside. Niski not able to complete the play. The shielding coming in from Ivern is so hard, and again, Humanoid versus JC, and Humanoid keeps coming out on top. The re-engage goes in. Daisy finding the knockup. Noah finding the double, the triple, and now gonna look for the quadrant.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh, Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, no?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
He's trying to do it, but meanwhile they're in the base. Yellow Star's trying to defend them in the base. Techi's trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one?
A new era of European League of Legends.
Qué alegría más grande. Tu alma brisa y me hace cantar.
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on display. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
I think maybe it's a bit ego, but I think I showed already how good I am, and I just need to prove people that I can be consistent at it. Like I think everyone that watched my career know that I can easily carry a game from my position, and I'm really aggressive jungler. But the thing that I've been working this past year is to be more consistent at it and don't do crazy stuff sometimes, because it's fine to be crazy and look for weird plays sometimes, but if you do it all the time, it's not good. So I just want to find consistency and balance in my gameplay, and I feel like this year, considering all the circumstances that I went through, I achieved that so far, and I'm looking forward to keep getting better at it.
Razork striving to find consistency, certainly had a stellar performance in Game 1 all the way from his days at Misfits, where he had those incredible explosive performances, those high highs he talked about, now trying to transition those into a finals appearance. Fnatic currently 1 game up over the Mad Lions. And a lot of that game, while Fnatic certainly executed well, Yamato highlighting Humanoid on the desk, a lot of that game felt like a bit of a draft diffy.
Yeah, it was a bit iffy as we came into this. I mean, I want to say Mad Lions were coming in swinging, but it just wasn't really working out, right? You got the Rel, but after that, it kind of just fell apart, where the Ahri just wasn't able to do too much. The Poppy pick, as we highlighted, was a great answer from Wunder, but it didn't really matter as you started to drop down into, like, hey, we're going to be able to get Nautilus into Thresh. It just felt like you're scraping the bottom of the barrel for a lot of this for Mad Lions. So I'm curious to see now, coming into this, how they are going to try and mix it up, and maybe if their priority even changes.
Yeah, I think they have 2 options. Option number 1 is change the mid pick. Rel Cassante, sure, let's fix a different mid laner up to make sure we can actually start contesting and have some form of like damage in the mid jungle with Rel and set up to move the sides. Option 2 is throw the Rel out of the window. Play for Ivern. Maybe Ivern is your defining pick of this series. Start playing towards that direction. Maybe some kind of bruiser-ish top that can facilitate the Ivern. An early blind pick Nautilus with a brown band, something like that. I know you need a melee support, take away the Ivern, or change the mid pick. I think it's our 2 options.
I think it is a bit awkward though, because again, we haven't really seen Nisqy go for things like the Tristan and the Jace and that kind of stuff. So I definitely think that's where we're going to have to see if he's going to try and bring it out. If you end up going for an Ivern, I know like things like the Maokai or at least the AP junglers, a lot of them were banned away, but I am curious to see exactly what the game plan is going to be, because I think you need to mix it up somehow. I just don't know if it's going to be a comfort style for Mad if they do.
I wouldn't even mind a Nautilus ban here from Mad Lions on the 1-2-3.
Just to eliminate potential comfort for Trimby, as well as just a safe blind pick, always going to be an option. And bot lane, a lane we talked about attacking, given how good Carzzy has been in recent weeks. That said, Noah, stellar performance in Game 1. We'll see if he can replicate it here as we come to Game 2 this time around. Mad Lions remaining on the blue side.
Yeah,
their choice of side selection.
Similar bans coming in. The Rel's open. We might see a Renekton last ban from Mad Lions to cover off the Sejuani Renekton, but then Ivern is still Fnatic's bread and butter. Do you first pick that away? Rel's still open. They're going to take away the Rel here, Fnatic, so they're actually the first ones to change something up.
It's a bit odd. Usually in best of 5 pick ban philosophy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If someone wants to run it back on a game where you dominated, you know, why not just run it back?
If you ban Rel, don't you have to ban Ivern as well?
Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of getting a bit confused. And then even you just give the opportunities for Mad Lions to take away the Talia.
Are they,
so well
unless
Jace AP jungler.
They're playing AP jungler into Ivern.
100%.
So Fnatic are setting up a trap here. No, they ban both. Well, I don't get that. So now Sejuani is like super high prio, but maybe they want to play into Sejuani. Maybe they want to play some kind of Talia here on 1-2. But they're going to take away the Jace here, Mad Lions. So they've committed to Rel Ivern bans. Let's see what their plan is.
Is it Chasey Jace or Nisqy Jace, though?
That's what I'm curious about, if it'll actually go top, or if they'll even lock it in. I mean, perfectly honest, it could just go towards this Sejuani, but actually it's going to be immediately taking them to that top side. I think Talia still a decent response here if you want to try and go across for Fnatic. And then I am questioning, because we've already seen Razork go towards things like Karthus, these kind of picks in the jungle, so maybe it is Fnatic flexing their muscles again, kind of showing, hey, we played through Noah in the last one, we've already played through Razork, we can play multiple different styles, we're just going to throw a different one at you.
And I think if you're Mad Lions, like many of us, your read coming into this week was that it was all about mid-jungle for Fnatic, but showing that Noah is also a force to be reckoned with this weekend is concerning when it comes to drafting. Now, immediate Talia lock-in is a flex until we see a jungler.
I like this Talia 1-2. There's Maokai, Rel, Ivern bans. Mad Lions are probably going to pick Sejuani, unless they pivot to like a Karthus of their own, which would surprise me with Jace.
Not the most ideal.
Yeah, they can pick AD here if they want Fnatic. They can pick Xayah. They can pick the Nautilus blind. They can keep this Talia flex mid jungle. They can pick top on 3. Like, I don't know, Mad Lions. I would love to see some kind of AP jungler here. Karthus blind, you know, something crazy. Maybe there's full team fight prowess if you really want to go Sejuani. Renekton's down, I don't know, it becomes complicated. Are they really going to go Sejuani Cassante? It just doesn't sound like it's going to win you the game.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. Braum is a decent response into the Nautilus, but again, you've already kind of got so much flexibility on Fnatic's side, and it comes a little bit awkward.
I mean, Braum Sejuani is the easy option into Nautilus, right? But we need to see where the spice comes in for Mad Lions' draft. If it isn't here and it is Sejuani, they're going to need something on the 4-5 to really round this out properly.
Twisted Fate for Nisqy, a throwback, but utility is what we talk about when we talk about Nisqy as a player.
You can't blind Jace, can you? You can't blind Jace top. Wonder will just slam in a Malphite or something, you know, he really doesn't care, and then all of a sudden it's about bot lane with a Jace and you just lose team fights. So again here, they can just pick whatever they want. They can pick AD, they can pick Xayah Nautilus, they can play Kalista Nautilus. They can pick Trundle if they want. They could pick up, they have so many options, it's crazy. They can pick Azir, you can play, Azir.
Well, double AP, maybe not ideal, but as you highlighted, a ton of options. Double AP will be the choice, again, against Sejuani, who's going to build so much MR. If you fall behind early, this can be a bit concerning. Hard to shred through that tank line, but Fnatic's team fighting power with double AP control mages as a backline is going to be a force to be reckoned with if we go late enough.
Yeah, I'm looking at Wunder's match history here. It's literally just Renekton Poppy every single game.
All right, throwback, 2016, Wunder, 1-3-1 splice, because they could only play 1-3-1. He played Taliyah top lane. I don't ever think it will be coming out ever again because it was bad, but I'm just saying, it would be a throwback.
I am cooking a little bit. But wasn't Taliyah support like a decent answer to Braum years ago? Where you like toss her into the bot lane, every time he tries to jump around.
Are you telling me they're going to go like Nautilus jungle?
Nautilus jungle.
Taliyah, I think that's
but
the
maybe
fire,
I'm looking a
the
bit
kitchen's
too
on
much.
fire then. Bro, I'm dizzy as hell if that's cooking.
My man's like light up the grill, and Dagged over here brought the bonfire.
Mate,
you know what I mean?
look, I'm coming across from the LPL. I've got to go like 7 different directions before I figure out
That's
where
a
we're going.
well-done steak that you were cooking right there, Dagged. Or maybe the Fnatic's cooking. We'll find out if the prediction comes true for now. Cassante, again, trying to take some of these blind picks away from Wunder. Tricky because they're on red side Fnatic, so they will have the luxury of counterpick no matter what you do. But Ezreal will now be taken off the board as well.
Yeah, and now it's just a case of Fnatic finding AD in their comp and Mad Lions finding a bit more AP. You know, it sounds a bit silly, but things like Gwen and Kennen are good, so blinding Sion becomes very difficult, but Poppy feels like a really easy pick here for Fnatic. But then if you play up against, you know, something like the Gwen, isn't that a bit tricky? You know, GP then could come out. Like, this draft could go in a couple different directions.
Yeah, I'm curious as well, like if you just want to try and go for a poke for Mad Lions as well.
Rumble.
Where you end up going towards,
Rumble's open.
Where you can go towards, as you say, Rumble, you can even go towards like the Kaiser or something along those lines as well. Not great into the Xayah. Xayah definitely has a winning matchup there, but you can just play for that AP poke coming through from the Jace, and you've got a decent front line as well. And right now, yes, you've got Nautilus, but not the best of engages on Fnatic's side, so I'm curious if that is going to be the pivot that they have.
And I'm curious to see now that Mad Lions have the luxury of perfect information. There's no way. What are they going to do? And they want a powerhouse bottom lane. Varus Braum is going to be tough for a Nautilus Xayah to deal with without jungle intervention. You know, just the Braum Unbreakable does so much to mitigate any of Xayah's potential damage threat.
And you can still go for poke here as well with the Varus, right? And you still get to play at range. So I think for Mad Lions, they're like, look, realistically, apart from Nautilus, we're going to be in a good spot. So I'm curious now what they want to take for Chasey. But yeah, there's the Rumble. So a lot of poke coming through from Mad Lions. And Fnatic now, I honestly think, Wonder, what do you try and pick? It has to be like an Ornn or something along those lines.
Ornn is banned.
They've
thought ahead.
They kind of need an AD set up top. Renekton's down. Sion, GP, like I said, GP could come out, but I think Camille is maybe your best bet here. But I mean, Merc Shred's values through the roof. I kind of like Camille here for Fnatic. Maybe it's your best option, but you don't have any frontline then. But picking Sion in this draft just really stings.
Sion in this draft is coming out, and it certainly does sting. Again, all your AD damage has to come from Noah now. Wunder's going to try to weather the storm against a Rumble on the top side of the map, and while front to back, Fnatic's composition looks terrifying. The range that Mad Lions have with the accelerated shock blast, with the Varus poke, if he does opt to go lethality, is going to be brutal.
I mean, just look at it on isolation. Top lane, they should have top push. Bot side, Varus, Braum, Sejuani into Nautilus, unplayable. 3v3s in their favor. Mid lane, well, if Jace has both side pushes and Taliyah's trying to farm and be kind of sufficient, Jace will get mid push. There's a very likely thing here where all neutral objectives are impossible for Fnatic to contest. They need 3 items on both carries. They need to find a front to back. They're down 5k gold. and they lose a Baron, like it's really hard to face check. Like this could go really wrong for Fnatic if Mad Lions snowball well.
And that's what I was going to say, like if you end up getting to a position where you're like, oh, we stalled for 3 items, we've given up all of our outer turrets, it's like, how the hell do you try and contest anything? You've got so much poke, range, everything that's going to be going in favor of Mad.
Yeah, Mad need to make sure they don't drop the ball though. If they get caught with their pants down around Baron, they get aced and lose that objective, game's over. Like that, you're not coming back from that. So they need to keep this lead. They have so many more tools this time around. Very early game centric, very mid game centric, but they have more damage, more setup, more CC, more poke, more threat in face checks.
We're in a very similar situation to game 1, just the stakes have shifted. I feel like Mad Lions have overall the much more stable composition, even if it is the comp that wants to get ahead. Fnatic on the opposite side need to weather the storm, but this time around, not nearly as many good tools. Poppy, Talia, Ivern has 3, felt unstoppable. Now that's been denied, now it's been split up. And remember, they banned those champions. We'll see if it works out for Fnatic as we get into game 2. Hitting the rift now. Mad Lions, how will they recover from the game 1? That was the question coming in. The draft certainly has recovered. Farsi did not just finish a Bloodthirster, don't believe your eyes. Just some oopsies there on the technical side. This is going to be a difficult game for Fnatic to navigate. Again, Cado, you highlighted it already. Merc Treads, insane buy. My God, the freest buy I have ever seen in my entire life. So much value. Yeah. Just stopping all of what Fnatic wants to do.
It's a really awkward draft for Man, because like Merc Treads, wow, amazing value. But then 2 lethality poke champions. Play the Steel Caps are juicy, but you need to go Merc Treads. So the poke's really going to sting itemization-wise, especially for things like, you know, the Scion. He's going to build MR. The Talia can go towards Merc Treads. But yeah, this lethality poke is going to be dangerous until they get a few items here, Fnatic. So definitely expecting a lot of lanes to get pushed in. A lot of Razork juggling side lanes to make sure that they don't get dove. And a lot of Elyoya. Eyes are on him. How much can he make happen in this early game? He's got a lot to play for. Winning 3v3 bot side, top push for early dives, mid push into side. Like, he has a lot of things he can do here.
It just feels so awkward for Fnatic to try and play this. I mean, even if Razork ends up finding Elyoya, as you say, you've got so much control over your lanes. He's pretty much going to have someone to match him at every point in time. You've got good push on pretty much every corner of the map. So I think this is the game where if Mad Lions are going to take one back, I mean, this is the one where you've got such good control to do it.
See already, Mad Lions not going to concede level 2. Halo Blades Varus, an incredibly frustrating champion to lane against is Niski. Jace with 2 skills at level 1.
He walks away from the soldier. You see that? Backsteps, gets an auto attack, dodges the soldier with phase rush, and Humanoid doesn't have a second to put up. So actually, nice trade for him. He has Doran shield too, so just makes that regen a little bit nicer. And yeah, I think you can see it here on the minimap. All these 3 lanes will start to push in.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is for trying to push Humanoid out of lane. So then, as you say, you got control, you got biscuits there for the Jace. And I feel like for a lot of this, it's going to be maybe even looking to see if they can go for some sort of invade off the push here for Karzi and Hylissang. You can see with the 3 camp start, it's more than likely going to be a contest for the blue buff.
Yeah, could be. But Niski actually struggling a bit. Hasn't popped the potion yet. Can do it now if he wants. But Yoya's going to walk in. 3 camps into bot side. Knows Razork started top side with that ward onto Raptors. Force him off his blue. Try and split the map. He'll go for Wolves here right now, Razork, so he'll be +1 camp, but Elyoya wants the force. He needs to call Hylissang though. Should win out, no phase rush on the Talia, so he should be able to chase him down with a phase rush of his own. But he has no vision now, he's going to probably walk around and try and smite the way.
All spells on cooldown. Long cooldowns at those early levels for the Talia. Should just be able to walk in here. 1,000 health left on the blue buff. Smite up for Razork, smite up for Elyoya, but it doesn't look like he wants to contest. Continuing to walk forward though, a bit risky. Elyoya will smite that one away. Bot prio for Fnatic paying off, or for Mad rather, paying off.
And not having blue for Razork is a pain. I mean, you really want to have that to try and clear out your camps as quickly as possible, but not going to have that opportunity now. He will. I was going to say probably take the Robin reset, but Humanoid's in trouble.
Walking him down, has the luxury of phase rush, go for the stun, immediately follow up with the Arctic Assault if he wants to, but knows that Niski cannot support, does not want to risk any kind of dive.
Yeah, I think Humanoid wants the base and TP anyway, so the downside here is Razork gets Grom. You know, Yoya could have stayed. Now they're realizing, oh, maybe we can walk back in here and take the 3v3, which they should win. So Tribute needs to be careful. He's not level 3.
Hook connecting onto the Braum. The immediate flick back. Unbreakable. Not quite coming out yet. Hylissang just dies! Wow. Rogue Flare from Trimby on the first blood, and he flashes away at the last possible second, just barely holding on there. Mad Lions have to be kicking themselves.
Trimby's just playing so forward and so aggressive. This is a 3v3 that is so Sejuani Brown Barras favored, but I don't think they got the Brown passive off, so Trimby didn't get chain CC'd. You go for a recall on the zombie ward there is going to clear it out, but yeah, great from Fnatic. You know, this is a situation where you need to go even, but now they're ahead.
Gonna give it a lot of control as well. Back over to Razork, who picked up that kill. First strike goat as well, making things a little bit easier for him when he gets into 2v2s. But again, I don't think you're out of the woods just yet.
Oh, got the crab.
Not gonna be able to steal that one away.
Razork, he gets Grom, he gets his crab, he gets a first blood. He's getting away with so many things that he should be down 200-300 gold right now in terms of camps to Elyoya, but it's actually the flip side. He's even in levels and ahead.
You know what? Not gonna get connected there. There's bite, so we'll be able to stay in the lane. Wave pushing out, though. He's going to need the support to come back. Trimby will be there in time, but blinking health bar, relatively low mana is going to make navigating this lane a bit tricky. An opportunity for Mad Lions to reclaim some of the deficit they found themselves in earlier.
Yeah, I think Mad can look for an all-in on Trimby if they have vision as to where Razork is. This wave will never really crash. Noah's going to have to take a bad base. Constant top push for Mad Lions. And yeah, my eyes are just on mid-bot as to what they can pull off. I feel like top will be playing in isolation, but as I say that, I could look for a dive. You know, Chasey's not close to 6, but he's getting a hell of a lot of damage onto Wunder.
Turn to the top side from Elyoya. We saw a ton in spring when they were winning a lot of games. Wunder now going to try to survive here. Will be able to go zombie mode to delete the wave, but doing his best to hold on. Stun will come through, deny any potential response. Flash for flash trade on the top side, but Wunder loses his life.
Yeah, he still gets a lot of this wave though, and will be able to TP back up. So although the kill does go across, he gets both flashes out, so he got a good chunk of it, but still, nice kill going across. Would have been nice if it went to Chasey though.
Yeah, the gold is even top, and Wunder, good def. He's fine in gold. The Sejuani gets a kill for what? For more tankiness. You know, Fnatic can crash a bot wave and get a dragon off that in a 3v3 losing bot scenario. That's insane. So you can see Elyoya realizes, well, this top gank worked, but I need to get to this dragon quick. So Fnatic, if they can get this and get out, amazing. They might get caught though.
Playing with fire, Unbreakable going to fade away in just a second here. The follow-up damage now coming through as Noah finally pulls the feathers back, but isn't quite able to connect. Cars needs to be careful, needs to start backing up here. Health bar getting lower and lower. Feathers now laid down, but Humanoid over the wall, looking for the push, the flash out from Carzy with the hook from Trimby. This man on fire on land, but now getting knocked back. Coming through, Razork trying to hold on desperately. The stun now going to come in from Elyoya, but he doesn't quite have the range.
Fnatic had the mid priority with Humanoid there, so they thought, hey, look, we can group up quickly and make this happen, but Mad Lions played right on the range, making sure that they could actually hold out as Trimby X-flashes over the wall, but it was about trying to buy time as Niski could get across, and Mad Lions just about managed to buy enough space.
Yeah, so Fnatic start Dragon when Elyoya shows top, but he smartly instantly bases and runs down. Fnatic think they can finish in the window where Elyoya's coming out of base, but then they realize they have to stand and fight. You know, tempo is so important. They've invested a turn to get this Dragon, and if they just drop it here and Mad Lions say thanks for the leash, it's over, right? The early games collapse, both sides are losing, so they stand their ground, they take a fight, they have one piece of resource, it's Humanoid's mid-push. But his play was obvious. When he gets cancelled on the dash, he just flash ults, and that's quite easy to react to. So you can see here, the Brown blocks a lot of the damage. Fnatic can group up, but in these early stages with Azir and Xayah, they're not that strong. Sejuani Brown, the Jace on a flank, even though he's level 5, but watch this. Elyoya stops Humanoid, and now this flash ult. It's kind of easy to react to. You know, you're not really preemptively flashing a flash or anything, but that hook hits from Trimby, which actually saves the play.
Overall, that's really the redeeming factor of that play was the hook. Hylissang able to walk away despite taking so much unprot damage. That's part of the reason why we've seen Braum utilized so heavily in the LEC season finals.
Well, I mean, you're going to be happy with that as Mad. 2 kills now across to Niski. That's going to give so much towards that chase. And then get control over mid. He can start to play off of that. Look for Rift Tower that's going to be up soon.
And as we jump into game now, pause has been resolved. Reminding you that Mad Lions really start to take over when this poke comes online. You know, 1 item, 2 items, these champions are going to feel so oppressive. Fnatic's ability to stay in this game hinges on their ability to sit under a tower and farm, and that option gets worse and worse the more poke is coming through.
I also think you're kind of seeing the problem with the 4 stack for Fnatic on that bottom side. It's like, hey, look, Trimby's hooks, don't get me wrong, we're fantastic. But if they don't land, it is a case of, all right, well, Humanoid has to send himself all the way into that backline to try and follow up on the play. Have someone that can actually get onto Carzy and Niski, and you just don't really have that right now, and I think that's where Mad Lions are going to be able to continuously buy that space for their poke and make it really difficult for Fnatic to try and contest it.
And I think even if the hooks do land, there's a very high chance Trimby just dies instantly. You know, you're going into so much of a brick wall of Mad Lions, and Yeah, their comp's going to be strong for the next 20 minutes. They're going to be really, really powerful and only get stronger. 3-4 item lethality, then they'll start to fall off a little bit. But yeah, Fnatic need time.
The worst thing is it's going to be Duskblade. So it's like when you go in, they kill Trimby, they're like, la 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 la, we're out of here. It's
Yeah,
like we got nothing to do.
Brief moment to just hate Duskblade. As an ARAM enthusiast, I hate that item. Passive is so damn strong. Chasey overstaying a welcome on top side though. Again, chain CC layering coming in from Fnatic, flawless. Knock up through on the decimating smash, trying to body block to make sure that Chasey can't get the angle to flash over the wall.
It's a questionable play coming out of the Mad Lions top laner. I think he had a ward and he wants to ward Krugs, but he doesn't have any vision to begin with, so he's kind of walking in blind. Enemy jungler's top side, free kill over to Fnatic, a push out top. Wunder's recovered really easily now. Mid gank from Elyoya.
Nice angle, nice setup. Niski immediately gonna go in, push back, he's ticking! The shield, barely.
The shock blast got eaten by the minions as well. So Niski's upfront damage wasn't there, so as he went melee, just didn't quite have enough damage to follow that one up.
20 HP, can't get it done. Unbreakable coming out, one target marked. Bar Assault coming in as well. Good damage down onto Trimby. Mad Lions have control of bottom lane, but aren't going to be able to get a kill off of it.
These lanes are tough. They're really tough for Fnatic. Mad Lions doing good to snowball. Yoya, good mid gank. Almost got the kill in. On theory, that should have been a kill. Razork has Leandries though. 8-9 minutes into the game.
Razork coming down. Hylissang, once the Unbreakable falls away, he's going to be able to do so much damage to this Brawn. The Feathers now get pulled back. Oh my god! What a combo on the bottom side. Support traded for the entire bot lane as Fnatic again make it work. It's a double for Razork.
But this is not the story that was supposed to be told. It was supposed to be Mad Lions having control of the jungle, Mad Lions having control of our bot lane. But off of these early plays, Razork is huge, and now he's only picking up 4 on that bottom side.
He's finding so many small windows. The Gromp, the Crab, these kills, this bot push when Elyoya's on Herald, Mad Lions disrespecting, Chasey getting punished on that top side. He's just punishing mistakes and finding magic around the map that shouldn't really be there in theory. In theory, Mad Lions should just be running away with this early game with these pushing lanes. With so much mid push as well, stronger mid jungle, you know, when Niski comes back out and Humanoid having no flash. But yeah, it's just these windows, couple seconds of a play, he finds it.
And ultimately, Elyoya, much faster early game overall. Trimby gonna try to hook out to safety, should be the stun. The chain CC follow up here with the concussive blows means it needs these support kills. He tries to walk it off. Mad Lions finding the angle to make it work in the mid lane, but here comes Razork again. Flick, where's it gonna go? Everyone should be able to make it out to safety. Not quite gonna connect onto Hylissang. Mad Lions making plays, but ultimately Razork responding so well to keep Fnatic in the game. And again, looking to make magic happen here on the bottom side of the map. Humanoid would be in no man's land, but Niski's just too low health.
Karzi has push on bot side as well, so Hilly knows that's actually safety if he can get down to his AD carry, so manages to escape there. But as you say, Mad are still making plays. They don't want to go quietly here. And at least for Mad Lions, getting that kill in the mid lane is going to give something back, but it's still not the best of situations. You need to try and power through your strength, and that's where you are right now.
Yeah, I think Wunder's getting to the point where he can just start ignoring Chasey's damage on the next base. He can just, I think going something like Abyssal Mask is just going to be amazing in this draft against Rumble Sejuani with Talia Azir. When he gets that 1 or 2 items with the Smirk Threads, Rumble's not really going to scratch him. You can see a lane gang coming in here. See if they can find the setup. You know, if the Scion ults into a Q, Talia pushback, that could be a one-shot on the Rumble, but there's a ward in the middle brush, so I think Razork might be on vision. Yeah, Pink's coming out, flash away from Chasey from the Scion ult. You don't see it on screen here, but nice dodge away from the top laner of Mad Lions.
We do need to see, oh, hang on.
But back, catching him out. Chasey overconfident for a brief moment, but the follow-up damage isn't quite there. Wave prio in favor of Fnatic for now. Elyoya on the way up. Ulti available for Chasey. Both sides going to walk away, waiting with bated breath to see if those ultimate cooldowns would come out, but Chasey just going to clear the wave.
It's fun to watch the minimap sometimes. You can just kind of see exactly what's used by the champion portrait just blinking around. But Humanoid's really pushing in mid here. You know, when jungle's on the map and they're spotted, Humanoid can push up, but this is what happens when jungle's not on the map. Instantly going to run mid, try and force this Azir back. But the game's slowed down. Fnatic are very happy right now.
Well, that's the thing. It feels like Fnatic are kind of respect. Well, I was about to say, is Humanoid maybe not so sure, but Fnatic have been respecting when junglers are missing on the map that little bit more, right? But may not be enough.
He's going to step forward. The pushback already there, but Elyoya immediately follows up. Niski this time not taking any chances. Will find his 3rd kill of the game, but meanwhile on the bottom side of the map, it's a massive fight. Karzi's instantly deleted. Again, Fnatic responding so well to every single play Mad Lions make, but Mad aren't done yet. Wonder doing what he can to clear Herald in the mid lane. Should just be the initial crash. Just a bit of extra pressure, but Mad Lions fighting fire with fire here.
Yeah, so Wonder's TPing mid there to defend the Herald, clear the wave, stop the Jace from getting snowball, and Azir's going to TP top. This could be bad. If Humanoid TP's top here, he's dead. 3-man collapse. They're going to base in Fog maybe and see if the play opens itself up. Looks like they're going to reset on the top side. No play to be made. Humanoid's not taking the risk. Razork looking for the red buff on the cross map. I'm surprised Mad Lions are falling to these bot ganks when they're playing heavily towards mid-top.
And that's the thing, it's every time Yoya shows a mid lane, the bot lane hasn't actually crashed their wave in bot side, and that's where Fnatic are finding so many of these successes. And what I was trying to say was Humanoid respecting as much as he could that play in mid, but needed to crash the wave. But it feels like when we look towards the bot lane, Mad just haven't been respecting when Razork's off the map and getting caught out time and time again, and might once more.
Shrimby, quick flash or X-Flash over the wall there. Wonder's just going to try to wander into mid lane and take control of the wave. Niski coming in as well, but again, Wonder quite tanky. They can get some good chip damage down, but Sion starts to feel like a bit of an immovable object if you don't have more of an extended lane to kind of punish him.
Yeah, 1 minute on the next objectives. Dragon in 110, Herald in almost 130. Cracking open mid tower would really suck for Fnatic. See that tower's already half HP, so Mad Lions Herald into mid would be great, but he'd start getting this Dragon Ball rolling with Chemtech already being available. It can be something like an Infernal or a Mountain Soul. But again, Mad Lions bot lane, where are they going? So, you know, they're trying to crash bot wave, they can't crash. If they walk up, they're going to die. They're going to walk into River for vision, but they're against the Talia. Yoya showing mid, so Razork easily can call this play and just say, let's go. So yeah, need to make sure they're a bit more on the same page here, Mad Lions.
This wave's starting to fade away, Noah's going to be able to grab. Looks like most of the creeps here, but Fnatic shifting their bot lane mid, throwing Wonder into the mix as well, just in case any kind of play breaks out. And while Niski, certainly a fantastic scoreline, 3-0-1, is starting to feel like so much about the junglers. Yoya making plays, Razork making counter plays across the map. Wherever they go, action is sure to follow.
The thing is, though, Yoya and Mad are all committed to this Riptail that's spawned in Wild, but Fnatic now grouping in mid, they want to look for Dragon, as Mad will be forced back. But if Mad are in a position where they're trying to contest for this, it means the Fnatic can come later. You don't have to worry about fighting Dragons. They can play the map, and that's a disaster for Mad Lions because they want Fnatic grouped up where they can just take pop shots at them.
Finally able to get the mid wave in, gives him an opportunity to poke. But yeah, as you highlighted, Razork getting more poke out of the exchange than anyone on the side of Mad. Niski in the side lane, going to make things a bit tricky here, especially with Fnatic having relatively good control over the top side of the map.
I don't think Fnatic care about Dragon. They're just going to take Herald and mismatch. They value gold. Mad Lions need the Dragon Ball to start rolling because they already dropped the first. So Fnatic are going to set up Vision top side, take away blue, threaten the dive onto Niski, get top tier 1, and set up Herald. 2 objectives. Mad Lions a bit slow to the punch. Bot wave's not pushed in yet. Bot tower is very healthy. So I think Fnatic happy with this play.
But that's the thing, it's a lose-lose for Mad Lions. It's like, right, we either get Dragon and stop Fnatic from having a 10-minute window where they can operate as they want on the map, or we end up going for Rift Herald, which could end up cracking up a mid, but if they don't, actually, hang on.
No flash on the Varus.
Coming out, Talia Wall not quite going to work. Saying surely going to die here, trying to find an angle. Talia comes in, excellent flick back, manages to catch him. 2-man knockup. Saying now going to try to leap to safety as soon as he's out. Walking away for this one. Interrupt does not quite connect. Sion manages to grab the stun. Noah on the backside, so incredibly low. Carzzy can get one more arrow. Feathers fly, but they do not find anything. And in comes the equalizer. Chasey finds his man.
What is Fnatic doing? There's a free Herald. Varus no flash, sure, he runs away and you don't go for the kill. Braum flashes away. What are they investing? All of Zaya's summoners and ult, the Sion flash to Sion. Everything's going to a Braum. And they're running into their weak side where Chasey can just move from bottom, press his ult. So a bit of a complicated, confusing play there from Fnatic because now they might lose the Herald.
Because I was about to say, without Herald, it becomes difficult for Mad Lions to like crack open mid lane, to actually start to get their deeper vision and set up for that poke, because you can always just play off mid lane into both side lane objectives. But now Mad, they're going to get Herald. They'll be able to crack open mid, and it becomes very easy now to deep push mid and then play in towards, hey, next Dragon's coming up, great. We'll just litter your bot side rewards and you have to play into us now the whole time.
Yeah, such an overchase. Fnatic now are trying to salvage it. Humanoid has TP. You can TP behind them with the ultimate and the flash. See if they can look to punish Mad Lions. 6,000 HP on the Herald. Razork's here.
Niski here. Fnatic have to be careful about sticking around here too long, though. Jade's poke is going to start to hurt. Varus arrow over the wall. Let's see if it hits a vulnerable member. Razork taking a big chunk. Again, a single item Varus doing a lot of work, and they just can't afford to walk into the enemy composition.
And Chasey can TP bot to cover bot tower if he wants. It's low, but it's a case of Herald mid and stay around mid and take top tower, or TP bot and cover off. Looks like Chasey's staying around for now, but yeah, when Mad Lions have control, face checking, that's horrible. Varus and Jace, Sejuani ult can come out of nowhere.
And it doesn't get easier. Those tiers are stacking. You put yourself in a power deficit, a pure tier power trot, Season 5, Season 6, whatever. But that 2-item spike when the tier is fully stacked is going to be devastating for the side of Fnatic.
I think you need to try and make a quick play here as Fnatic to like get onto where it's Carzzy in the mid lane, but Mad are kind of in a position already to cover it, because if you're not able to get this mid lane tower down, it's going to be so unfun.
Ultimate not quite going to connect slow on a Razork. Will not be enough. Good reaction speed for Razork to get out to safety. LEC pushing for that play. Will hold on to his flash hover, so that advantage going to stick around in the fights to come. XP advantage for Razork. You know, double her penetration item already coming through, but you can see this play. Fnatic over eager.
Yeah, you need to call plays off. When Braum flashes here, call it off. They have bot push, they have Rumble that can collapse. Jace is missing from top. It's your weak side, you have no vision. What are we doing here, Fnatic? You're just over chasing for a kill onto Braum when you had a Herald.
Looking down to the bottom side, Chasey now in trouble. Pushback comes through. Razork immediately going to find one kill. Equalizer goes down to very little effect, but no one. Trippy left isolated. Carzzy now coming through. Dustblade not going to be enough to keep Nisqy standing. Carzzy continuing to try to free fire, but he cannot shred a tank at this stage of the game. Noah now chasing down Hylissang. Both sides firing back and forth, but ultimately Fnatic coming out on top.
But that's the timings that Fnatic have to try and find. Hilly will go down here eventually, but the fact that they're able to get that TP, get the pick, play off of that, it feels like that's the only way that they're really going to be able to hold on to this. It will be gifted to Razork as Hilly will fall admirably. But he has actually bought enough time. You would have really liked to try and play for mid tower off of that, but because people reset and start to chase him down, honestly, great play from Hilly to hold that one off.
We just come out of a replay and 4 members of Mad Lions just died, lost summoners, and Carzzy had to flash away. Humanoid finds an amazing pick onto Chasey. But how did Fnatic end up winning the mid-fight? We'll have to see it in the replay, but that's a huge win for Fnatic. Almost, just over 1,000 gold lead now. Razork, 2,000 gold up on Elyoya.
4-0-4. Doesn't even have Boots 2 yet. 2 fully completed items, Void Staff. Sejuani's health bar becoming less and less of a problem as more magic penetration comes through. Sword Shoes coming through now. And on top of that, that's one of 3 carries present on your team.
So you can see Nisqy, does he face check into Trimby? Looks like he does. Trimby auto attack, hooks, ults, and then he's dead instantly, I imagine. That's how they won this. No, he's not. Manages to get, oh, he flashed into the wall. So then Noah can get the kill. Then it's a 2v2 on this area of the map. But because Chasey's dead and Hylissang left mid to try and save him, he just ends up getting chased down.
Also, Wonder's health bar is based on value of 3 people right now, because you're going for this lethality style. It's so difficult to try and get through the side. He's gone for Radiant Virtue, has some tankiness, but not some armor, I should say, but even then, you can see how difficult it is for the lethality to get through him already. Hilly.
Hylissang going for the ult, manages to find 2 of the immediate bomb, and that's 1 carry down. Equalizer as fire rains from the sky. Trimby knocks back into it. Fail flashes, and it's a double kill for Chasey. Just like that, Mad Lions have found advantage. They're pushing in the mid lane. What else can they do?
Should be able to crack this mid lane open, but I think that's kind of everything that they have. They want to try and fall back over towards this Infernal Dragon, but can they?
Coming in. What back will not connect. Mad Lions retreating back to the Infernal Drake. Should be theirs to take.
Trying to get some mid-push here. They're scared. Fnatic runs towards the Baron as they try to secure this dragon, but it's Hylissang all over again, isn't it? Is Braum an engaged champion? Well, not really. Is Braum an engaged champion when Hylissang's playing it? Oh yeah, definitely. W's lands the Q, ults Humanoid, who has no dash away for a soldier. So they get themselves, actually they didn't do the dragon yet. Mad Lions, they're kind of resetting, thinking about dragon.
Nisqy went bot side. He wanted to try and crash that wave, so there wasn't enough damage. And the second Fnatic started to peel off towards Baron, they had to come away. They were like, look, we can't actually do this solo. So Fnatic come back out onto the map now.
Look back on Elyoya. Good follow-up damage. Feather's going to connect Elyoya. Half health before the fight kicks off. We'll be able to grab the honey fruit.
I think Mad Lions lost track of Humanoid's TP timer. I think they think it's up. And as Humanoid was dead and they committed to a dragon, they were like, hang on, we need to contest mid waves. If he TPs to Nash, that's gone with Azir Zaya. So they dropped the dragon. So it's a stare down again. Mad Lions get some good kills, but they don't transition it into anything. Fnatic have control around this dragon pick now.
TP coming in, Rumble on the way, chasing out with the Night Harvester completed. Maybe it will be enough, but the dragon is already down. Mad Lions, do they want to keep the play going? Huge shock blast onto Razork on the backside. Equalizer coming out. Razork trying to find a way out to safety. Mad Lions on the chase. Wonder ready to sacrifice himself to EV, but Trimby ready to turn the fight. Hylissang versus 2 on the backside, but it's just not enough. Mad Lions too powerful in the pit. Elyoya stepping forward, will find the ultimate onto Wonder. Trimby running, Humanoid laying down the tower. Can they find it? And Nisqy cut down. Fnatic get the Drake. Fnatic get the mid laner. Mad Lions, it looks good, but in the extended play, Fnatic still find advantage.
Fnatic are playing with fire though. This is where they like to poke. This is where their composition shines. If Trimby gets hit, he could be in trouble.
Custom blows marking. No follow-up here. Carzy has to be careful about 740. He has no mana. Unbreakable the wrong way. Hylissang now leaping out to safety. Feathers fly. The pullback comes in. It's an easy kill for Noah. A head scratcher there. Mad Lions thought they had the angle, but mis-execute.
I think Hilly thought that he was going to get rid of more damage than with the feather pullback than he had with the shield going backwards, but it was still so much setup, and the follow-up was already there from Noah, so able to cut him down. Bit of a misstep that, honestly, like, you can look at the top of your screen. This game has been so back and forth, but it's still within touching distance, but both teams even, kills, gold, and it's only the Dragons that really separate.
Yeah, Fnatic invest TP top to get tempo on this top side. They know that Hilly's dead and they have no vision up here because they used all their wards on the bot side of the map, so the face check becomes difficult for Mad. Gonna contest the blue buff. Wonder as Humanoid pushed out top. Carzy sniping out Razork in that last fight with his Q was essential, and Fnatic transfer this top tempo into maybe a top tower. Mad Lions don't have the Sejuani ult. They're just gonna lose this, it looks like.
They take it down, and now Razork kicking the fight off, trying to isolate Elyoya. Elyoya on the retreat, fantastic equalizer. Stopwatch forced out early from Razork. Shut down now onto Elyoya. Mad Lions have to keep the play going if they want to come out on top. The arrow will not find them. Razork managing to stay safe for now, but that's the ulti. Hitting Trimby. Who else can it connect on? Another one locked up. It's just Wonder. Hylissang now frontlining once again, but there's just no one in position to follow up. Fnatic walking away with their lives, a 1-for-1 trade. No, not even, just Elyoya dropped.
Fnatic are just again working off these tiny timing windows that you have from Carzy trying to move from mid as he was trying to push that off the mid lane tower to get into position, and now Mad Lions, they want to try and contest.
Humanoid, the shuffle, Trimby over the wall. Buying time, 2K is getting lower and lower. Can they steal the objective away? No, they cannot. Trimby stepping in, Humanoid scoops back into the waiting arms of his team, and down goes Carzy. Niski was so powerful, but there's certainly no way out of this one. Can he turn in the 1v1? Humanoid backstepping. Niski determined to get one phase rush. Duskblade just walks it off.
Big burst out of the Jace, but it's Fnatic who win the day. This top siege, their usage of tempo was exceptional in getting that top tower, and Razork, the stopwatch, he flashed away from the Jace shock blast as well in the same frame of coming out of it, so really well played by him. Fnatic have a lot of DPS and they have a lot of front to back. Mad Lions have a lot of CC and a lot of poke, so it's a case of, in the long run, in terms of the fights, if Fnatic can keep finding hooks and fighting you, they'll always find kills, but my MVP for this area of the fight was Razork, the stopwatch on the Rumble ult, and just flashing the Jace shock blast.
Yeah, and the fact again here, you look, Razork goes golden, but look at where Carzy is. You're fighting 4 versus 5 at this stage, and you get a single arrow coming out from Carzy. So Fnatic were like, great, we can see that this Varus is on mid lane. You can't come quickly to this fight because you get caught off. So they find the re-engage off of here, and it sets them up beautifully then for the Baron.
It's been way too messy. Mad Lions, as much as they want to scrap and fight and have these skirmishes, just see this Humanoid shuffle again as we go back to live.
Noah, blinking health bar, context missing, but presumably the poke, the pressure from the side of Mad Lions. Blue Trinket coming out. Recall just barely completing. Courtesy of the Baron buff there. I gotta say, for Mad Lions, things get a little bit easier. Not at this kind of gold deficit, but with the introduction of armor penetration to both Niski and Carzy. Last Whisper starting to come through. Sorelda's presumably on the way. Still so tough,
greedy.
though.
So greedy, that recall. Could have got cancelled and chased down, and that would have really hurt their Baron, but still, he gets the recall off. They're looking for this mid tower. Wonder can just sit there and tank all this damage.
I mean, the problem is, the only person on your team who shreds through Wonder's health bar right now is a melee champion. It's Rumble. And you cannot walk into this Scion to start to hit him. So Wonder getting so much value out of a pick that I think should have been a lot trickier in the lane phase.
You just look at the mid-jungle items for Fnatic right now. They are so strong. One Nautilus hook into a Talia combo, that's a one-shot. No flash on Varus, no flash on Jace. You have to play on a different screen here with your poke and pray that it lands. But yeah, in terms of space control, Fnatic kind of own this mid lane. Hook's gonna miss. Yoya maybe finding an angle.
Yoya sees it on the Humanoid. Where's the follow-up going to go? Chain CC is there, but again, no follow-up damage from the side of Mad Lions. They're continuing to land poke, but it's so hard for them to entirely commit to the fight. Again, getting stronger though. Oh yeah, is this the time?
That's more like it.
Slowly but surely burning them down, but it's Razork on the backside, and Razork in an instant! Fnatic! They just pull the trigger better. They just out-execute. And Mad Lions getting so close, corralling them so consistently across the game, but the fights are just not swinging in their favor.
This was supposed to be Elyoya saying, look, I got control of this game, but it has been the opposite Spanish jungler in Razork that has been absolutely phenomenal.
Elyoya, steal away, a bit of redemption here in the pit.
I take it back. There's redemption in that one.
Yeah, it could have been soul point there for Fnatic. Big steal from Elyoya, but what a play from Razork. You know, You heard him saying El Yoya, another Spanish jungler, has got a title. Flackit, Spanish AD carry that came in, has got a title. But he still hasn't, and he's been here for a while, and he's been fighting. But man, that was a play. That was a game-winning play almost if they got that dragon. The ult knocked them into his WE combo. They didn't have flash, yes, but the setup was just a slam dunk.
Need more plays like that. Options to shut down the poke that Mad Lions can bring to bear. Right now, Fnatic, significant gold advantage. Mad Lions, if they get good setup, this poke could be unbearable, but it's so tricky to navigate this game with Fnatic having so much vision control.
And the flexibility he's bringing here, Razork. He can play Ivern. He can take a step back and let you carry. He can play Talia and go 5k up individually.
Stun
he
on
can
the
play
Wonder.
Karthus. Wonder might be in trouble.
Yeah, Wonder not quite as tanky as he used to be. Shutdown coming through. Still a strong frontliner, but cannot just walk into 4 and face check. Cut down. And it's a good point, Cadro, that you bring up. Razork, when we think about him, we got the Poppy game was his best game in summer versus Excel. We thought maybe that was the way he needed to play, but he's shown us utility, he's shown us scaling, and now he's shown us incredible playmaking on this pick like Talia.
Yeah, I mean, the fact he gets to walk off to the side here, gets into position for it. And yeah, I mean, great shock blasts that are coming through, but the second they take that step too far forward, he's already going in. He knows that he's got the opportunity to cut them out, gets Elyoya out of the equation, and the immediate flick onto 2 of them shuts them down. Beautiful stuff from Razork. And it's just unfortunate here that it is just Elyoya then saying, no, look, we got to try and keep ourselves, get ourselves something here.
Yeah, the full package would have been the dragon as well, because Yoya would die as well. That would be another kill, so it would be 3 kills and a dragon, but that was a good death there by the jungler of Mad Lions. I think you can see Razork, that was probably after the Talia ult just screaming Bomba or something, it looked like, when he was just one-shotting both of them. 50 seconds on the Nash. A lot of setup here from Fnatic on the top side.
Both going to connect, immediate flick back, massive damage, Chasey's dead. Razork's too damn powerful. He's 3 items, it's 29 minutes into the game. Trimpy just barely able to live. Niski looking for an angle. Shock Blast comes out, looks like Trimpy should be able to retreat safely. Mad Lions are almost able to trade 1-for-1, but lose their top laner.
Big pick for Fnatic though, because they just lost the tempo advantage with Wonder getting picked off. Now they get to return the answer. Did he? Spots Razork. Immediate flash, doesn't know. Oh, actually, hang on.
Back, Hylissang, knockup now comes in. Aftershock gonna make sure that Trippy stays relatively healthy. TP coming in as well, Wonder in the area. Hylissang slowly but surely getting burnt down. Is Humanoid gonna slide and glide his way in and take out the Mad Lion support. Now it's Carzzy, the flash out to safety, just barely in time to keep him standing.
That would have been 100-0 from Razork. He's so strong right now, level 16. Hylissang 30 seconds. Chasey's down. And they're going to move towards this top side, see if they can start a Baron here. No vision for Mad Lions, it's all slowly expiring.
And an easy Baron. Triple damage threats. 2 options for frontliners to tank. Mad Lions, though, not going to let it go quietly. The poke getting stronger and stronger again. Double Sorel this year. Starting to hurt. Wonder's still incredibly tanky. Mad Lions, are they willing to burn any resources to cut through the Scion health bar? For now, the answer is no. And this has got to be a frustrating game for Mad Lions. Again, in draft, we're so favored. There were so many risks in the way that Fnatic chose to draft this. The double AP in jungle and mid lane, but they managed to play through so much of their comp's deficiencies that just outplay in these exchanges. And now it's on Mad Lions to bring themselves back into this game.
Just wondering when the Baron starts going to come through from Fnatic. They shred it. They have a great comp for getting this Nash down quickly, and Mad Lions need to be very quick and responsive. Because you can see they're going for this tower, but that's 5 seconds gone. This Baron will die in about 8, so I think they might just miss their way of contesting this.
It's gone. She can shred it down. They get nothing. They walk into contest. They get a little bit of mid lane priority, but it's in exchange for a Baron. Testament to the advantage that Fnatic have been able to build for themselves. The poke now coming out, but Fnatic not interested in letting that one keeping through, and Carzzy is just deleted. Razork cannot miss. Mad Lions are out of time. Chasey, desperate to turn this one back. The equalizer manages to get a little bit of something done, but they cannot cut through Wonder, and yet another carry on the side of Mad Lions will fall. Fnatic keeping Chasey in the area, taking their time, staggering the respawn timers. Elyoya will fall as well. Fnatic slaughtering the Mad Lions. The draft looks so difficult, but Fnatic make it look easy in game 2. They march their way to match point.
Razork take a bow. What a performance to have on the stage here in Montpellier. He sees that Carzzy has no flash from the last time Razork blew it. And like a heat-seeking missile, he's taken out the AD carry of Mad Lions.
Doesn't look like it can end just yet, but these ultimates from Razork, I mean, exceptional again. Just kills Carzzy straight away, sees they split up, and This isn't the first time we've seen it. We saw it in mid with that play to knock onto 2. We saw it in the early game to punish the Mad Lions bot lane. Every single ultimate has had value, it feels like, from Razork. Watch Wunder as well. Double knock up into another double knock up here. He was just constantly just buying time for his team.
And that's the thing, Wunder may not know the matchups as well as he used to, but when it comes to team fights, it's like riding a bike. This guy knows exactly where he needs to be at all points in time, and it's just setting up so well for the rest of his team.
Mad Lions, I mean, in the early game, Elyoyo finally really showing so much face in the early lanes, making these proactive plays, leveraging that early bot priority, but Fnatic just matched every single play, punished anytime anyone on the side of Mad decided to overextend.
Yeah, I'm surprised Mad Lions played that much through top. You know, that one dive, it was great, but you lost a lot in terms of control on the bot side, and Fnatic have punished so many times when you go towards Herald, so I feel like there needs to be a bit of a communication through the jungle bot lane after this game off Mad Lions, but it's Fnatic show right now, just sieging onto this bot tier 3. Wunder
now going to try to fish for the all-in. Good combo thus far, but no, just immediately ults back up. Feathers come back. Fnatic can simply walk away. Tower still falls in the meantime, and now Trimby looking to re-engage. Niski off to the side, looking for a flank angle in. Hylissang getting lower and lower. Decent amount of poke coming out. Wunder now doing his best in front line. Stun will come through. Concussive blows. But Fnatic pushing in, pushing forward. It's so hard for Mad Lions to stop these minions, these lethality champions, struggling to clear the waves. Need those cooldowns to poke. TP now coming through. Fnatic determined to end this game.
Yeah, Humanoid can TP in 3 seconds as well. Gonna go on the top side. Mid wave's pushed in, 2 inhibs down. Wave stacked up in top. That could be a top inhibitor falling here from Mad Lions. That's 3 inhibitors. They have to fight this. They have to chunk them out here. Mad Lions need more damage.
Poke coming in, but Razork again splitting it. The Braum wall gonna block the Talia wall. Now maybe the follow-up. Trimby cut down. Razork forced to flash out to safety. Mad Lions buying themselves a bit of a respite. A bit more time to hold on in this game.
Fnatic try to go for too much, and they do get something in return. Karzi, though, was forced to flash in that last one. So this could be massive at these next fights.
Can we just take a second? Razork is 5 levels up on Elyoya. He's 7,000 gold ahead. The individual difference right now in the jungle is insane. Yoya will eventually get to level 14, but this Talia is off the rails, almost on the 6th item, Shadow Flame, and you can see Razork needs to be careful though. Goes too deep, gets CC'd by anything, he's dead, so instant flash away, Trimby falls.
And in game 1, Noah was the beneficiary of so much of the attention, had a stellar game, but it was Humanoid who was styling. And in game 2, Noah's doing well, Humanoid's doing well, but it is Razork who is styling on the opposition. 1v9 isn't the right word. The other members of Fnatic are doing too much, but it's pretty damn close. This Talia is oppressive.
But that's the thing, when you think back to summer, the criticism we had of Fnatic was, look, they're just not keeping up with the meta. We're still getting Humanoid playing any mid after the nerfs, and they're the only team that's really doing it. But it feels like as we've moved into season finals, we're getting to see the many changing faces of this squad. Razor can step up with Karthus, with Talia to be the carry. Noah can step up in the bot lane. Humanoid's been popping off and things like the Jace and the Tristana. It feels like every threat that Fnatic have has taken a massive step forward, and you just can't count any one of them out anymore.
Yeah, I'm watching Razork. It's not a Baroned up wave. They can clear it. Where's the Talia ult? Hilly can block it if he gets there in range. No, he doesn't, so the pushback comes through. Tower's going to fall, maybe.
Only the cannon creep up and available. Barisal will connect on a Noah, forcing out the cleanse. Wunder determined to take down the tower. Knock him onto Hylissang is big. The flick back coming through. That's the support gone. Chasey lays down the flamethrower, goes golden, and barely flashes out to safety. Another inhibitor will drop off to the side, but instantly the stopwatch now coming in. Karzi goes golden, tries to buy a brief moment, but he has no flash. Fnatic count those timers and make sure that there is no way for the AD to escape. Niski has to try to find the backline, but he cannot fire through the Scion. He does not have the bullet penetration that he needs. Humanoid on a rampage. Fnatic making sure to close it out clean, not giving a single moment to the opposition as another kill will be scooped up as Razork is massive. A giant in the jungle to tear through the Mad Lions and take Fnatic to match point.
What are we witnessing? Fnatic are steamrolling Mad Lions. An incredible performance across the board from jungle, from the mid lane, from the bot side, Wunder in team fights. Like, this is a new breed of Fnatic, and they look fantastic.
They look calm as well. They don't look like they're getting too ahead of themselves. They know the job's not done. One more game away from getting into the finals against G2 tomorrow, but Mad Lions, these early game comps, it's either blunders on cross maps when you're trying to make a play on one side, it's either just not coordinated enough, I feel like, to leverage big enough leads to set up objectives properly.
And while we felt like the draft looked better for Mad Lions in Game 2, at the end of the day, Fnatic managed to out-execute and still came out on top, taking themselves to match point. So let's send it over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much as we see Fnatic in the huddle, in the room, trying to make sure they bring this one home. Of course, for Mad Lions, so much to think about now, the compound of that Game 1, but that Game 2. I want to reiterate what I heard there at the end of the cast. This is really kind of a different Fnatic we're seeing, and I know we saw them picking up speed and going to an extra gear already in summer videos, but I feel like this is something else.
I think what we saw last week was Fnatic figuring out how to integrate Wonder into, you know, a system that they had built for themselves with the addition of Oscarinin. It felt like that with Oscarinin getting more confident and finding picks that he was very comfortable with, he kind of could fill the role of carry, and we saw him, the pentakill Gwen, right? The man can definitely carry. But with Wonder joining the roster, now having a full week, it feels like that the rest of the carries needed to step up. Razork is playing phenomenal. We didn't talk about him much in Game 1 because it was Ivern, but Game 2 you saw his impact. Humanoid is having an incredible series. Just everyone is playing on top form, and it feels like this whole roster is completely locked in.
I think the crucial thing just about how Fnatic is playing is whenever they are doing any action on the map, it feels like everybody is in tune with it. If they're making an aggressive play on the other side of the map, Humanoid steps back, Wunder also steps back. Always when there are map trades, it feels like Fnatic is in unison, and in that they're allowed to express themselves in such a way on a mechanical level that is simply just unbelievable.
They're making the Mad Lions' head spin.
And honestly, this game was just an absolute slugfest between these two teams, just going nuts. This is after, I think, Wonder had actually fallen down to a gank early on, but, you know, this is when Mad Lions... Sorry, Fnatic found a way to really bounce back inside the game. Humanoid survives in the mid lane after they get a kill up on top side. Then immediately, it's down to the bot side. This is in the span of 60 seconds. They win on top and bot lane, and they survive the pressure of the enemy jungler in this moment. But the important thing to sell here is not that this was Fnatic dominating the entire game, because this came after the early game, where before that, there had been a great moment where Mad Lions had found two huge haymakers of their own in top lane and in bot lane. This was a back and forth game where he had, I think, 40 kills. By the end of it, was just absolutely unreal. And it was Elyoya finding a way to path around the vision that secured them this gank.
I think that the crucial thing, right, is that if you play this composition, this is what you expect. You have the Sejuani early game, the Varus, and of course the Rumble into the Sion. This is a terrible matchup to be in with Sion. And of course, it's a very good start. This is how it's supposed to be with the draft, but you're not allowed to make any mistakes. And even this fight, it was so narrow and so close, because a little bit of extra damage onto someone, maybe this could have gone worse too. Mad Lions are playing in a way that relies a little bit too much on luck.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we're forgetting that Mad had a good start to this game, and I think maybe we're forgetting that they also made draft adaptations, right? It's just that when it comes to the most important moments in this game, where you really have to play on a knife's edge, it was Fnatic that was sharper.
Yeah, it was the later game moments, I think, especially, right? Because there were a couple of times, like, a fight would happen in mid, Mad would win, and a fight would happen in bot that Fnatic would win, and it was a very chaotic game. Right? And in those sort of like chaos games, it becomes very hard to sort of realize what the entire map state is, right? If you're Carzzy on the bot side of the map and your jungler just gets a kill in mid lane, theoretically you should be worried, hey, maybe I don't have pressure here, but you think you're up on the map, but you falter in that moment because you can't see everything around you. And Fnatic were so cohesive, to tie back into what you said.
And then just looking at the draft, I love the Fnatic. They were steps ahead. They adapted their 1-2-3. They adapted their 1-2-3 before Mad Lions were allowed to do so. They switched up by banning Ivern and also removing Rel, which 100% would have been Mad Lions' adaptation in the first pick. And then looking at, once again, the Talia. It seems like blue side Mad Lions doesn't have an answer to it, because Talia Flex is simply too powerful. And once again, Noah in the 4-5 getting Xayah. For me, that's a goddamn war crime.
It's just goofy, is how it looks. But I think, like, you're onto something there, right? With Fnatic changing their pattern initially. Because, you know, you're Mad Lions, you go into the second draft, you expect, hey, what worked for Fnatic, they're going to roll with that, and they're going to keep it going through. Then all of a sudden, Fnatic are self-banning the Ivern, the Rel's out of the picture too. Maybe you're expecting both to be up and to switch to the Ivern priority like we were talking about. It's throwing that wrench in so early on, where all of the draft prep that Mad Lions did between games kind of goes out the window because Fnatic do something unexpected immediately.
One of the things that we talk about with both of these teams is often the meta, right? Fnatic is, well, Mad Lions specifically has often been a product that, like, if they don't have the right meta, can they perform? And then time and time again, they've proved to us, no, we can. You just need to give us a little bit more time to adapt. Whereas Fnatic seem to have found themselves in the perfect meta. Yamato, you said this at the very beginning of the day, where Humanoid has the mid laners that he loves to play. Razork is getting so much comfort. And you look at this draft from Fnatic, and it was the same in game one. You sit there and think, there are no champions here that they didn't want. And it's incredible to see them coming to this series so well prepared, because I don't know what Mad Lions' answers are, because they're very quickly running out of them.
Yeah, and very quickly, because the next game could be their last here in Montpellier and in their LEC year, right? And we saw a nice adaptation to a once-loved feature of the memescape.
Of the Humanoid line, right?
Yes.
We had Humanoid 1.0, which was Humanoid Dies. If anyone was unfamiliar, we did a lot of D&D campaigns. I'm sure your Baldur's Gate fans out there are going to be familiar with that. But now it's Humanoid Survives, right? Like, back to game one, there were so many moments here, dodging away from the charm. And then in the team fights too, Chasey was always trying to dive onto him, and he just could not be ganked whatsoever. Here, again, everything hits him, but he survives with just a sliver of last-second ultimate to skate on out. And it just really is impressive. What you don't see there is what he was doing in the team fights, because that was unreal back in game number one. He was getting dove every game and finding ways to disengage and, again, live on just a sliver.
The reason why this is so important is, again, at the beginning of the day, Yamato, you set so many of these stories up for us, but you talked about how when you coached him, it was all about giving him this bubble to play safely. And the fact that he's just doing this by himself, all this pressure is being thrown towards him and he's being able to weather it, it really does feel like that this man is focused and he's in the zone.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're all in the zone, and I think from both sides there are so many skirmishes. This is an extremely bloody series so far. 82 kills across the two games, 39 in game one, 43 in game two, and I think we're starting to see that Fnatic is just a little bit sharper when it comes to it. I also want to call out last week how incredibly cute and warm it was that we saw after Fnatic winning Razork and Wonder. Boom, the biggest hug I've ever seen. It was so sweet. And now you're seeing that translate. I think you're seeing that synergy come back to what they aspire to have back in Winter in some of those engages.
No, 100%. I feel like Fnatic, they just play with such discipline. As the game progresses, the best answer to desperation is discipline, because in both of these situations, two games, Mad Lions have tried to kind of claw their way back into the game, but Fnatic, they connect together, they're always aware of the next play, and then Humanoid in this moment, look at this demon shuffle, throws it while he's in the air, absolutely gorgeous. Oh my goodness, Fast and Furious hire him right now. Who's Vin Diesel? Drifting on the map.
We got a new one, Humanoid in the mid lane.
Not
Fantastic.
to mention Talia, the Rock.
I like it. I also love how we pull away right before he dies. You know, he doesn't die. He doesn't die. It's the new one. I promise.
Yeah.
I promise.
Hey, we've only got a minute anymore, and then this is where we have to go to Mad. You know, we have to give them the credit that they have been able to turn situations like this around in the past. Maybe they weren't quite exactly the same, but they are staying the same. They are staying on the blue side. I wouldn't know where to start. Do you guys know?
Two areas I see them getting outmatched right now, apart from draft and all that, is one, I think in the early to mid game, they're playing their side lanes worse. In game one, it was Chasey getting dove. In game number two, it was sort of like the 3-4 player stack trail. Yoe doesn't reset to go cover that bot side when it goes on through. And then when it comes to their actual fights and the skirmishes they look for, Fnatic keep finding ways to sort of shock them out of brush with the positioning of Trimby usually. They have to be able to put eyes on him or they're going to keep falling.
I have to just say, plain and simple, this Pryon AD carry is so off. Just
Yep,
Zion 4, and then Karzi's playing these champions that were relevant a year ago. Come on, we need, like, Karzi's been performing good. The way he plays on Varus, he was doing things I didn't even know was possible. He kept them in the game. We need to see more Pryon Karzi, make sure that Hilly and Ilioya connect, and have some kind of gameplay around bot.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, you gotta love Yamato. He tells us how it is. And yes, if Mad Lions want to stay relevant in the series, they're gonna have to turn it around, because Fnatic are only one game away of getting a grand finals against their arch rivals G2 Esports. We'll be back with more after the break.
Thor coming down. Hylissang, once the Unbreakable falls away, he's going to be able to do so much damage to this Braum. The Feathers now get pulled back. Oh my god! What a combo on the bottom side. Support traded for the entire bot lane now, but Humanoid over the wall, looking for the push. The flash out from Carmine with the hook from Trimpy. This man on fire on land, but now getting knocked back.
Oh, he was backward. He's rolling. If you kill him, we can do Nash, but if you recall, insta base, do Nash, no?
Don't go yet, okay? Don't go yet.
Now we can. You can go now.
Go now.
Nice. Look, I will.
Yeah, it's good. Very good. Nice. I base.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back. Day away from the LEC Grand Finals, and right now Fnatic seem poised to make G2 Fnatic feel like an inevitability, but Mad Lions, if they have anything to say about it, will stop them here. It's going to take 3 games back-to-back, a complete reverse sweep for Mad Lions to turn the tide of this series, and it's a tall task for any team. Question is, what are they going to come back from after that game 2? Or what are they going to come back with after that game 2? Because we felt they were favored in the draft. A little bit out-executed, a little over-eager on some of those plays. Can they refine their style? Can they bring more to bear in what could be their final game?
I feel like game 1, it was very difficult with their mid-jungle picks. Game 2, they had so many lanes to play through and so many options, like literally a plethora of options, but they couldn't find that game-breaking lead to maintain map control. If I'm Mad Lions going into game 3, I think screw options, you know, just play scaling teamfight. Like, you can double down on this early game, but it's just too messy. You're dying on weak side when you're trying to cross map. You're not getting pushed in certain lanes, so they get frozen on, and then they just lose too much and bleed. I think just play some kind of teamfight comp.
I think it has to be control in bot lane. I mean, when you look back, game 1, Filio's Thresh didn't really work out. Look, it was draft, didn't make it easy for themselves. We can kind of get away with that. Game 2 was overextensions. You could see the play was happening mid. They didn't crash waves in time. They were punished by Razork, and it all came back to bite them. And when we look back over like XL, right, versus Mad Lions, it was Carzy who was stepping up with insane stats, being the one that was taking Mad Lions on his shoulder and carrying them to cross the finish line. This time it feels like his feet have been cut out from underneath him. I feel like you need to try and play around this bot side, get control there, and lend yourself to what has made Mad Lions successful. The reason that they're at this position.
And when we look at the Mad Lions statistically, it raises a lot of questions, but it shows us a pattern in their gameplay. Their early games this year have not been great, usually behind at 14 minutes. Not a great sign from a team who has actually won a lot, but when you look at their team fighting, how proficient they are, their KDs in these multi-man scenarios, they're usually quite good. It's always about for them bringing it back in these team fights, but they're not drafting to fight the team fights. When you're picking the poke Varus, the poke Jace, the Rumble, they have this sick combo. If they land it, you saw it in the previous game, it looks fantastic. But if they can't, well, the front line of Fnatic combined with that oppressive backline just doesn't give them a lot of room to maneuver. So I wonder if we see Mad Lions return to their roots, pick up something that you highlighted before, Dagda, in Carzy Sivir, give them the options to play these late game fights a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say, as much as like this Sivir thing was great by Carzy, and like he made a massive team fight, and, you know, and he scaled to the point of becoming this machine gun Sivir because he had like an Ivern on his team as well.
Yeah.
That's a long time. Plus that fight, I think XL was ahead and they blundered like a 5k gold lead to get him in that point in the first place.
That's important context, yes.
So like to get to like this team fight potential style, their early games suck, and to get there it's a mountain to climb. Like Fnatic is going even in early games, in skirmishes, playing scaling champs when you're playing early game champs. And so that's why I think Dagda's right, play through bot harder, yes, but also like you need a cohesive team comp. Like this kind of makes sense, your comp here, but it was just way too all over the place in terms of how you were approaching plays. So I don't know, it's tough. I feel like Fnatic are more flexible in jungle. Nautilus blind pick is unstoppable right now for them. Their top laner is always just going to sacrifice themselves. So you're locked in this 4v4 game. And Noah will always pick Xayah. So Xayah, Nautilus again, I don't know, it just feels... It's hard to break. The Azir again.
I mean, they won with a draft we expected them to lose on. It certainly is tricky. Now, as an update, if you're wondering why we're not quite into picks and bans yet, Fnatic Trimby is reporting issues with his sounds to league officials. Officials are currently investigating, so we'll be getting to pick and bans as quickly as we can. All players are in the lobby and ready to go as soon as we have confirmation.
Yeah, he's saying he can't hear the Mad Lions fans. So you have to try and get that fixed. Yeah.
So, Rob, when you go to... Jesus. These people are injured. They're in the bed in the hospital, and we need to believe in a full recovery right now, and you're trying to pull the plug, Rob. I respect the gumption, but that is cruel, sir. You've been killing a few too many innocents in Baldur's Gate there, buddy. You're getting used to that moral compass being a little askew.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just, at this stage, it's kind of like you had everything, all the tools that you need in the last game. I think it is a bit heartbreaking, but realistically, it's like, this is where Mad Lions, you should be cleaner. You should have been able to go, hey, look, if Yoi's going to stick around for 30 seconds in the mid lane, we probably shouldn't be overextending that bot lane, right?
Yeah.
And I think it's these mistakes that it gets to a point where you're just like, as you say, the inconsistency is there, and it does build frustration to a certain extent where, for me, Mad Lions is a team that I want to believe in. Like, the players are so fun to watch. They're incredible personalities. The coaching staff behind them are the nicest people around, and they are so good at what they do. But it's just, it builds that frustration where I'm just like, here, look, when are you guys actually going to try and get your everything together and actually make it good?
And it's hard when a team can't be consistent. You know what I mean? And it's hard when you lose game 1 and you can say to yourselves, draft issue. But when you go to game 2 and you look back at those replays and you look how that game played out, you know that it's execution. And now you failed in both regards at some point in this series. And if Mad Lions are able to mount a comeback here against Fnatic, it will make it that much more impressive, because they're going to need to show us something that we just have not seen yet in this series, which is that level of consistency to say, hey, we make a play on bottom side, we will concede top side. Or we will outplay, and we will make something out of nothing. And that's a tall task for any player, and certainly any player down 0-2 in a semifinal in front of a crowd like this.
It's tough. It's really tough. I mean, Mad Lions need to channel their inner brotherhood of spirit. You know, Yoya and Karzi have been through the trenches together over the past few years, so just need to stick together, try and find a plan, something that worked in scrims. I think they're taking too much responsibility these games, you know. It's on Fnatic to just sit back, punish your mistakes, happy days. You know, Chasey walks through a tri-bush, Razor gets a kill. Your bot lane's pushing up on Herald's being started, Razor gets a kill. And it's just, you have too much to juggle in these early games. You know, Niski is here, bring it back, something like that. Get Yoya on some kind of team fighter. Chasey can just play some kind of front line and match Wunder, and get Karzi on a hyper carry, and hope that everything falls into place, because right now, being the ones in the driver's seat isn't working.
Yeah, realistically, I'd love to see something like a Nocturne Eco comp or something come out. Look, it may not be the highest or like the most highly rated jungle mid pick at the moment, but I mean, we saw it work a hell of a lot over in the LCK. I mean, it's getting Lil Yoya onto something where he can kind of step up and be a bit more of a carry, because I honestly think with the way the meta is tilted at the moment, it just doesn't really suit what Yoya wants to go for. But I think sometimes, like, you can let a meta define you, or you can define the meta. And I think at this stage, it's a case of stepping up and actually taking control and saying, look, this is our style, this is how we play, and look, it may not suit everyone, but this is what we're going to make work, and this is the game you have to do it.
Yep.
If you don't have anything left in the tank, well, what the hell are you going to bring to the table?
And if you are just joining us, this is a wonderful audience. We are still in a delay. Fnatic Trimby still reporting issues with the sound. League officials are working on it. Obviously want to resolve that before we head into a match point scenario.
I can see Humanoids. He's got the full tilt on the chair. He's arms around the back of his head. He knows he's on match point. He is relaxed. And it was Fnatic against Rogue, I believe it was, where Fnatic get the first win. Everything looks great last year. Collapses, 3-1 loss. And Humanoid said, I've never really won on a big stage. If you think about it, Mad Lions and Humanoid, their success came from COVID. The year of COVID, where they won 2 titles.
Well, okay,
and then,
phrasing is important.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that's why they won.
In that era,
in that era,
they found
won
success.
in studio settings, in home settings, and then in spring they won in a studio setting again. It's like one of the first times we actually have Mad Lions and their players in a big arena. Obviously, they've been to Worlds, but on a road show like this, Humanoid said, I've never really won.
Yeah, and I think that it's crazy to look back the last time Fnatic made it to a finals, which they're on the cusp of doing. And it was in very similar fashion to what this Fnatic roster are doing here. You know, tough season overall. They were knocked out by Excel in summer in a very lackluster series. They bring it back. 5-game series win. 5-game series win. In our previous format, there was another 5 games. This time around, they don't have to play quite that many. But now they're on the cusp of 3-0ing. Mad Lions, just like they did Rogue in 2021 before ultimately falling in the finals. And you start to wonder, like, Fnatic just feel like they will always find a way to show up. Maybe not always in the best form, maybe not always spectacularly, but they will always find results when it matters most.
But that's what the thing, it's like, think about how much they've gone through, right? Like, Wunder was initially stubbed out. You had Advian, who was gone. Then you end up with, like, Reckless taken out as well. The coaching staff was gone. Now, you've Oscarnan has had to sit out, and then you're bringing Wunder back in. Like, the amount of changes that this roster has had to go through, and kind of, well, very quickly wrap everything up into a bundle that at least is able to perform. And not only have they performed, they kind of excelled in that regard as well, especially when you look at the performances they have had today, and now potentially 1 game away from joining G2 tomorrow.
And for that, we're going to have to see. But for now, as the pause continues, as we wait for the issue to be resolved, we'll send it back over to Shox and the analyst desk to talk more about the series thus far.
Yes, thank you so much. As said, Trimby was reporting audio issues, so they are triaging right now. We hope we can get back into game quickly, but Mad Lions are probably like, yeah, we need some more time.
I see. This is where I disagree. I feel like everything's stacked Fnatic. They're up 2-0. They get a pause.
Fnatic pause hack.
They did it in-game. Now it's out between games. They're doing it all.
No.
Mad Lions are quaking over there.
Is are there people who don't know about the lore of the Fnatic pause hack?
What is? I don't even know.
I don't even know which
you
one
were part
it
of the
is.
roster, weren't you? Yamato?
Yeah,
It was
yeah. Well,
the
basically,
original.
I don't know if I should. I don't know if I should say this.
Yeah, well,
but
then don't.
It was
I'll just say it.
We're ready to toss back. He's not
right.
going to say it. All right. Back to the casters. Back to the casters. Let's go.
Well, there it is. The secrets of Yamato remain the secrets of Yamato, sadly. I wanted to know the deal.
I have a secret. And toss.
And toss. Yeah, kind of rude. Just don't say you have a
I
secret.
thought you were about
next
to
time
tell
around.
your secret by going, oh yeah, I have a secret.
I have a
I think
suspicion.
the Fnatic poll started around the Rise. I remember the Rise ult incident.
Ah, true. When you
That's
click
when it
in or
was
click
like,
out,
you know,
some of
click
those
in,
features.
click out being Rise ulted away and Rise ulted not away, and then, you know, the whole... It was like the Whippo roster, wasn't it?
Ooh, but there it is! Picks
Ready
and
for that.
bans! Potentially one last time. Let's see if Matt can make the reverse sweep happen. Once again, on the blue side, their side of choice. It has not worked out thus far, but they will try again nonetheless. Tristana LeBlanc banned away. Maokai would be keeping in the trend of things we've seen previously, but Renekton instead will be the option.
We've still seen a lot of Renekton bans coming out over the course of this, so nothing too surprising. Rumble going to be taken away, which is a little bit more surprising. I mean, obviously, JC had some good ultimates in the last one, but it's definitely going to be Fnatic a third time in a row now, mixing up the bans.
I think the Rumble covers off Jay's first pick, and Wunder's champion pool for competitive right now just gets destroyed by Rumble, right? If Renekton's down and he's playing Poppy and tanks, doesn't really have good picks into it.
And it's good to recognize what went right in the previous game, and it was execution, not necessarily composition from Fnatic.
And Telly has such a huge pick. Game 1, Humanoid. Game 2, Razork. Get rid of it. Game 3.
And now the question is, what is the priority from Fnatic with the Talia removed? What do they want to take away here? Rel and Ivern both up and available. Fnatic can ban one, but I think it's more likely that they leave both open at this stage.
Also the Maokai as well. So Ivern gone, do you just go for the other tree instead? I think Maokai
go for the other tree.
Very, very strong. And I think he just gives so much control, and especially for Mad Lions, we're talking about front-to-back team fight. That's exactly what you get with a Maokai.
But you get Rel. Fnatic get Rel. And I'm not sure how scared of that I am as Mad Lions, because Razork's only got one game of it, but it's Trimby I'm going to keep my eye on for the Rel flex. I really like Razork on these carry junglers. But that's a lot of engage, and Jace is up. If Humanoid, he's got 10 games on Jace so far. They can do some kind of Jace Rel if they want. Zaya's open, Rakan's open.
Rel Jace.
Rel,
and
yeah.
again, this you just seems like yes, it is stock standard, but both of these picks have been very powerful for anyone picking them up, most certainly, and especially for Humanoid.
I mean, he hasn't had the best success in season finals, though. Only able to pick up 1 out of 4 wins on that. One win in 4 games. I think, though, you respond here with the Zaya pick coming through here, 4 carries in that bot line, get good control for yourself. And then I think the question mark is, what exactly do you want to try and go for? Well, it's going to maybe be the mid lane, but I'm curious to see when we come into this next ban phase, if Mad Lions start to ban away things like the Braum and try and set up for an Alistar pick for themselves. Responds well to the Rel, you get good engage onto the rest of the team, and as long as you can get rid of the Braum pick, you're actually setting yourself up super nicely for this.
This is more like it, Mad Lions. Engage, backline DPS, front to back, get some front line going, maybe take a Nautilus here. Bit scared of the Brown, but I feel like Tribby's Nautilus has been a bit annoying. The Zaya can work as well. Alistar is also good, you know, just some engage support. This is what we're talking about. Get Karzi on a hyper carry, chase your player tank, just fight fire with fire. But there's the Karthus jungle.
Speaking of fire.
Now, they won't have a volatile top here, Fnatic. I think Wunder will play a tank, but I think Kalista needs to be taken away if I'm looking at this draft. You know, Kalista all in bot side. Any kind of AD that can step up. Draven, you know, I'm not sure if Noah wants to bust that out. So I'm just going to check. Does he have any games on it? No, he doesn't. But yeah, if those two are down anyway, the Zaya is another option. They just need aggression now, Fnatic.
But I do like what Mad Lions are bringing to the table, right? My biggest concern was a Braum pick coming through. I wouldn't be surprised to see that banned away here on this next rotation, just to give yourself pretty good control over bot side. Alistar prevents a lot of what Rel wants to do. You've got great engage as well for kind of the long range DPS that Fnatic want to try and play with the Jason Karthus. So again, you're more than likely going to see Wunder try and go for some sort of tank to the top side. But if you're able to engage onto this 4-man unit as Mad Lions with what you have, I mean, Wunder on a tank isn't going to mean anything.
Are they going to play Ezreal? Are they going to play Ezreal Rel? Poppy ban comes through. Kalista would be great. But I think they're maybe leaning to an Ezreal here, Fnatic. With Jace poke, Karthus ult, and with Sivir Neela bans against Alistar, I think Ezreal is just like such a safe option. Outranges both is safe, but Kalista's the aggressive option. Against Alistar Maokai, it's tough though. You get locked down, you're gone. Ezreal is much more self-sufficient and has poke. Kalista's just play through bot and try and stomp the early game.
Fnatic have had the luxury of scaling.
Yeah,
a lot
go
of
the
these
safe
games.
option.
So
Yeah,
there you
there's
go.
no reason. Why would you go Kalista into Alistar Maokai? You can still bowl bot, yeah, but Ezreal just provides so much more.
And what top laner are they going to pick to round this one out? Because we have a ton of poke between the Karthus Requiem as well as the accelerated Shock Blast, the True Shot Barrage, and the just general range of Ezreal with Mystic Shot. They're going to be able to do something similar to what we saw from Mad Lions in the previous game. The difference being they have almost more poke potentially with the Karthus, but less reliable engage.
I think a Gnar blind is good here for Chasey. You're against tanks, he's going to go for Cassante, but you're against tanks, and it's self-sufficient against tanks, the Gnar. So now it's on Mad Lions for AD last pick. Kai'Sa Alistar seems like the easy option with Azir, you know. They're just teasing the Kalista here. I think it's a bit risky to go for it, but yeah, I mean, Wonder will just last pick a tank top. You know, he's been playing Poppy, Renekton in solo queue, 2-band away, Cassante blind. Wow, they went Kalista.
For the first time in the season finals, Carzzy busting out the Kalista. I am completely caught off guard by this pick overall. This is not a champion that I typically think of when I think of Carzzy as a player, but it is an excellent bridge. It's a power point in the early game to further help the bot side of the map. Maybe they can leverage that strength to put Nisqy in a position to carry mid lane.
Malphite here is kind of good, you know. Malphite on the Kalista. He's going to go for Ornn as well. I mean, the pullback of the ult's going to slow the Kalista, which already hinders her team fight, but yeah, that Kalista pick is risky. They could have gone the safe route. Let's play Kai'Sa Alistar into Rel. We're probably safe. We get some AP items, you know, we can play the front to back, but the Kalista puts a spanner in the works for volatility this game.
Yeah, I think as well, though, it just helps out with getting a lot more engage off, right? You can just send the Alistar in, make sure that he's going to be able to set yourself up, because I think for Mad Lions, they kind of realize, look, as long as we can close that gap and get the fight going, we're going to be in a great spot. So I think having the Kalista there not only gives you control over bot and mid with the Azir for early Dragon fights and early Dragon setup, you can now guarantee almost that you will get these fights because of the amount of distance this Alistar can control.
Will it be enough for Mad Lions? That is the question. Match point for Fnatic. They need to win one of the next 3 potential games to secure themselves a spot in the finals tomorrow against G2 Esports. Mad need the perfect sweep. 3 games back-to-back, no room for error, no room for losses. It's a lot of pressure, betting everything on one final composition here. The Kalista for Carzzy. Champion I've not seen from him in a very long time, but confident from him to bust it out in an elimination game.
Some of these signs crack me up.
But here we are, match point for Fnatic, game 3. Let's get into it. Here we are, onto the Rift. Breaking news, Mad Lions on the cusp of a difficult trip home. Fnatic pulling out, no stops here. As at this exact moment, there's a pause.
It's Trimby pausing again. I think he's been having a few issues with his headset. Maybe it's an audio problem again, but we're going to be in another pause as we wait for game 3 to start.
And there are a number of iconic teams, organizations, and fans in Europe, and none more than this fine gentleman. I hate Moo Cow, Alistair. I hate playing against it. I hate the sound of that cowbell and the emote spam and the fact that I can't mute it. Please, Riot Games. But in this venue, it's awesome.
Definitely going to add to the tension and build up at least a little bit, but can also break it with that sound. But I think honestly, I just want to get into this game. I mean, the fact we have what again for Mad Lions feels like them going back to comfort. You've got great DPS across the board. You got the ability to try and play around the spot lane, which is exactly what we wanted from them. And you're going up against Fnatic, kind of what they have started to bring to the table more and more, which is this like triple threat compositions. It feels like both teams have kind of found their comfort, and now it's just a case of whether Mad Lions can get that first step on the road to that reverse sweep.
It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a tough one, but it starts here. I'm just kind of worried about this Kalista, you know. Kalista struggles against poke. Whoa. You know, the things that make Kalista's life hard are things like GP ults and Rumble ults and things like
a Karthus Wall of Pain.
A Karthus Wall of Pain, a Karthus ult, Rel engages, Ornn ults, an Ezreal ult, Jace poke. Like, this is hard. He needs to get in range quick.
And we talked about, with the struggles of mid and jungle coming into this series, we thought Carzzy might need to be the difference maker. And in this game, he certainly needs to be. He needs to break open bottom lane, and he's doing it on one of the hardest champs to do it on. Kalista, notoriously an incredibly difficult pick to play in pro play. On top of that, You need to be flawless in every fight. You need to be auto attack spacing every single Mystic shot, sidestepping every Jace Q, and not letting him ever get into range in hammer form. This is such what feels to be an impossible game to play, but they're already on the cusp of a 3-0 defeat, so why not bet it all on one final game? And frankly, like you said, Rob, I just want to see if Carzzy can do it, if he's up to the task at hand.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate the crowd. You know, it's been a lot of pauses, but their energy's been maintained. You can see even in this pause, just a sky full of lights and stars from the crowd as they patiently wait for this game 3 to come through. Energy is electric, and it's just a great sight to see.
Yeah, it's a fantastic. I mean, you highlighted the signs, the phones back and forth, the environment in here next to none. And I'll say yesterday it's a tough act to follow, but I never get tired of seeing the passion of esports fans in a venue like this. No matter what language they speak or what team they're excited about, it's just, there's nothing quite like this experience.
I mean, especially like even up here, it's not even it's not the roar that you hear. It's just the reverberation through your entire body when that crowd goes wild.
Yeah,
like it is electrifying.
It's primordial bass is what I was thinking. Really, it's just something deep inside of us. I think you just respond to it. It just feels different when you're actually here. And also, of course, you have like a massive subwoofer at home. Maybe then you can replicate just a sliver of what it's like. That said, obviously, you know, it's been a tricky day in terms of pauses. Players seem to be keeping good mental on stage and have to hope that for Mad Lions it's not going to phase them whatsoever.
That's just pandering.
That is pandering. Not that we at the LEC are above that, given that we also just showed that. When have we ever pandered? Well, that's enough from us as we wait to see when the issue is resolved. We're sending it back over to the analyst desk.
No, not those guys.
Also, no, I'm kidding.
Oh my God. Yes, annoying. We agree. We want to see it. So now is it bad for good for Matt or what? It's just bad for both teams actually now.
There's so many pauses.
Yeah.
It's good for nobody. Both power through.
It's great for me because I get to soak in the crowd a little bit more.
It's awesome.
Like I'm really sorry for fans who can't be here because the French crowd is always electric. But in this arena, yesterday they were insane. They continue that energy today. It's such a pleasure to be here.
I was like, the people forget that the French are insanely good fans regardless. They forgot. And also you, mister, on Twitter, oh, this is the real LEC fan. You were on the desk. Like, yeah. And, you know, to be fair, it was really insane yesterday, but this is pretty good as well.
Yeah, this is pretty insane. You got the Niski fans, the Fnatic fans.
Sad Lions, he made that just now.
No, actually, I mean, there's a lot of Mad Lions fans in the audience today. I saw one guy running through the arena when the Mad roster was being announced, trying to get all the hype
One guy? Okay.
Yeah, one guy. But,
no.
I mean, I think that we see...
They love your points.
The adaptations that Mad has tried to make, it seems that Fnatic has answered in kind once more. The fact that they put such a high priority on the Rel, the fact that they were able to grab themselves the Karthus as an answer to the Maokai, it feels like that Fnatic are in the driving seat again, where the longer this game goes, the better it's going to be for them.
I think the crucial thing here is that I need to tell you guys my secret, you know, because in the end, you know.
We need to go back. We need to go back. Casters?
What?
Right, did he have a secret?
No,
Tell us the secret!
No! You timing genius. He knew that was going to happen. Master of presentation. Okay, where were we? Everybody just joining us. Fnatic 2-0. They won with a better draft. They won with a worse draft. They're looking nigh unbeatable at this moment in time. But Mad Lions need to MacGyver themselves 3 back-to-back victories to take themselves to the finals tomorrow. It is going to be a tough task. And a lot of eyes now fall on the bottom laner, Carzzy, with the Callista coming through. Champion has not played for quite some time. He's put up some stellar results on it historically, some great games against Misfits rosters back in the day if you want to go that far back, but he needs to show us the best version of himself in this game, or it could be the final one.
It has to be trying to get control over this bot side. At the moment, knowing Drimby stepping forward, they know that they win the level 1.
Or face check.
You have to be careful. Alistair don't really do much in the early stages when he's level 1.
Yeah, it's either Q flash or hug your tower, buddy. You know, are you going in or are you going out? So this bot matchup, really hard to get onto the Ezreal. Noah even running the heal to make sure he's safe. But again, Kalista needs to get ahead. Kalista's going to struggle against all this range of Fnatic. But Fnatic only really have one kind of pushing lane at the moment. Looks like it's mid. Bot's going to be contested. Razork started bot side though, so he's kind of sacking that side of the map, just making it so sometimes these AP junglers, you have to be selfish. You have to drop lanes and say, you know what, if you guys get doped, back off, give up the wave, I need to farm. And I think we're going to see a stacking wave on bot. I'm not sure if we can get the camera down there soon because, yeah, big stacking wave bot. Yoya 3 top camps. They need to execute something, but looks like Yoya is actually going to go for a top side invade. He's going to level up here. Could be.
Going back, now the punt back into the waiting arms of Carzzy. Ignite still ticking. Trimby trying to run out to safety. Carzzy using the Ren, but not quite able to finish the job there. Just trading the flashes as well as the Ignite. So up a summoner spell for the side of Fnatic, but down a lot of health.
I like that they went for Trimby though, because in this grand scheme of things, Ezreal hits level 2, he takes Arcane Shift, you're not really going to be able to get in on top of him. So having the flash early burnt on Trimby actually gives a lot more control to Carzzy in the lane as well.
Can we just look at the minimap? Razork's finished his full clear on Crux right now. Now hanging on my point for a second, Humanoid might be in trouble, but Yoya's done 3 camps. Razork has full cleared, and he's recalling. Like, this is, you know, the Maokai solo style on the top side. The clear speed right now is horrific for Elyoya.
And you have to feel for Elyoya because Razork has just been getting the better of him in this series. In game 2, he was obviously a complete and total monster. And in this game, you're playing Maokai. Your job is to gank. It's to force these plays. It's to be aggressive. And if you don't get something done, if Humanoid plays with respect to the mid lane like he did just there, then you're just falling further and further behind.
So what will happen here is Razork will run out mid, maybe go to one side for a crab, but both sides are pushing in, so it's a 50-50 guess. I'm guessing he's going to go towards bot side, see if he can match the Maokai. And Yoya's going to rock up down a level or down in items. So he's just going to have to give. So you have all this bot push, you have all this mid push, but Razork's just faster because of his champion. This isn't Elyoya's fault. I mean, he could have maybe full cleared from bot to top with a small leash, but then you're pathing away from Kalista. So, and he tried to look for an invade, but by the time he walked into this top side, he realized the cards is probably finished. So
Humanoid,
lose.
I think for Elyoya though, chances are we're going to see him take this crab, reset, go for his bot side Krugs, and then maybe look for a playoff to pushing waves that you're going to have with Carzzy and Hilly. I think that is probably going to be your best bet, as Razork will spot out that Elyoya is on this top side, but Elyoya needs to get a reset in before he really tries to go for it.
And you might be thinking like, Razork cheekily trying to get some XP. You might be thinking like, well, if Elyoya clears his Krugs out or his second respawn wolves now, they're even, right? Well, no, because Razork's camps are going to respawn faster, right? So it's an exponential growth of like cycling through camps and clearing them faster and endlessly finding level leads. Razork even going to go for his level 1 Krugs here. Now sometimes taking away level 1 Krugs isn't the best. Obviously on cards it's great, but on tank junglers you waste time and you give him a level up on a camp. But now Razork, what's he going to do? Run back to his bot side, full clear back up if there's no bot play available, and he'll be very close to level 6.
And Razork pushing the mid wave to make sure that Humanoid has mid prio, trying not to take CS away. Even if it felt like he was stealing away some XP there, manages to go down, takes a camp away, and Fnatic very comfortable in this strategy. We saw it last week. I was caught off guard by how much more they showed, but right now they're just copying so much of their winning formula from the previous week.
It also just takes away a lot of these camps on the bottom side that make it worthwhile for Elyoya to stay down here, right? You don't have your Krugs now to go and take off your reset. Your Raptors are going to be up, but realistically, that's kind of it. So then you're going back top, and when this whole composition we said is to try and play around Carzzy and Hilly, the less time Elyoya has to spend on this bottom side, the better it's going to be for Noah and Trimby.
Look at this vision. They have a map hack right now, Fnatic. They see exactly where Elyoya is. And the worst part of all of this is if Yoya spends too much time on this bot side and doesn't get anything, Razork can take his top camps. And this is where it just endlessly becomes worse and worse and worse. The respawns are faster, the clear is faster, everything's getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Razork's going to finish Raptors, move the Krugs. I don't think he'll get 6, but what he can also do as Karthus sometimes is when you're close like this, just hover top for 5 seconds, take some XP from the wave, reset with the level 6 threat, and show the enemy team that you're 6, you know? You want to say like, hey, if you all in this bot side and you mess it up, you're dead.
But those wall hacks are going to come back for favor of them, right? Because they haven't seen Elyoya go back into the jungle, so Razork is pretty aware that there isn't, that the Mad Lions are going to be on the Dragon. So he is going to go for the reset though, pretty low on mana, but again, like they have full information that this is going down, and you can actually try to path accordingly here as Razork again getting a very nice back in. Lost Chapter Net picked up for him, and he's going to come back onto his bot side right as the Blues respawn.
What I will say though is Razork has no pushing lanes and he has no options. You know, no setup mid, top setup's too difficult, bot setup, you don't really have the vision to pull it off. So as much as he's power farming and we're highlighting how great it is, contesting these objectives isn't going to get any easier until we get towards a couple of items on these laners.
And when we look back to the Karthus, people remember the game 2 a lot more than they remember the game 1, but the game 1 was a similar state where Fnatic had horribly losing lanes, and Razork was not really able to be a threat whatsoever. See if Mad Lions can replicate some of the success.
Razork's being greedy here.
previous series. He certainly is. Humanoid off to the side, though, poking down Niski pretty significantly. Trimby on the way down. Hylissang in there as well. Flash out of safety from Razork. Hylissang now fishing for the stun. The knockup now going to come through, denying Trimby as well. Razork burning slowly but surely, but now the passive coming out. Death denied, but not for nearly long enough. Humanoid waiting over the wall. Hylissang has nowhere to go. Fnatic, what else can they get done in the meantime? The flash out, the taxi to safety, the pushback, the bounce house as Niski desperate to find the kill, but Humanoid blinking health bar will walk away. At the end of the day, it's 2-0 for Mad Lions. McCarthy now in trouble. Trying to make it out. Elyoyo waiting in the darkness. Kill not quite done yet. Noah getting lower and lower when it comes to mana. He's running out of time and options. Noah, has he overstayed? Hex Flash coming in. Noah will not step forward. Hylissang on the retreat. Mad walking away.
Walking away happy. 2 kills coming out of that play. They get the Scuttle Crab as well coming through for Elyoyo, so he's going to be able to get himself a little bit more farm. But that was so close to disaster. But these little moments that came in clutch are going to be coming through from Hilly here. Elyoyo, as Kager was saying, managed to get onto Razork because he's being a bit greedy. Hilly doesn't use the knock-up, but manages to interrupt Trimby off the back of this as well. Gets the stun onto Razork. And then here, they're trying to play forward, but because of the position of the Karthus ult, it makes it very difficult for them to actually try and engage onto this. But Hilly, what a play. Flashes in onto Humanoid. The knock-up is a bit desynced as you get the knock-up from Niski and Hilly at the same time, so Humanoid gets to escape. But on the opposite side, it's a win for Matt.
They tried to do the Fnatic to Fnatic. You know, the double knock-up pushback, but they didn't have the damage to take down Humanoid. Gets away, but yeah, overstep from Razork, greeting for that crab. He doesn't have any lanes to push. Even Humanoid was under tower despite Niski being very low, so the Alistar will collapse first. And Alistar Maokai, level 1 to 6, high base damage, a lot of CC.
Again, Hylissang stepping up. Trimby has to be careful here. Stun auto attack going to come through in a moment. Trimby just barely able to make it out, but that's level 6 now coming in. Hylissang.
Look at Razork though on the top side.
Flash out as well, and on the top side, Razork now going to be in trouble with the knockback coming through. Elyoyo and Niski working together in perfect tandem. Lane Prio comes through. They find the kill next to the Herald. And Karzi, what the hell, Karzi? Too aggressive, taken down in the blink of an eye. And now Hylissang, what was a beautiful play in the jungle before, now he's throwing his life away.
They had nowhere to run, they'd nowhere to hide. Humanoid was on his way down. Niski committed top side. Humanoid said, fantastic, I can go for the bot lane. And again, Mad trying to split the map too many ways, and it comes back to bite.
If I was Niski, I'd be absolutely livid right now. You're roaming from mid with push to top, killing the enemy jungler and securing Herald. You look bot and your bot lane's trying to dive in between towers when Jace is hovering down towards the bot side, and it's like, guys, we have a free kill and a free objective. Why are we making 2 plays on both sides of the map at the same time when resources are invested top? It looked great for Karsi and Hylissang in these moments of 2v2. Yes, you're winning and you can force summoners and you can try and look for these sexy dives, but Humanoid just comes down and puts a stop to the play. Look where mid jungle are, and look where on the main map where the Mad Lions bot lane is, and you're thinking to yourself, guys, this play is so winning, why do we have to be greedy bot side?
They were on the cusp of having their cake, and just having the cake, and that could have been enough. They tried to eat it too. They could have eaten it later, but instead,
they tried to one-shot the cake, Dracos.
Yeah.
They took the whole thing and tried to one-bite it.
Just share. Just take your time. And it's like,
cut it in half.
It starts good. You got the flash. You got the flash when you shouldn't be making a play.
They can get out here.
Yep.
No, they're gonna go in.
And here we go. There it is.
And I think they just realized.
I mean, it's so close. Like, one more auto on a Trimby, and that might have been a very different play. But you just didn't need to take the risk.
Yeah.
And credit to Fnatic for punishing, recognizing the overstep. Trimby for managing to make that CC work despite being in blinking low health fall.
I feel like for Mad Lions, it's the camera pans 1 step forward, the camera pans again 1 step back, and it's like, it's such a push and pull on these sides for the early game.
It's just like a will they, won't they in a sick. You know, are they going to get together, are they not for Mad Lions? It's like, are they going to try to make 2 plays at the same time, or are they not? And they could just stick to one play, man. You just got to stick to one thing.
And will they, please don't. On the opposite side, it's just like, just leave it be. You've already got it now. Noah, though, will end up spotting that there's a lot of members of Mad Lions down here, but I mean, there's not really much that Mad are going to be able to position themselves for at this case.
I think the important thing here is Mad Lions' jungle is even. Despite having a camp lead, Razork's not far ahead in levels. He hasn't found a good ult window, and there's no volatility in the game for cards. They've already got a dragon. 2nd dragon spawning, easy pickup. They've got mid to bot pressure. The map state's great for Mad. They just need to stop making these silly mistakes, and they can start really pressuring Fnatic here. This is match point, you know, they're out if they lose this. They need to be very cautious on how they take plays, and they're in a great state. Chemtech, Mountain, they're looking at Infernal, they're looking at Hextech.
2 out of 3 are incredible. Cloud, certainly not bad when the ults are going to be that pretty important in this game overall, especially for an Alistar who doesn't have Aftershock. But with Love to see an Infernal. Ocean, I forgot about Ocean.
A lot of poke, not the worst. But still, yeah, Mad Lions need to hold this control. You see Razork on a cross map, look where he is. He's in their top side jungle, but he can't gank top. They don't even have the damage. And as soon as he shows, his bot lane has to give everything because they know exactly where jungle is. So it's about Razork hiding and holding on.
And I think a lot of it is going to be as well, like Humanoid trying to see, well, as he clears out wards, getting control over mid lane and trying to be like a second jungle, right? Where it's like, okay, I can try and hover around this bot side and make sure that with the push I have in mid, I can actually keep the spot mate safe, try and prevent dives, prevent potential towers going down as well. But you do have to try and find something here as Fnatic, because even though we're kind of saying, look, Mad are kind of fumbling the ball a little bit, they're still up, as you say, 2 dragons. They still have full control over the Rift Outlets and that, and they can still look to snowball this game.
They're pushing bot, they have pushing top, they have so much passive vision control from Maokai Saplings. With Demonic Embrace, the damage is solid. It's not everything, but you talked about it. Karthus needs to stay hidden, he needs to stay unpredictable. Impossible to do when you have a bunch of cats.
Where's he going, Razork? This is really risky. Trying to stop bases, trying to get vision, waiting for Crab. Oh, the deadly Crab.
Razork stepping in. Trimby can't really do anything to stop this. Razork now flashing out safety, desperately trying to hold on. Trimby also on the retreat. Niski looking for an angle. Keep your eyes on the Azir. Where's he going to go? Humanoid steps in. Right into the slaughterhouse. The pushback won't happen. Duskblade denies it. Fnatic managed to fire back.
TP. Look at Humanoid as well.
Wonder now coming in, Carzzy blinking low health bar. Hylissang in trouble as well. That's the knockup now coming through. Noah manages to grab the kill. It's disaster for the Mad Lions. Wonder wants to keep this one going. Hylissang blinking health bar, but Noah there to finish it off. Hylissang will fire back and get a kill onto Wonder, but it's just a mess in the mid lane.
And the gold goes to the right members. The Chase and the Ezreal are going to take off when they're accelerated. Chasey doesn't TP in, he looks for plates. Wonder punishes a no-flash Kalista, and they overgroup and overchase into Razork. I thought he was dead. I thought that was an easy pick, but the passive does a lot of work. The ult does a lot of work as well, and it's Noah on the Ezreal just dishing damage over the wall. And Mad Lions, again, they fumbled the early game a little bit.
Yeah, but it's again, as you say, Razork goes down, but he's kind of dying in these choke points so consistently that his Mad are all grouped up in here. This is the perfect spot for a Karthus, right? You're getting a lot of damage off, and as well, Noah in a perfect position. The Duskblade denying that knockback is huge. And then with the TP coming through, they already know that they're going to be in a great spot to follow up for this. As Carzzy, everyone is just that bit too low.
Respect to Wonder, Flashy knows he might die, but Ezreal will get a kill out of this, and that's all that matters. The Ornn falling behind doesn't matter at all. Yeah, Noah didn't get a lot of damage out of the start as much as I thought he did. It was really just Razork melting through them. But yeah, arrived at the right time to pick up these freebies. And now the Ezreal's even in gold with the Kalista, the Jace is ahead of the Azir, the Karthus is slowly finding a lead. And yeah, the damage from Fnatic, those 3 cores of the Karthus, Jace, Ezreal is really all that matters.
And they're getting their core items as well. You're looking at Duskblade, you're looking at the Triforce, Yandru's Anguish now completed. So as you start to look towards the next dragon in 2 minutes time, well, suddenly you're able to shove out midway, you're able to start to look to contest this. And for Fnatic, that's all they really wanted, to try and get to this position where they can actually contest Mad Lions on objectives.
Chase needs to get involved. Top tower is going to go down. Fnatic will cross map for a bot tower, but he'll get first tower. And Herald's up soon. But Mad, their win condition now is dragons. It's a dragon game, and Fnatic need to be on their toes for when Mad Lions try and set it up. The poke is ruthless from Fnatic, so Mad Lions need to be quick to pull the trigger.
Fnatic now starting to replicate one of their many formulas for success that we've seen thus far this year, and that is funneling resources to Humanoid, dropping him on a side lane, putting money into his back pocket. Chasey and Carzzy together. Carzzy did a lot of work in the early game to keep Mad close, to keep Mad even, as you needed to see from Kalista. Maybe not enough though, and now it's on Chasey, who had so much time alone, who has a 1.3k individual gold lead to take over this game.
I think Fnatic need to fight this Herald, because if they give this, they're giving Dragon as well, because Mad will get so much mid-push with the Herald usage, so Fnatic are walking up. Not level 11 on the Karthus yet, so there's not a
Sang over the wall, manages to find the Karthus, but the Death Defy is going to keep him relevant in this fight for much longer than they anticipated. Wonder throwing the ult out just to disengage. Chasey on the front line.
Where are the shock blasts? Where's the Ezreal Qs? They need to start landing onto Mad Lions, but they're going to back away. They stop the Herald. That's all that matters for Fnatic.
They stop the engage as well. Mad Lions don't have anything to really throw in here unless it's going to be that Alistair, but he's kind of looking low, so at the moment Fnatic just get to use that poke that they wanted to.
Humanoid isolated.
Oh, everyone's splitting up here.
The Humanoid has no flash from the previous play. Niski has no flash either, though, so doesn't quite have the angle to shovel him back into El Yoya. Herald will fully reset, but this is the poke you talked about. Humanoid not throwing down any shock blasts, but Noah for now can just throw out Mystic Shots and fish for poke.
It's so good. It's so good. Mad Lions are so low. Just invest the Karthus ult, get first strike gold, push them back, start Herald. It's just a case of Is Fnatic going to be in time for Dragon here? This is risky. They could have ran straight towards that pit and rushed it, but they're greeting for Herald into Herald mid into Dragon, but Humanoid has no TP, so this could come back to bite them. They might be on sold points here, Mad Lions, for Fnatic playing for gold.
Yeah, you can see immediate TP down into that bot side. I think the big question is whether Humanoid can get back out. You still have the TP for Wunder to get into position, but honestly, I think Mad Lions, they kind of need to be careful as well. Yoya, no ultimate. Hilly, no ultimate either. They're still going to wait for some of those cooldowns to come back off.
They're going to be up soon, though. And look at Wunder and Razork. That's a really long time before those were up. Matter first to the pits. Fnatic went for that Herald with that Cart Assault. Is this going to come back to bite them? Fnatic are walking in. Can they find a way in? Can they land the poke, the face check through this? Is Mad Lions going to pull the trigger with the Maokai ult? When's the engage going to come through? Bit of a stare down.
Bit of poke here. Going to be hard to find the setup. Twister Red should just secure the objective. Razork stepping up for a brief moment. Do they want to go for the fight match? No, the display now coming out with Trimby on the 4. Hillisang can't do anything to stop the engage, and Fnatic now playing for kills, but chasing the backside. Finally, the Kazante comes to bear. Ulting onto Wunder, though, not the ideal target. Humanoid now going for the knockback. Mad Lions just retreating. They got the objective, they got what they needed. Now they're trying to play it a bit slow. Niski for now uncontested. Wunder continuing to walk up. Noah on the backside, the one you need to watch. Humanoid as well. Back. Hilly! Anything you can do, he can match. As he finds his angle back into the fight, Humanoid now running for the hills, chasing, determined to get something. The soldiers will not find it. Razork's just taking camps in the meantime. Keep your eyes on those Skittles, because he's looking to take the Emperor out of the play. Niski walks away. Hillisang, headbutt pull, a little bit more in terms of base damage. Zooming away, Niski leaping in. Razork will fall. Mad Lions find hope in game 3.
It was about to be a disaster. It was about to be Fnatic with a date to G2, but Mad Lions shut it down, and Hilly, what a play from the support!
Is it a miracle? No, it's just Hillisang. Anything you can do, I can do better. Well said, Dracos. Trimby finds a great engage to kick off the fight, but in the long exchange of back and forth, it's Hilly that seals the deal. Maokai ult to secure. Trimby doesn't want to let them get away with that ult being down. Razork doesn't have the level 11 yet. Big clump up, but a lot of dashes coming out from Mad. Knock up onto Karzi. He's gone. The AD carry's down. And then Razork has to run for the hills, but it's chasing against one. Turns into this kind of 4v4 mess where Fnatic are all spread out because their carries are just so low HP.
Niski's positioning in this fight as well was amazing. Positioned up, gets a ton of damage onto Noah, but this play from Hilly, that's the difference maker. Sets up a game for Niski, and even though Humanoid will end up having that Dusk Blade to keep himself alive for a bit longer, it only delays the inevitable.
Yeah, Razork tries his best to try and find a kill on the Niski, but sidesteps come in, misses 2 out of 3. And then combo onto Humanoid. Nice flash forwards by Niski. Doesn't want to risk dying here. Get that shutdown, get that kill onto Razork, and get that game back in your hands.
And no matter what team you're rooting for, you know, the Hilly smile after a good play is an EU classic.
Yeah, the game was in a really tough spot, you know. Fnatic blundered by not being on that Dragon, and they greeted for the Herald. Didn't really amount to much. Mad Lions punished. Niski no flash, though. Wunder can look for the knock-up.
Glides back out to safety. Ult now coming out. Wall of Pain already managed to find the slow, so there's just nothing that Niski can do here. Clean and almost instantaneous punish coming out from Fnatic.
Baron's about to spawn. You have to try and find a way to stop this as Mad Lions.
Oh, this is risky. Fnatic, 20-minute Baron. They have the damage, but does Mad Lions have the answer? Yoya no flash. They have the Maokai ult. In comes the Kalista Alistar. They have a lot of CC here, Mad Lions. Just a case of getting the damage down. Wunder's going to tank it.
Chasing can try to get Razork out of the pit if he can find the angle. Chasing getting pushed back, decent damage coming through. Karzi untouched on the backside, excellent engage to kick things off. Trimby doesn't even find an angle. Trimby gets absolutely nothing done. And in this fight, Hillisang manages to outmatch. And finally, the Kazante is unleashed. Mad Lions have come to play. And it is Karzi who takes everything from Fnatic.
He shows up in the match against Fnatic. It was the Sivir, and now it's the Kalista. Penta kill for the Mad Lions AD carry in the 4v5.
Every time you need this AD carry to step up, every time Mad Lions are down in the dirt, it's Karzi who stands up and takes them across the finish line, and he may have just done it once again with that pentakill.
What a turnaround. You can say Karzi with the penta, but you can also say Hilly for this game. 15 out of 16 kill participation, saved them on the Dragon fight. Exceptional play around the Baron with the knockups.
but it's Karzi's positioning. Just keep the camera on Karzi, nothing else really matters. Watch Hylissang, his partner in crime, goes in, gets the knock up onto Trimby, buys space for Karzi, dodges from the crash down, then the pullback into the re-knock up just gives him all the space he needs.
There's just nowhere for Fnatic to go. Noah's trying desperately to send in the Mystic shots, but they're all being tanked into the front line, and it just opens up for Karzi to chase them down. Look at that. Look at that.
And if you need a driving force to get you back into a series when you're on match point and you're facing elimination, that's something that'll give you momentum. If you can close this game out, everything is changing in this series. It's just a case of if Mad Lions can cross this finish line. They're ahead now. They're on soul point, 20 seconds on the spawn. Karzi's going to push in mid with Nisqy. No summoners on the carries of Mad Lions, but they need to find a way into this Dragon Pit. Fnatic have a lot of poke.
Razork playing with fire, playing on the edge. Debatably playing a bit too far forward, but again, it's Hylissang pushing for the flank, looking for the angle. Trimby needs to find more effect in this fight. In the last one, he was rendered useless. Oh, Yo-Yo from the flank. This could be a beautiful Maokai. I'll kick things off for Mad Lions. Trimby trying to isolate, but right now Yo-Yo has gone unspotted, and here come the cats. That's going to be at least one, looking for two. Chasey untouched for now. Hylissang finds the engage. Razork already dead right as the fight kicks off, but it's a beautiful ult onto the backside. It's a requiem for Nisqy, but he will stay standing. It is not enough damage, and Mad Soul in their sights. Fnatic will not let them have it easily. Noah untouched for now. 3v5. Continuing to fire, continuing to step forward, unrelenting in the pressure he is putting down. Wonder will not stop as the frontliner slowly but surely they chip away a shock blast.
Oh, Karzi's 1 HP.
90 HP.
He's going to reset. It's a 3v5. If he resets, it's a 3v4. No TPs available above the Chasey's. No smite on Fnatic though.
They need to buy more time. They have to stick in this one. They cannot give away the soul. The game's all but over if they do. Mad Lions stepping up. Wonder getting lower and lower. Noah finding one. Fish in a barrel. Now they need to engage. Nisqy does not find the angle. Noah makes his way out, but the dragon still stands.
They're on the way. The jungle support of Fnatic have respawned. Yo-Yo needs to get out of here. He has no flash. The ultimate's up in 2 seconds. Karzi's back. It's a 3v3 again. The stare down. Who's going to get the dragon?
He knows the only option left is to steal. Karzi over the wall, but Noah in trouble now. Karzi, can he do it one more time? Yes, Cassandre! Mad Lions! They find the angle. Karzi right in the nick of time. Mad Lions will take the soul.
Just when you think they're down, Mad Lions come back into it. Karzi off the reset immediately goes for his counterpart, and Noah is wiped. Fnatic are wiped, and it's soul for Mad Lions.
What a knock from Chasey though. We'll take a look at the initiation. Hilly's flank doesn't really amount to much. Fnatic mark it off pretty well. I think the important thing here is the Q flashes on the Karthus, and Razork doesn't mind dying in these kind of fights. Noah's ultimate on the Ezreal. Look at this, goes straight through across onto both carries with a Karthus ult. So the poke is landing. It turns into a 3v5, but Mad don't have the tools to collapse onto Noah, so he pokes them out. And this is where the bold call was made. Watch Karzi's health bar. He's going to go down to about 5% when Noah dashes forwards, I believe it is, or a shot blast lands. Here it is. Karzi going to get extremely low. This call to reset is ballsy. That's your soul. But he's saying, Mad, guys, just hold them off. Just buy time. Just wait for me to come back. And they tried their best and they managed to pull it through.
And it's just about how much space they can buy. Hylissang using his health bar to push back Fnatic, keep them off the dragon. Chasey then stepping up, and Noah goes in, has the flash over the wall, but it sacrifices Humanoid as a result. And then Noah tries to hold this together.
Watch Chasey here, Q1. He's gonna stack his Qs on the dragon here, I think it is. And then it's the knockback because Karzi great flank, but look at this from Chasey. Just gonna E forwards, W through the Azir, just chase that Ezreal. And now we're in a situation where Mad's 10,000 gold up and they're ulting down mid tower.
Mad Lions will not be swept aside by Fnatic. Continuing to push in, Hylissang taking his 5, manages to land onto 2. Razork helpless in the fight. There's just too much CC. He can get nothing done. Karzi up to the side, playing like an absolute madman. Health coming back, courtesy of the Ocean Drake, and he's still standing. Requiem, will it be enough? The wave being cut by Humanoid, just trying to hold on, knowing he needs to buy more time. But Karzi is legendary, and a Mad victory feels inevitable.
They have all the control they need. They have the wave in mid lane. Humanoid has been pushed out of his base. Fnatic might just be pushed out of this game.
Mad Lions breaking into the base. 2 members left for Fnatic. Death timers counting down. Trimby up shortly, but the towers are just not enough. Mad Lions, it took a pentakill. It took Hylissang giving everything he had, but they managed to find a way back into the series. Mad Lions take their first step on the road to finals here in Montpellier as they take us to a Game 4.
They were almost down and out, but that is going to inject so much spirit into this team, so much energy. They're all smiling, everything's electric. It's anyone's game now, even though Fnatic's still up a game. Mad Lions, Chasey was in that game. He was getting himself involved despite not finding any success in the early game. Nisqy on the Azir. Hylissang's making plays in a series like this. That's really scary.
Hylissang was a monster in this game, finding the angles, finding the targets he needed to, and setting up perfectly for Mad Lions. And even when it was their backs against the wall, we had started to write them off. What a turnaround play.
An incredible game. You've heard enough from us. Let's hear more from the analyst desk about that nail-biting Game 3.
Carzzy is a powerhouse under pressure. I mean, what an insane performance from him coming back in this series with a pentakill of all things. That was just such an obscene play, and we have to look at it again.
Yeah.
Because that is a moment that is a reverse sweep moment right there. I don't want to get out there too early, but his face, the way it lit up when he got that pentakill was absolutely unreal. And this was a tough game. The scaling was going against them, but in this fight, Yamato, he stepped up.
Carzzy played beautifully. You know, I have to look at it from Fnatic's perspective too. They had the scaling draft, but they were rushing when they should have been dragging. They had a situation we got the pick off, and they just wanted to do the 20-minute Nash because seems like they had a hot date or something, you know, in the evening, booked a restaurant, some beautiful cuisine. But Carzzy said, no, you better make no new reservations because I'm here to play.
I mean, I will say it did feel like that the story of the game for Fnatic was about overforcing at times. It started with that early crab that we saw. Then they forced they tried to overforce a couple of dragons, the heralds, these objectives where in the first two games they were very confident in their control. This time around, Mad had answers to actually fight back, and they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, Yamato, a word you used after the last game was discipline, and in my head I was like, okay, discipline, but it's really dangerous, you know, the game that Fnatic is playing. I think, yes, to a certain extent, but they play a risky game. And I think they found out, like, you know, you play around and you find out, you know, they...
yeah, that's the phrase.
That's the phrase. They found out, I think, in this one that Mad, they have hands.
Oh, 100%. I feel like this is very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday when Keiko was 2-0 up, and then all of a sudden the prep goes out the window because I feel like in this game they had the draft that was scaling better, and all they needed to do was take small wins and understand that an even pacing is a winning pacing, but they tried to rush.
They did, and to be fair to Mad, right, in the beginning of the game, this was much better from them. I think Fedius, they finally got off to the foot that they wanted to.
That they did, and again, I think a lot of it was just punishing the over-aggression. Ender and I were joking about it because when we used to play a lot of duo queue together, when he played the Karthus, he was like, I don't care about anything other than the farm. And this was an example of Razork greeting for the crab with Mad having prio in mid and bot, punishing him for it.
Yeah, where his mid laner's trying to farm a big wave, his bot lane's doing the same thing, so they just get called in too late. On top of that, I think Mad Lions just navigate the fight super well. Hylissang's kind of playing ping pong between Humanoid and Trimby, and then waits for the angle where he can knock Humanoid into the wall, sets up for the perfect Azir ultimate. That was gorgeous.
As Yamato would say, Hilly Baba working some magic, Yamato?
What's that?
Mad Lions scaling, you know, they have had, you know, a history of just going through these gruesome best of fives. They reverse swept BDS, 2-0 down, and then they reverse swept. You know, they're smiling, they're energetic. This is a team that has been in every possible scenario, so it's very hard to ever count them out.
It is, and we've gotten a series now. I think we were ready to count them out. I think rightfully so with how those first two games went, and you said it. These are momentum plays, the way these things go in this game, right, Fedi? And you wanted to take a look specifically at one of the replays with us.
So this was a chaotic game. Let's not get it twisted for any second, because this was one of the pivotal moments, and we heard Yamato and Ender and then the whole desk talking about how they needed to slow things down, but Mad did a great job of getting these early dragons, and this third one, Fnatic felt forced to fight. So let's start the replay out, and I just kind of want to see how Mad positioned at the start of this play. They have control, Hylissang doing what he can to zone, and then this Maokai ultimate's going to come out fairly early. Mad is going to lock this one in. Right, now pause it quickly here. The important thing to notice is that Fnatic's engage is a little bit disjointed. Remember that the way they want to be leveraging their composition is poke. poke from the backside of Humanoid, poke from Humanoid, poke from Razork, and then Razork can use his ultimate to chip away at the health HP bars. But he doesn't have his ultimate available. He used it at the start of this fight, and things at this point, once they go for the engage, are not going to go the way that they planned.
Yeah, Razork used that ult really early when they were dancing around the Herald because he thought it was going to help with that poke to get the Herald and the Drake, but Mad Lions still got a reset off and then made it to the Dragon.
So let's continue out with this play, and we'll see as, while it looks initially like a fantastic engage from Trimby, the follow-up damage just isn't quite enough, and look at this spacing from Niski as well. He's kind of doing good damage on the back line. Chase, he's able to buy a lot of time, but the health bars have been seriously damaged. It starts off with a 1-for-1, and then Fnatic, they overstep. They see a window here where they can punish Elgoya. They think they can get that initial pick. And then we pause it here, right? So you're going to see an opportunity. Oh, never mind. So
Nice.
I was going to say, you're going to see this epic play from Hylissang, the way that he saw the flash in, the two-man knockup onto these low HP bar members. Oh, we got a reverse perfect.
Oh.
Play it one more time for his observers, because this play was fantastic. Hilly, he accumulated 17 deaths over the first 2 games. He made up for it with his performance in this game.
Can I puppet master you, observers, please? Can we go back like 15 seconds? I want to watch how Hilly is just dancing inside the fog of war around Tribrush. So go back like 5 more seconds, and you'll see Hilly, when he backs away here, he's just trying to hide outside fog of war. He could be in the bush to his right. Perfect. Let's roll this clip. He could be in the bush to his right now, to the left where he ends up going. He's always looking for an angle, playing just outside of that vision, and he waits until the last possible moment before he can set up that 3-player stack. Here's where he comes into vision, but still, he's dancing outside, making sure Wonder can't hit him with anything, and then it's there. He sees the 2 players come in. That is perfect Alistar play.
And just looking at this from like the holistic point of view, right? At any point during this fight, Fnatic could have said, yo, we can get 2 core, we can get level 11 on Karthus, lay a fight where we have the ultimate, but instead, they chose to engage with a team that wants to brawl. They lost the discipline that we praised them for, and in that Mad Lions, they came out ahead big time.
Yeah, I mean, what a swing for Mad Lions. A crab. If anyone knows what the importance is of a crab in Montpellier, let us know, because we don't know.
Got crabs, you got lions.
I mean, there's water, right? So I'm sure. Anyways, another 40 kill game. So 122 gills.
Crab.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Kills over these last 3 games. That is insane, and I think we need to praise both sides for the wins they've had in the games. Is to find your play in all that chaos is the most important thing, and I think we're seeing that is definitely the most important thing today, and whoever can control that the best is going to become a victor here today and go to those grand finals tomorrow. But I feel like that's one of the hardest things to do in this setting.
One thing I will say is this Maokai, incredible value. At first I was skeptical of it because into the Karthus, we've seen what that Karthus can do into these like tankier matchups, but Mad identified that fighting is the name of the game, and this Maokai ultimate seems to prove instrumental in that.
Blue for Fnatic.
Oh, it's the first blue side game now for Fnatic, obviously, because they lost. You know, I just wanted to touch on the previous point before we move on about the draft. It's funny because Mad Lions, they seem to have the same approach to whatever the game state is. It's just the MLXG meme, no matter what. Oh, we're behind, we need to find the fight to bring us back into the game. Oh, we're even more behind, we need to find a fight that bring us back into the game. Oh, we're ahead? Oh, I think we should be fighting. Oh, the game is even. I think this is just a time for us to take the advantage and get ahead. And then in that, if you respond to it with discipline, you'll find good fights. But if you don't, the Swingmeister is coming for you.
Oh. Look, it's discipline, and it's also a few critical moments. Like, are you trying to hit me?
No, I don't. I was mimicking
Bite you.
I was mimicking him. Anyway, this is what that series has been like. That's what I was getting at. So we're going to see how it continues. The Mad Lions, they find that miraculous win, even a pentakill, to bring them to Game 4. They still have a chance to save their journey here in Montpellier, but still Fnatic on match point. We'll be right back after this. Don't fight me.
Now coming in, Cardzy blinking low health bar. Hylissang in trouble as well. That's the knockup now coming through. Noah manages to grab the kill. Noah on the backside, the one you need to watch. Humanoid as well. The punt back. Hilly! Anything you can do, he can match.
Rel dead. Kite back. Okay. Slow. No mana. We win. He has mana now. I have locket, okay? I have locket. Penta. Just Penta. Kill, let's go! That's what I'm talking about, guys. Reverse sweep, by the way.
Let's kill it.
Kill.
You're gonna make it! You're gonna make it, dude! Come on! Work with me here, work with me! We're nearly there! Come on, let's go!
Oh, Trev.
Oh.
Help.
Mark, you've done too much, dude. What can I get you?
Give me that.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Are you guys being weird again?
He's trying to do it, but meanwhile they're in the base. Yellow Star's trying to defend them in the base. Pepe's trying to take the Nexus down. Is anyone going to be able to deal with this one? It's a new era of European League of Legends.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else. To be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last Hearing voices from afar. Join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy.
Welcome back to the LEC semifinals as Mad Lions were able to find the victory against Fnatic to get one step closer to the reverse sweep. They're going to need 2 more back-to-back if they want to bring it home. A single win for Fnatic will, of course, end the series as we hot drop into picks and bans. Still Dracos, Kadril, and Dagda. Rumble now taking out the board. Fnatic for the first time in this series on the blue side. This could pose for a giant shift.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly how it's going to swap it up. I mean, Rumble already gone. Ivern, do we get rid of the Maokai? Like, these were things that we've already started to see creep up as pretty damn strong picks in this series. Tristana, though, has been a mainstay for Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think Tristana is a must-ban. LeBlanc going to come out from Fnatic as well, which has been a staple ban up against Niski. I feel like Azir Prio's definitely risen up, looking at these last few games. Zaya also up there. The Rel, Maokai, Sejuani, Ivern trade, you know, the square of junglers, as you might call them, the 4 junglers, which I feel like, you know, if Rel's open, it probably is the strongest one, but Ivern can creep past if Rel's banned away. We saw Fnatic on red side ban Rel and Ivern and opt into Karthus for Maokai. I'm not sure if, you know, Razork did have one bad game in one of their series, I can't remember what it was, on Karthus, but then the next game he really popped off.
It was the first game he played in the same series last week.
Yeah. So he's probably not scared to run it back, but you're on match point, you know, so something simple could work. There's the Maokai ban.
Maokai banned away. Importantly, Renekton still up and available, a champion that has hit the bench for the vast majority of this series. Wonder, obviously, could go for it as a relatively safe blind pick. It's a champion that he was able to find a lot of success on versus BDS, despite kind of difficult expectations for him coming into that series.
I think it's just a question of do you prioritize it over the Rel, and I don't think you do, yeah. I mean, they're immediately going to take it. The chances are you'll see the Renekton picked up here, coming through for Chasey. And then the question is, like, do we get things like the Azir immediately coming through? Do you try and go for something like the Sejuani for yourself in the jungle? And also just the Jace or these as well, which has kind of been creeping back and forth, but we'll see exactly what the game plan is.
I love Hilly on Alistar. I love it. I don't want him on Braum anymore. I don't want this counter pick the Nautilus. I think Alistar on 3. Azir take away, yeah, maybe pick the Sejuani or take away the Renekton here could work, because I think Fnatic might happily pick up Renekton on 2-3. I also think this Rel should go over to Razork. I think that they should take it away from Trimby. I think Rel, Nautilus can work really well. But yeah, we'll see. I think Alistar stable pick, Renekton's up for Wonder, which is an easy play. And I think jungle pool could be pretty easy. Poppy's open as well. Sejuani. Yeah, I mean, just blind the Alistar, just give it to Hilly. Who cares? You know, you're on match point, but so what? He's so good at it.
I think then, kind of following your logic though, I think you do give the Rel to Razork here. You take the Braum into that bot side for Trimby and just go, hey, look, we're going to try and match that. And then just go for straight up front to back.
I think the way the series is going, I would just go Nautilus, you know. Like, the Braum negates the Alistar, yes, but the Rel Nautilus, just keep fighting, keep all-inning. You know, they could also go Sejuani here if they want to put the Rel support.
Certainly
yeah,
an
there's the
option.
Renekton.
Renekton has been banned this series, so not surprising to see it prioritized here. The Rel remains a flex pick. We'll see if they want to confirm another top or another jungler or support.
If Fnatic want to go full skirmish, they could go something like, Zera into Azir. Wow, I didn't expect that from Humanoid.
I mean, we saw it yesterday in the KC series, and we saw it in the
Fnatic won.
Yeah, I was going to say, we've seen it before as well. I want to say Humanoid's played it, maybe.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
I remember he was fed, but they lost.
Yeah.
It was against SK.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, it is actually a good answer is you kind of get to range these here. You can cover a lot of those bot side plays as well because you can ult from the mid lane down, so trying to find a lot of those early skirmishes then can go your way, and we're certainly going to see it because we're getting the run back here for Mad Lions.
I like the Seraph, but there's been 3 games now with 40 kills. Seraph can't keep up with over a kill a minute. He needs to slow things down, and like he needs to play poke, he needs to set up objectives, he needs time to scale. So I like the pick of Xerath into Azir, but Fnatic needs to be very conscious of what decision and what route they're going down with this draft. You need to be very careful not to get sucked into the chaos.
I think they probably end up running back something very similar, right? You go for the Ezreal, you're like, cool, now we got double poke that we can try and play for. You got a fairly strong front line. And then it's just a question of, like, do we get Razork going back towards something like the Karthus here, and you stick the Rel bot, or do you end up taking something a bit different for support?
And what if they ban Ezreal, your Mad Lions?
Yep.
You have to opt into Zaya, and then you're playing against Kalista Alistar, your Rel can't really go bot lane, and I feel like then they're forced into, they can ban Braum or Ezreal here, I feel like. And then Fnatic have a few options. They're going to ban away the Zaya, so the Ezreal's open. Ezreal Braum is like the safe, let's be fine. The aggressive side is like, just go Aphelios Nautilus, put the Rel jungle, and then try and keep up. But it's definitely a game here where Mad Lions have huge pressure in bot side. And if Sejuani isn't banned away here, then I think that's an easy pickup for Elyoya.
And I respect that both Elyoya and Chasey are willing to sacrifice their picks to allow 3 players who really didn't kind of perform in the previous game, especially at the bottom lane, to secure their comfort thus far.
No, a fun stat. Elyoya has 5 Sejuani games in summer, most played. He hasn't won a single one.
Ooh.
He's lost every single game.
That's tragic.
Do you really pull it out?
Especially because I think he's going to play.
Yeah, it is tragic, isn't it?
All right, we're getting some cheeky hovers.
Quinn into Ren. Ooh. No.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Quinn is always a bit risky because you have to know exactly how to try and play at that style of competition, and I don't think it's one that Mad Lions are particularly comfortable to play, especially in the position that they're in. So we'll have to see. Ezreal going to be the call, or did they end up going for something a little bit different here on the opposite side? Still got a bit of poke with the Zeri, but honestly, I just think Ezreal just fits really well.
I think it's Ezreal, Braum, or Helios Nort, you know. I don't think there's any other option unless you really want to go Zeri, Braum, but it doesn't really make sense too much with your comp.
Zeri, Braum also hard to proc the passive reliably in lane. That's a lot of 2v2 power.
Like maybe Zeri Nautilus is what they go for, you know? Mix and match.
Yeah. I will say that in this game we saw Humanoid when Chasey played the Cassante previously, when he was able to bust out the Talia, able to essentially just 1v1 with ease the Cassante. I don't think Xerath is going to have the same luxury. Doesn't have the same tools to disrupt the Cassante. This could be very tough if Chasey's able to find the angles. But here's a pick that we haven't gotten to see Trimby play yet this series. Doesn't want to go for the Rakan here. I can understand why, but we'll just opt for the safe pick. No, there it is.
Oh, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I think you end up giving a ton of control over to the bot side where they can look for those engages. You've got the ultimate as well from the Alistar, which can then basically nullify a lot of what you want to go for. So overall, I think Mad Lions, again, coming out with a very, very strong draft. And now it's just a case of what you want to round it out within the jungle. It is going to be Sejuani, it looks like.
Oh, Vi.
But Vi could work, yeah.
I think Xerath, Zeri. Are we going to get Elyoya Belden?
What?
Oh my god.
This man has not been allowed to play a carry for so long, and here, in a do-or-die match, it's his turn to try something out.
Think back to Worlds last year. It was Elyoya in play-ins playing Belveth that ended up, it was banned against him against EG. I think it was all 3 games just taken away, and he was carrying them against Saigon Buffaloes with the Belveth. Now we haven't seen him play it for a year. We've seen Yike play it, but not many people around the world have busted it out. It's one of Elyoya's, even though he's got only a couple games on it in his career, one of his best champions, I feel like.
And again, Mad Lions just continue to make bold bet after bold bet, but it paid off in the previous game. Why not go for one more here? Fnatic, their composition's a bit scattered. They've got stronger lanes than they did in the previous game, most certainly, but it doesn't feel like it has a unified identity in terms of what it wants to accomplish.
It's called Renekton, Rel, Rakan. That is skirmish central, right? And then you've got Zeri, who wants peel and ramp up time, and Xerath, who wants range. So there's not a lot of full commit that can follow up with these engagers. And Belveth's really happy playing against those 3 mini champs. Like, she's going to murder anyone that walks into her. I think the biggest question we asked ourselves is, when's Mad Lions mid jungle going to play carry junglers? When is Elyoya going to put himself back on carries and no more engaged tanks? Our answer's here on match point.
Ton of pressure on the side of Mad Lions. Fnatic still had the cleaner games in the series thus far. We now get into game 4, Mad Lions versus Fnatic. Here we are. After the first 2 games, it was hard to imagine a world where Mad Lions could bring it back and take us to a game 4, but some immaculate individual performances bringing us here in Fnatic. And question marks in the draft phase. A lot of champions who want to go forward and a couple who really don't. We'll see if they can make it work this time around. It's not like Mad or above draft criticism either. We'll have to take a look at how this unfolds.
I think a huge amount of this is again going to be a case of, hey, well, kind of reversing what we saw in the last couple of games was, can Elyoya get into the face of Razork, start to be the one that's farming up stealing away camps and playing off the pressure that you should have coming through from your bot and mid lane with the push. Humanoid would eventually be able to clear out these waves and one-shot them, but certainly in the early stages, basically should have a decent amount of control.
For now, poking into the enemy jungle, just trying to get a little bit of
Trimby's on a ward.
They know Trimby's there, but he's playing the Oscar pretty well. Knockout comes in, forcing a flash out from Hilly. For now, it's a very positive trade for the side of Fnatic, but the early heal means at least summoner spells have been traded.
Yoya needs to take the Raptors here. He needs to stick around. He doesn't have any Q stacks though. Should come up soon, but Mad Lions need these Raptors. Is the game gonna come down to this camp? Is everything gonna be decided here?
Bet it all.
Mad Lions maybe back away. This is so risky. They're kind of pincered in. They've reset the camp. Elyoya is gonna go towards his, I expect, Wolves perhaps, and then just let the full clear happen. They tried the level 1, traded flash for heal. Not the end of the world, but they don't want to put Elyoya on the back foot. If he loses those Raptors and gets chased by a level 2 Rel, that's where Bel'Veth is weak. If you just match and just say, I'll go to Wolves, you're on an even game state, and you do not want to give that level 2 advantage and get chased down by the Rel when you're playing this farming jungler.
I have to see now what Razork is going to try and do in response. Well, basically we have to keep up with the Bel'Veth thanks to a little bit of an early start that he has, thanks to Elyoya need to make his way back into his own jungle, but I don't think the game... Oh, hang on.
Knockback coming through, but Hylissang still knocked up in the meantime.
Is there a bot dive potential for Razork, you think? Do you think he could do Krugs into bots? It's risky, but they can stack a wave. No flash on Alistar. Yoya's clearing up.
Level 2 on Alistar's here, though. I mean, it's tough, maybe.
I think it's too risky. I mean, even with the engage, Alistar's so good, as you can see there, with like if Trimby tries to go in, you get the headbutt. Razork tries to go in, you got the pulverize. Yeah. Like, it becomes very, very difficult to try and land that combo, but mid lane could definitely be an option.
Razork stepping in. Whoa. Flash in, immediate stun. The chain CC is flawless. Trying to get Nisqy out of lane. For now, he's still standing. The dash out to safety, though. And ultimately walking away empty-handed. Nisqy holds onto his flash as well. It's just going to be the TP they force out.
Was flashy, was good. Landed a lot of CC, but no damage. He's going to find Elyoya here, maybe. Nah, can't get the big Raptor away. Puts a ward on his red, so he's going to try and track the jungler of Mad Lions. But he has a lot of top push here for Razork that he can work with. Maybe call Wunder in. Humanoid needs to TP back still, though. But it's interesting that Elyoya sacked his camps. What's the bot wave situation right now? If we could... Oh, it's a stacking wave. Elyoya said, take my red buff. I'm going to go bot and look for a dive here. Can Mad Lions crash? This is everything. He's losing his top camps. He knows that the Rel's up there. He's gambling on a bot dive to get himself ahead. Mad needs to crash this. Humanoid not going to be in a state to TP. They see Razork top. Can they pull this off? No heal on Noah. Fnatic sense that something's up here.
Ward of the wall. It's too late.
They have to pull this off. This is a big risk from Mad Lions.
Elyoya walking in.
If this backfires, this is over.
Going to kick things off the immediate knock-up fall, but Trimmy manages to knock up 2. Noah's still standing for 1. Hylissang going to give his life. It's an absolute disaster, but Elyoya fires back. Trimby now trying to chase down the kill. The minion's doing so much work. Elyoya's getting cut down. The ward not quite in the rush.
Whoa, Carzzy!
Going out, and Carzzy.
Can he get QE? Oh, Carzzy! No! It's a disaster. The bot dive backfires. He doesn't lose his red, but Elyoya really... He put everything into this. He all-in'd.
Nisqy's in trouble now too. Razork on the way down. This is not the way you want to see the series end. Mad Lions could not afford to fumble there.
It is a massive mistake for Mad Lions. The fact that you end up giving across so many of those kills. The slight silver lining is that Noah missed out on that massive wave. He did end up going down in the end, but we'll see it here. The knock-up from Trimby was massive. Gets Hilly, gets Elyoya, prevents the escape from Hylissang, and then also the shots coming through from Elyoya. Carzzy as well ends up getting creep blocked a little bit here, so can't step away, and then ends up tanking 2 tower shots, which means at this stage he has to try and follow up, but can't get the last auto attack.
I wonder if we can get a sped up replay of Razork in that fight, just chasing Nisqy across the whole map. I'll hold it for now though. We've got another fight. No, interrupted.
Coming in, looking to rinse and repeat on the bottom side. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Mad Lions continue to be bold in this series, making up for the fumble on the first attempt.
Yeah, that really comes as a bit of a reward. Luckily getting that interrupt. But look at the CS deficit in mid. Nisqy TP'd. He lost so many creeps. And Humanoid still has TP advantage. That was because Razork chased him around the whole map while they were diving bots. So that's a big, big swing for mid lane. Not only is it experience, but it's also the CS differential as Mad have a bot freeze. Razork's around here to try to break it. You can see Yoya needs to clear up towards the top side.
Yoya wildly behind in camps, but still 200 gold ahead, courtesy of the kills that he was able to pick up. Still only level 3, so does need to do some due diligence, pick up the camps. The freeze going to buy a bit of attention for Mad on the bottom side, but they have to be careful not to overextend here.
Yeah, needs to be really careful. Really no flash. Can be vulnerable.
This is where Elyoya, though, is can get in onto this top side, just trade that pressure. Might even get a play on towards Wunder. Wunder's gone in hyper aggressive in that top lane.
Wunder now face to face with Chasey. Chasey unstoppable. Q3 coming back, pulling him just a little bit further under the tower. Wunder needs to walk away from this one. Chasey still has a blinking health bar here. Elyoya's going to find the knockup.
Wunder needs to survive
leap
this.
in here. Banquet now coming out, trying to keep this one going, but Wunder manages to flash and double dash out to safety.
Still has the flash as well. Not sure if he used that, but exchange on the bot side.
See if it's the HUD. Keep an eye on that Wonder Flash cooldown as we go through.
Yeah, he has it. I'm looking in game now. So he just got the Cassante Flash, but also the Bel'Veth is really far behind in camps. It's really coming back to bite them. Yoya lost so much from this bot dive.
Hylissang had that pulled in, but there's not really a lot to be had here. Noah's still poking back. Hylissang getting lower and lower. They just want to crash this wave into the tower.
What level is the Bel'Veth right now? Is Elyoya got to level 5? This is... I can see maybe his red buff's up. He can look for that, but anyway, we're on bot side right now. See if they can... Yeah, 31 CS, 2 kills is nice. He's level 5, so gold influx, but he needs to start getting some experience. Going to take a reset here to match base timer with Nisqy. Nice CS lead on the bot side for Carzzy, but Fnatic should be able to crash this with jungle being bot side.
Yeah, you can see the HUD updating here. You got level 5 on Elyoya, so it's not as desperate as it was looking, but it's still not great, as with we're already highlighting the CS not being in a great position. And the mid CS is abysmal for Nisqy right now. Mad Lions, they need to find some sort of success, but when your mid jungle's this far behind, that's the whole core of the map.
And the thing is, you have this strong point on the map right now in terms of the Kalista matchup on the bottom side. It looks good, but it's not going to matter a lot if there's so many free resources up and available from the side of Fnatic to stop you from further cementing your advantage. Wonder right now, building small advantages on the top side, held onto that flash crucially as he avoided that gank, so just isn't under threat.
Yeah, Wonder surviving on the weak side. The bot dive, we've gone over it a few times. It screwed bot lane, but it screwed Nisqy. He had to run across the whole map, lost TP, lost about 2 waves for it. So his experience has been in the gutter. You can see he's a full level down, so Mad Lions need to recover that.
And that's the problem. It becomes so difficult for you to try and play off this bot side unless... I mean, Trimby actually should be able to just dash away here.
Waiting. Now has to dash back to safety. Guardian proc coming through. Xerath ultimate. Gonna get a bit more poke down onto Carzzy right of the arcane. Forcing out Carzzy's ultimate as well is big for the fights to come. Hilly playing with fire here. Instantly they're gonna re-engage. Knockup comes through. Hilly greedy.
And points in case of what I was about to say, if you have this strong bot lane, you can't play around it. You can't try and go for some sort of play in the bot lane because you'll always lose out if you end up in the 3v3 because Elyoya is behind. You can't try and go for a dragon because you're wasting time of Nisqy and Elyoya who need to be farming to get back into this game.
Yeah.
And now it's Fnatic who are punishing that fact, leaning into that bot lane and using perfectly that right of the arcane from Humanoid.
This game is so odd. Everyone's in their own world. Nisqy's trying to recover. Yoya's running around the map trying to find camps. Bot lane really wants to fight 2v2, but they can't because Razork's hovering there. Top laners are just both on an island, and now Yoya says, you know what? It's Herald time. Bel'Veth getting the Herald would be ideal.
Walking up, knockup comes through, but he's just going to cast the Dominus. Elyoya has to be very careful. This Renekton hurts. One dash, flash out to safety. Wonder does the flash before. Flash in! Wonder finds the kill! Cassante going out, looking for the isolation! And now Razor comes over the wall, just trying to finish the kill onto Nisqy. The Shattering Strike will do it. Humanoid over the wall, raining down hell onto Hylissang. Hylissang desperate to keep the fight going, but here comes Trimby looking for redemption after game 3. He's there just in the nick of time.
No one lost that wave of pop, but Trimby sure as hell didn't. Level 6 versus the level 5 of Hilly. Gets in with the charm, sets it up beautifully, and Fnatic punished the only window Mad had to make some sort of cross map.
Oh, the Bel'Veth is struggling in these fights. The Renekton is loving these skirmishes. Wonder just goes in. Blind, no vision, knows they're on Herald. His team's still not there yet. 1 versus 3, just walks in and basically solo kills Elyoya. Not only does he solo kill Elyoya, but he forces Nisqy over the wall to peel and almost kills him too. And then by the time he almost kills Nisqy, Razork's there. So the amount of time Wonder just bought for his team just won them that topside fight.
Even getting that Q off onto Nisqy as he came over the wall alongside Elyoya gives him such a big heal, and Trimby flashing forward, gets the charm, gets the knockup, and Humanoid's position is perfect there. He just has to sit over the wall, gets a stun onto Alistar, throws in an LQ every so often, and Wonder, you see he's looking happy after that one.
That damn smile. That damn smile. Mad Lions, not out of this yet, but at a massive gold deficit. Getting the objective is going to feel good. Elyoya empowered briefly here on the Bel'Veth, but pretty far behind. Even Shroud already coming through from Razork is going to be devastating if they're able to find and pick out these individual targets from the side of Mad Lions.
Is it round 2 for the bot dive?
Round 3.
7 or 8 minutes later, just go again. Double down, see if we can win it this time around.
It's round 2, baby. Round 2 fight. Noah sidestep quick, trying to flash out to safety. Immediate knockup chain, and he will go down. He will not get a kill back. Unbreakable Will coming through for Hylissang, making sure he can stay standing.
It's good for Matt though. Jungle support from Fnatic's bot side. There's no cross map. They're on the same side of the map, so top can play in isolation. Nisqy can push, so they're not under threat of like a Herald top or a Herald mid. So quite a calm game state for them to make that kind of play. Flashes traded from the Alistar and the Zeri.
And this is kind of what you need from Mad if they want to try and get back into this. I think it's still a little bit of a long road, though. I mean, they're finding windows where they can try and play off of Carzy, but again, I feel like once you start to get towards the next dragon that's going to come up, as you start to look towards Ripchild in a couple of minutes as well, that's where Fnatic can look to group once more and use the fact Wonder's massive and the Xerath is big.
And the Xerath's so frustrating to play against, just so not interactive. Chasey not quite able to bring Wonder back under tower for any longer, but still very tense matchup on the top side of the map. And right now, I mean, one of the biggest points of strength is still the Kalista. Niski's in trouble. Fancy footwork, ticking from the Leandries. Will be able to walk away. 58 HP as it starts to regen there. So here comes Elyoya. Again, try again. Can they make the play work? Dominus now coming up. That's the immediate knockup. Want to keep this one going. Wonder in trouble now. The healing is not going to be enough. And finally, Elyoya will find a kill on the top side of the map.
Here's the cross map though. Finally, Fnatic are on the opposite side of the map when Elyoya goes for the play. It didn't happen bot, but it's happening top. They herald mid. They get some push in. Carzy's giving up bot waves. Yoya needs to get back down towards mid so he can cover off this bot side. No TP available for Nisqy, and Chasey's too low.
But it's got Elyoya back into the game. 3 kills now. He'll be able to go back and get his Blade of the Rune King as well for himself. And I mean, crucially, those kills and that gold had to get into Elyoya's hands, and now you got Carzy, who didn't actually, in the grand scheme of things, lose too much on that bot lane. You only get 1 turret plate, although next one will go down in a stiff freeze, but you've only got a minute before that happens.
It's a couple minutes till Drake, but Mad Lions needs a reset. There's the gauntlet from Chasey, but I'm looking at the Blade of the Ruined Kings on this jungle AD. When
Double
that gets
spike.
picked up, that's a huge spike. Nisqy maybe building towards something like the Leandries or the Crown, we'll have to see. But Hilly's looking for a play. Noah, no flash.
Next flash in. Headbutt pull, follow up immediately from Carzy, just trying to chunk Noah out. Stun gonna connect, knockup will still come through. Hylissang has to be careful here, cannot afford to burn the ultimate in lane.
There's one Blade of the Ruined King. I think he's going for the gauntlet as well here. Yoya gonna go for the blade and then tankiness. We'll see if he goes Kraken, but I'm waiting for the Carzy reset. I think if they can get those items before Drake, that's huge. Nisqy face checking Razork.
Razork the stun immediately gonna come in, the ult bomb, the flash to the side, the push back. Nisqy getting fancy with it, taking his time, will now slide out to safety. Elyoya in the area, and Razork potentially overstaying here. The Belvet's a powerhouse as he finds one, and now Humanoid in trouble. Ulti not gonna come out. Elyoya finally will use it there, but on the bottom side, a fight breaking out as well. Carzy continuing to step up here. Hylissang getting just lower and lower. Nisqy, the fancy feet just do not stop.
Nisqy. He just hasn't been touched. Nisqy, so well played. And you can see how happy he is on your screen there. Belvet now, though, Elyoya starting to move down towards his bottom side. Huge amount used. Hilly has his ultimate up and available, but is so low.
Bot dive on the cards. Wunder needs to get ready to TP. We'll see if Chasey tries to stop him and chase him down on the minimap, but Noah's low. Yes, heal.
Not even scared about showing their hand. They know they're so powerful in this position. Early ult now comes out, but it's Carzy who might be in trouble. Ignite now ticking. Knock up there immediately. Carzy's going to fall up and find one. Trippy needs to run for the hills. Nisqy shadowing just to make sure that no response play can come out. A clean dive from Mad
Yeah, look at Chasey still chasing Wunder. He just made sure that Renekton can't get bots. His job complete. And Mad Lions pull off the dive, 3rd time's the charm.
And it's actually a bit of a mistake coming through from Trimby as he tries to make the play to get them underneath the tower with the charm. He ends up just drawing Noah out from underneath the tower. The minions were still there to tank, and it means that you actually get Hilly who's able to walk away from that without having to invest too much. So Mad Lions, these last few passages of play have been brilliant, and Fnatic are kind of getting their heads spun around a little.
Humanoid's going to get that mid tower. That's going to help the map state a little bit, but Fnatic were given a silver platter on bot side when it's like Mad butcher the dive, jungle falls behind almost a full level. At like level 6, level 7, Razork was up 1. But now after 2 repeat dives, Mad Lions have found a way back in. Yoya has literally just ran around the map and found 3 kills with no real answer from Fnatic in terms of a grouped up macro play and getting a tower or shifting for an objective. You can see 10 seconds on the dragon. See if there's going to be a fight around that bot side of the map, but Herald spawning in around 30 seconds to a minute.
Fnatic holding onto a gold lead for now, however. 1.8k in their favor. Haven't really had the opportunity to fight on their terms because of how well Mad have been playing the map. Mad need to keep this up. Again, they are an elimination point. They are backed into a corner. Managed to find the win in the previous game. Again, individual play coming through clutch. This time looking to make it a little bit cleaner. The early game was sloppy, but Mad already course correcting here in the mid game to make sure they have a fighting chance.
Mid-wave contest is going to come in. Look at the minimap. Everyone's sprinting at mid. They need to get this wave in both these teams so they can choose which side they play for. Hilly's getting caught though.
On the flank. Razork immediately engaging, and that's the power of the Xerath. Nisqy can't dodge it. When he's CC'd, he's already been chunked. He's already been knocked out of the fight. Wunder now getting torn to shreds by these Blade of the Rune Kings. Trippy desperate to try to find the re-engage, but Wunder cannot find the angle. He cannot find the stun. Razork now chasing down, mounted up. Ready to crash down. Yo-Yo trying to survive the best that he can. Dash out to safety. He's got 2 more. Dash back into the waiting arms of the team. And now Noah, the potential to clean up is massive. Charlie Nazari just takes over. Carzzy denying 1 kill. The Callista all coming out. Carzzy knows that he has to turn this one. It's Humanoid is overextended. Trippy can't find the angle.
It's Carzzy and Nisqy.
Carzzy and Nisqy versus the world. The Azir making it work. Mad Lions against all odds again. Holding on. The spear starting to stack. But a single misstep cost them so much. It is Nisqy in Montpellier. Oh, putain, this man is a god.
What the hell is going on? 4 kills apiece for both sides. Razor gets out. Nisqy TP's back in. It's an absolute bloodbath. Mad Lions getting chased down, but it's the carries that stand their ground.
It's not punch number 1 you need to be worried about with Mad Lions. It's punch number 2. Hylissang plays this beautifully. Watch Trimby. As Trimby tries to go in for the CC, he gets the pulverize, which allows Nisqy to escape again with a fancy feat, stepping away from Humanoid. On the top side, you've got Carzzy, who's doing so much work and just being able to get a ton of damage off with Oyoya. As Carzzy is starting to back away, because Hilly had interrupted that engage, you get the reset from Nisqy, who's able to TP back in. Carzzy's doing a fantastic job of fighting back here, and this is where it looks disastrously. But watch your Carzzy, as he comes forward here, steps 1 skill shot, manages to dodge away, gets the kill here, flashes away after that second, but here we go.
Herald now taken down by the side of Mad Lions in the meantime. Hylissang forced to pop the ult early, immediately trying to respond. Nisqy has still been charmed up and will be able to dash out of safety. Carzzy now going to be in trouble. Humanoid immediately falls into the stun. CC layered perfectly. Carzzy running out of options. El Yo-Yo running for the hills. Fnatic find a play and respond.
There's fights all over the place, but it's Fnatic winning both of them. Nisqy has to save Hilly. Carzzy has no peel. No one's around. Reset comes through from El Yo-Yo. He's gone for Evan Shroud on this Belveth. Didn't get nerfed on this patch. It's more of like a Yone supportive build with things like the Blade of the Ruin King. We'll see how much that can do in terms of work for these fights, but top tier 1's going to fall. Dragon's going to fall. Fnatic picking up these objectives. 2,000 gold lead for them.
A tense game 4 here. 11-11 the kill score. You already highlighted the gold difference. The Drake now going to be picked up. Wonder going to be in trouble. 1 dash coming through. Now needs to try to find a way to safety, but surely he will just fall. Unceremonious on the top side. Just a little over-eager to push, it would seem.
It's those kind of picks that then put the ball in your court. Now Mad Lions can push out top and get top tier 1, right? So this game is going to be so back and forth, again, similar to the last 3 games where it's just 40 kills a game. We're already upwards of 23 at 18 minutes.
But Mad Lions are just playing so well around the map. It's like, look, we're giving up a Cloud Dragon, cool, but we get the pick. Now we're going to get top turret as well. Yoya coming back out of the map. Noah needs to be very careful.
Noah, Hylissang finds the angle, waiting for the stun to now come through. The empowered auto attack, just standing still. He doesn't even need the Marshall points. The Callista stands and delivers.
That side of the map does not belong to Fnatic, and Mad Lions make Noah very well aware of it. Nisqy gonna get the top tower, they're gonna get the blue buff. Mad Lions are fighting every step of the way.
This is such a slugfest, isn't it? It's just such a brawl across the entire map. Every single player has a window to all in it every single time, it feels like. So everyone's on their toes. No one gets caught out there. Really nice engage from Hilly. But I guess we're just waiting for the next one. Now Mad Lions have swung the gold lead. I felt like it was only 30 seconds ago when I said Fnatic get top tower and Drake and they're 2k gold up. Now it's Mad Lions that are ahead with that shutdown onto Carzzy.
But Noah should never be here. You know that the top side of the map is going to be that cross map. You know the Mad Lions are looking for that top tower. And he gets caught out, thinks he's safe with the dash over the wall, but little does he know there's a cow waiting in the brush to make his day very, very sad.
Big spikes on the horizon for Mad, the Rabadons for Nisqy, the Rage Blade for Carzzy. If those two can get completed, there's the Rage Blade. If they can get the Rabadons on this Azir, oh boy, they're going to take every single fight. And no Dragon for the next 3 minutes, only 1 apiece though. It's mid-wave contest central, here it comes. Humanoid stepping up to try and get the wave. Look at Hilly. Look at where Hilly is. On the left side, Hilly can find Humanoid here. Does Humanoid react? Can Hilly land the Q flash? It's a mind game between the Xerath and the Alistar.
Flash in, immediately gets the taxi under the recon. The knockup follows through. The charm still ticking though. Trippy will make it out to safety. He's burning, he's ticking, he's trying desperately to survive, but he will fall in the end. Mad Lions, the onslaught now coming down the mid lane. They are not done yet. Razor desperate to turn, but there's no more fuel left in the tank, and Noah can do it all, and he cannot. Razor still standing. Wonder buying a bit more time. They need to delete the wave. Right in the arcane coming through, raining down fire. Buying space.
They'll have to back away.
Carzzy!
Won't be enough.
Oh, Carzzy!
Will it be enough?
The Leanderies!
Burning?
Is he going to fall?
Rebel field. Oh.
Wow.
Just about, but Mad Lions, they get away with it. They get the kills, they get the mid tower, and slowly but surely they're getting control of this game.
It's a game of inches. If Carzzy dies to that Leanderies, I think Fnatic can rush Nash, you know?
That's a centimeter. That's
a millimeter. That's 16 HP.
That is
he walked
unreal.
away with.
Mad Lions, I'm surprised they dove. But you know what? I'm not going to question it anymore. Just keep going. Just keep fighting. Hilly, it's a mind game there. Humanoid, does he flash the WQ combo? Because if he does, Hilly can then Q flash to follow up. So nice mind game there. Trimby falls, but I thought here Mad would get mid tower and go Nash. But no, they're Kalista ulting. They're diving the Xerath. They get re-engaged on by the Razork, and a lot of damage comes down from Noah, and then Humanoid tries to snipe them down. Nisqy extremely low. If Humanoid doesn't chunk them out here, I think Mad have an easy Baron.
A lack of wonder there, really coming back to hurt Fnatic. Mad very quickly collapsing onto that mid lane and doing a really good job of it. You're going to get the Rift Herald on bot side as maybe a potential Baron here.
Yeah, they know Herald bot and just group mid. Fnatic can't match that because if they do look at Humanoid, if they go down there, then they're just going to rush Nash. Mad Lions, they have Kalista to secure. It's going to be mid-wave contest again. When's the next fight?
Oh, you're looking for a flank. Humanoid poke starting to hurt. They have to be careful about sticking around for too long. Oh, yeah, off to the side, so far unspotted, looking for an angle onto the back side of the map. Hylissang splitting the fight for now. Oh, yeah, goes in, he finds Humanoid, immediately dashes out, gets the ulti cooldown.
That's big. They can look for Baron here now. Mad Lions can ignore mid-wave. Herald's pushing in. Go start Nash. They lost a lot of engage. It's on Trimby to find the backline with this Rakan.
It's so tough, too, because when Elio goes in there, you have to feel like he's immediately going to follow up and full commit to the fight, because Mad Lions have been playing like total psychos, but this time he backs off. He tempers the aggression. TP now coming in.
They can finish this.
Hex Flash.
They can burst at 2K.
Lower and lower.
With Kalista.
As long as they burst at 2K, there's no way that this should be able to be stolen. It should be impossible. They managed to secure it. It's close, but they make it work. Now the Herald will crash on the bottom side as the fight breaks out. Wonder trying to buy a bit more space. 4 members of Fnatic.
Hilly.
Slowly but surely backing away, and Hilly once again will go in right into the back line. But Noah now has to be the focus. Noah holding on, but JC says not today. Mad Lions find the angle. Shelly continues to rampage down the bottom side, and Mad Lions might just look to end it here.
The Croc has to go back to the river as the Mad Lions roar into existence here. Running down the mid. Hilly, I don't think he'd be able to find him. Wonder will get back, but I don't know if you can try and defend this.
I don't think you can end though. 3 seconds on Razork, 5 on Trimby. I think it's double inhibitor, reset play for top. But Mad Lions have just broken the game wide open. What an engage from Hylissang there. Fnatic kind of overstacking a bit. As much as Hylissang landed a massive knock-up, I think they kind of walked into that one. But man, oh man, Elyoya on the flank. Razork panicked. He instantly pulled the trigger on the Magnet Storm, and once that's down, so much of your engage is gone. They pull the trigger, they secure the smite, they win the fight.
You said in 2021 it was 3 5-game series that Fnatic had to go through.
Yeah.
And it looks like right now we might be getting the exact same, as this fight was absolutely incredible.
It really was. It starts with Razork attempting to steal and falling to Elyoya. It's a 4v5, Fnatic have to disengage. But it's here, the Kalista ult comes in. Nice sidestep there. Cars didn't get hit by the E. Onto Humanoid, no flash. They tried to peel, but that's a triple knockup, right? You're walking into that trying to stop the Xerath from dying, but he does end up falling. 2 carries are down. Not enough pressure from the creeps, and it's too early in the game to fully end it. But Nisqy just, I think he looked at Hylissang there and he was like, how did he do it again? You know, this man's engages. This Alistar 1-2, he just blinded it, you know? Yeah. Game 3, it worked. Match point still, pick it again. Game 5, Fnatic, are you gonna ban that Alistar?
But in every world, this shouldn't have worked. Mad Lions were behind. Fnatic had done everything correctly, but Mad just find these tiny little moments where they can pull it back. And credit to Elyoya, like, this was not the best of starts, but now 6-2-5 on the Velvet as well. Getting that control, keeping the push now on bot side as the rest of his team start to group onto the top lane. They don't even care about Dragon. They know there's blood in the water.
We thought through the series, Mad would just fix their mistakes, fix their communication, and just stop dying on sides. You know what they did? They just fought more. And that seems to fix it. Just go even deeper into the fights and just keep going. Look at Hylissang, just going to combo Razork. See if that turns into a fight.
Kicking things off right in the arcane to try to poke Nisqy out of the fight, taking his time to lay those 1 down. 1, 2 out of 3 connecting, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, and now trying to isolate and lock down the enemy mid laner. Mercurial dot buys Carzzy a bit more time, trying to stay standing in this one. He's untouched on the backside. The Kalista once again taking over in the fight as Elyoya stares Humanoid in the face and says, not today. Mad Lions will take us to a game 5. Mad Lions will give us silver scrapes, and Fnatic will face one final match for a chance in the finals.
We thought the Mad were gone. We thought that they were done, but they were just sleeping, and Fnatic just realized what it's been like to be bitten by the Mad Lions.
An animal is most dangerous when it's cornered and wounded. 2-0 down, Mad Lions. They've brought us to game 5. Unreal. And I think it's all off the back of the momentum. Carzzy pentakill, engages from Hylissang are sick. just keep going, double down, go for the Kalista Alistar again, engage again, fight again. The Xerath couldn't really keep up. You know, Humanoid's job in those fights was to try and execute someone at the end when the bloodbath, but it's just been over already. Try and pick off these kills, slow them down, but yeah, Mad Lions are just playing the game so damn fast right now that you have no idea what they're doing. Belvet's giving up her red buff level 3 to dive bot. It didn't work. What's she doing 6 minutes later? She's diving it again. And then again 2 minutes later. And you can never really keep track of what Mad Lions' plans are because there's so many plans going on at the same time.
Mad Lions, when the pressure is on, when they believe in themselves, as corny as that sounds, they play so damn well. And it's risky, and it's arguably not great play, but when you make it work, who can look at it and say, that's not enough?
I've never seen so much pace in games in my life. No. Like, these 4 games were non-stop. We had about 30 seconds in between every single fight. And even then, it felt like we didn't have time to watch replays, look back, try and reflect on what's going on, because we were just lost in the chaos.
And whatever plans you have when a game is that fast, fall away if not every single player understands their role in the game. And Dagda, I would love to hear more from you. The desk is standing by to talk more about that insane Game 4 Silver Scrapes, baby. It's going to be a banger.
Let's get it. I think it's Montpellier. It's the arena. We had them yesterday. We're getting them today. Or we're getting them tomorrow, hopefully. But first, we got to tie this one up in a nice little bow. And if any of the 4 games, if there were any indication to what we may expect from the 5th game, I'm ready. I am so ready.
At the beginning of the day, we were so excited about the potential of what these teams could show us. And after the dominant 2-0 from Fnatic, I truly believe that they had cracked the code, they had a plan, that there was no way that Mad could bounce back. But it was Yamato himself that said, game 1-2, right off some Mad, that's usual. And then they'd find a way to bounce back, and they've gone and done it. They've gone and bloody done it. This team is playing phenomenally. We have 2 incredible teams going back and forth, and I just hope that Game 5 delivers.
And look, let's be honest. Carzzy and Hilly just got tired of losing. Like, they're done with that shit. They are unleashed right now. Carzzy, after the pentakill, goes absolutely Super Saiyan. Then you also have Hilly's Alistar being nuts here. Like, again, they're being pushed on the back foot throughout this fight, but they find an angle to come around. Carzzy sees Humanoid outside of the range of his teammates and then can kite for days.
It's right itself, you know. Kalista, Alistar is a combo that everybody remembers when we get to see it in action like this. For the longest time it was forgotten, and they seem to have found the juju that makes it work. And you have to think from Fnatic's side, there's no way in hell they're gonna let Carzzy play this champion again together with the Alistar combination.
Yes, and this is where it comes full circle, because in the beginning they had some picks that you didn't like from the bot lane, but now they're thinking, oh no, what if Carzzy is gonna carry on Varus? Oh no, what if Carzzy is gonna carry on, I can't even remember what it was, in game
the Kalista.
one.
Game 1, okay.
Yeah. So like...
the
wow.
Aphelios.
Yeah, the Aphelios, indeed. And that's why I think the ADs are also in our picks to watch for the series so far. So it's hard, but can we break it outside of Carzzy in terms of, let's say, what went wrong for Fnatic this game?
I think the main thing for me, right, is just that the pacing of the game is so much more different. Because I think initially, right, I felt like Fnatic was so much more aware of the conditions that need to be met in the game for them to actually thrive. And then when Mad Lions tried to claw it back, they were always waiting for things to actually connect before action occurred. But now we see a situation where, they're doing Drake, and all of a sudden Wunder is getting caught on side. That's uncharacteristic. This lack of discipline where they're forcing with Rel and Xerath onto an Azir, this is kind of awkward. Why are they rushing when they should be dragging? They need to take it much slower.
Not your tempo.
Not anyone's tempo. That's Mad Lions' tempo.
My take on this is, so I used the stat earlier, but after the first 2 games, Hylissang was 0-17. Like, the man was just getting caught out. And I think that this all comes back to something that Mac told us in an interview at the beginning of the season finals, which is very much that him and Elyoya need to be on the same page for this team to function. In games 1 and 2, they weren't. You could clearly see that Hilly wanted to make stuff happen, but he just couldn't. On the Thresh, on the Braum, he wasn't capable of it. But his Alistar is the pick. It has been a game changer for him as a player, because not only can he engage, Carzzy, one of the most consistent elements of this Mad Lions squad, says, enough of that, I can reel you back in, and then they can go for round 2. And it feels like that this is the perfect combo for this bot lane.
Yeah, I feel like you have to break up that combination of picks, because, yeah, it gives you so many options, the survivability of Hilly, but also just the way our games are being played. it's full-on chaos map states throughout, like kills happening in top lane, immediately someone is picked inside mid. I think that this type of game is exactly Hylissang's element. That is where he thrives, whether it's on the Mad Lions of today or it's on the Fnatic of yesteryears playing against G2. Those teams would always have these games in best of 5 scores, back and forth, and it was always Hilly that could find those angles.
And then we also have to bring it back to the jungle, right? Ivan, Razork, he was so effective on the Talia. He played the Karthus game, it didn't really pan out. This time around, he was playing the Rel. You know, you see this evolution, the first initial moment with the Ivan, now it's banned, Talia, now it's banned, and now Karthus got locked in, it didn't pan out. It seems like Elioya is finding that confidence again that made him into an LEC champion, the Belveth. We all remember the Elioya Belveth, and he brought it into this game. I didn't know Belveth didn't need to farm, it just goes dives, kills, left and right. I didn't know this was a variant of Belveth.
I will say that Kadril summed it up beautifully in the cast where he was talking about how they made a Hail Mary play at level 3. That dive in the bot lane was such a massive gamble. We all thought that it was disaster, yet they just kept fighting their way through it. They kept finding these picks, and the synergy problems that they had in game 1 and 2 seem to be gone, and now it's up to Fnatic to kind of reset themselves and find a way back. Oh yeah, this is exactly the play. This was such a massive gamble because the top side of the map was being completely taken over by Razork. If they didn't make this play work, it could have spelt disaster for Mad Lions. And like this was going horrendously for Kazi. Like
Minion block.
It was truly a situation where I thought that this was doom and gloom.
So I don't want to diminish the team's actions, but I'm hearing coin flip. And I gotta be completely honest, I also kind of felt it in the first couple of games. Fnatic just always had heads. Like, they always had what they picked and it always worked out. But I feel like that's going too far because then I'm taking away all of the decisions that these teams are making. But it's a good example, right,
so
this dive?
I see where you're coming from, right? Because I think from a macro perspective, there is a little bit of that where the teams, because there's so much happening, are putting the blinders on and not being aware of when we're getting a win on some other place of the map, I need to be careful now. Otherwise, they're going to jump on me and we're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Where I think we are seeing excellence is in, pardon the little creep block, like the micro of certain players, right? Karzi kiting out in the team fights, Hylissang's angles where he could find engages. I think that's where they're absolutely excelling. It's in the minutia of these skirmishes and of these team fights where it's going ballistic.
What, his voice?
No, minutia.
Minutia, yeah.
I've never heard anyone naturally bring that into conversation.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm jelly.
I mean, it's been a
but look at
bloodbath.
this.
Yeah, look at the average kills that we're getting per game. Honestly, in my opinion, this whole series is all about bot lane. Games 1 and 2, he got the Xayah. Yamato, you were all in on about how you can't afford to give this man this champion. They start taking it away from him. What happens with the Karthus? In game 3, he doesn't have bot prio anymore. He's not getting the same control that he is getting from the 2v2. In game 4, the Zeri, they don't play through bot anymore. It's actually Mad Lions playing through their bot side of the map with the Kalista Alistar. So I think it's all about getting bot lane a winning matchup, and that is what will determine the series.
All right, when we look at Fnatic selecting blue side for the last game, and I want to bring back predictions. You can't play because you had a 3-1, but you had a 3-2 for the Mad Lions, and you had a 3-2 for Fnatic, and I think this is an excellent setup to tell me why your prediction is going to come true. You can start.
Who's you?
Vedius. I was looking at you. I was making eye contact.
I actually thought you were looking at... I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I think that the bot lane of Fnatic can perform better. Kazi is terrifying me right now, but I am going to continue with my faith in Fnatic. All they got to do is get that winning 2v2, and I think Fnatic will come out on top.
I think Mad Lions is a team. I think they're very momentum-based. I think in the chaos, they thrive, and with everything going on, playing on the big stage, there's a lot of it. I think the fact that Fnatic went back on blue, I think this makes me think that we're going to see another tank jungle for Ivan, and I think this is where, of course, Mad Lions will thrive, and Elioya has found his juju.
Okay.
Look, this is a battle of wills. This is Razork and this is Karzi playing to the absolute limits. I want to see mages in the jungle. Razork, none of that tank nonsense. Absolutely fight it out against Karzi.
Yes, your voice. Take care of it as they take care of the game, because it all is coming down to this. We're going to Silver Scrapes once again here in Montpellier. Which team will lock their LEC Grand Final spot tomorrow? Don't dare go anywhere, and let's dance to Silver Scrape.
make one more penta, I will tweet that you're the best AD carry to ever exist in the Rift, and Supa is a peasant compared to you.
Carzy rush. Whoa, Carzy! Going out, and Carzy. Can you get QE? Oh, Carzy! No! Yes! Noobs.
Nice. Good job, guys.
We play this. I'm with you, DJ. No flashes, I think.
Yeah, no flash all.
It's a montage, guys. Play slow.
No flash, Seri.
And jungle 2.
Nice!
Oh, you do it. Yeah, you f***ing do it. No flash.
Good job.
Hey, yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
Hi, bet.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at Displate.com.
Welcome back to the LEC semifinals between Fnatic and Mad. Against all expectations after that second game, here we are in Game 5. Mad Lions have the momentum. They are on the cusp of victory. Fnatic, one game is all that it comes down to.
It's a quick hot drop in the draft, isn't it? Fnatic side selection on blue side here. See if they can revamp that draft a little bit. The Rel isn't working for Fnatic, but the Azir is working for Mad Lions. They haven't found a way to shut it down, and pinching Nisqy in the first couple games was their real advantage that they had in these drafts. Is Azir first pick worth it? Is Alistar worth a ban here for Fnatic? There's a couple of things up in the air. The Ivern might slip through if that's the case. The Maokai might slip through if that's the case.
Nerves, you have to imagine, from the coaching staff, knowing that they need to do their best to set their players up for one last battle here in the semifinals.
It's Kalista
one last
ban.
game.
I feel like Noah's been really suppressed these last 2 games up against this Kalista. He hasn't really found his footing in these games to get himself involved in these fights. Maybe he's calling, you know what, guys, I think Alistar's a problem, but can we take away Kalista? I feel like he probably feels like this lane phase is too much. He needs something that can get into the mid game safer.
I think it's also just how impressive Karzi and Hylissang have been in fights. The Alistar going in, getting that reset with the Kalista, finding another opportunity to go in. It's such a powerful combo, and it's not going to be there. Now the chase band as well. Ivern, the trees are up.
Yeah,
they're ready to fight.
Is Azir the most valuable pick in this series? I think Fnatic are debating. It's Ivern, yeah, but they could get Rel Azir here, Mad Lions, pretty easily. They could get Azir Maokai. They have Renekton open. So they believe in Razork's Ivern. What's their response to the Azir then? I wonder if Mad Lions are going to want to it with the Maokai here.
Maokai coming through as expected once it is locked in, although Mad Lions can't take their time. I mean, a lot of pressure again on these first 2 picks, because whatever you leave up and available in terms of meta powerhouses, you know Fnatic are going to snatch up. So the Rel would not be surprising. The Azir as well, based on what we've seen in this series, has to be taken.
I think they might have to do Azir Renekton, you know.
Yeah.
I think giving Wunder blind Renekton, he has a lot of power in that lane phase, and he actually has a lot of pressure. And you can pick up Maokai here, but they're not going to pick it. You can pick up Rel, it's unlikely they'll pick it. But if you don't pick up Renekton, I feel like Fnatic's going to take Renekton Xayah here or something on 2-3. Go back to comfort.
Yeah, I think the Renekton's too strong. I think you kind of have to, but
wow.
Not going to be the case. They're going to take the Rel, so I think, yeah, you're going to get the Renekton on the opposite side. As you're saying, I think you can go back towards the Xayah. You've got great disengage for a lot of what the Azir and the Rel want to try and achieve in these fights. And then it's just a case of, do we end up going for something where maybe they try and steal away the Alistar? Or what exactly do you want to try and go for here?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Taking their time.
Maybe they pivot, you know, and they just put Wunder on like a Poppy or a full tank on 4-5, and they just pick like Xayah Rakan here. Or Syndra. Wow.
Coming out, I mean, a bold call out.
That's what won them their game 5 last time. You know, they played the Syndra into a tough comp. I think it was like Azir Ezreal they played it against. But they somehow found their way back into the game despite losing early.
It was that single target CC that was just so obnoxious to deal with. The stun from the Syndra into the lockup from the Ivern. It was like, if you get caught, you don't get to move. And now you're getting rid of one of the most safe AD carries in that Xayah. And now it's a case of what cards you want to try and bring to the table. Is it just go back towards the Ezreal, try and have that self-peel?
What can they do to also to fight for bot lane priority? We've seen how key it is. Again, we talk so much about mid jungle, but the team and the side that has had bot lane prio has freed up their jungler to do essentially whatever they want in the early game. This would be a bold bet, most certainly. Another AP jungle coming through. Elyoya doesn't want to risk it. Goes with a safe choice here in game 5.
It's kind of a double flex, that Maokai Rel, really, isn't it? But we've had a taste of Elyoya on carries, now he's back on tank duty. So Mad Lions are playing the front to back.
I think they have to ban the Alistar here, though. I think Alistar is going to do so much work for you. Can tank up the Maokaios, can tank up the Rel, sets up beautifully for the follow-up for Fnatic as well. You just do not want that pick slipping through.
I think the tough thing about banning the Alistar is Nautilus is one, Rakan is another, Alistar is another. There's 3 engage supports here that Mad Lions are going to give away. You could give them Rakan and play Maokai support into it. You know, Beryl was playing that in the LCK. It works really well. All you do is just W the W of Rakan, and he can never knock you up. Alternatively, you could give them the Alistar and play I think Alistar ban has to come through, you're right. They might get Rakan, Azaya Rakan, but I think you can't give Hilly Alistar, right? That's
Game
be
5 against a player of Hylissang's pedigree and experience, giving him a champion that can single-handedly win the game with a flank is a terrifying prospect, regardless of the impact on the draft.
Yeah, it's just Trimby will get the Alistar, right? Or he will get the Rakan. I think Hilly can pick a champ to negate it, but Zaya Rakan is so strong. But Alistar is also really powerful. Yeah, they're gonna give Alistar to Fnatic. I don't know if Trimby will pick it though, you know? Like Trimby, I'll check now how many Alistar games he has, but I feel like his engaged supports are really...
And it feels like a call-out on his champion pool that they took away specifically the Rakan and the Nautilus, and not the Alistar. Nautilus in general, just safe blind, right? Not the flashiest champion whatsoever.
He's had like 7 games on the Nautilus as well, so it's definitely been his most played and the one he wants to go towards. But I think here Zeriban going to have to come through as well, just to try and get Karzi off of something that's good into the side.
Yeah, I think it will be Alistar for Trimby. He's got 5 games, won 2, lost 3. It's, unless he wants to pivot and go for Melio, but again, you're playing Ivern, you need a melee support. You need an Alistar here for Fnatic. So what does Matt pick up on AD? Do they take Renekton away here? Or do they just take, something like the Kai'Sa? I think that's going to be Kai'Sa Rel then. But again, it's an Alistar pickup likely, right? I'm not sure what else Trimby can lean towards. But I think, Wunder has a lot of blind picks here. Renekton, Poppy could do well, I suppose. Not the best against their comp, but, you know, Kassante's open, Ornn's open. I don't think he'll struggle.
What is the option going to be here? Fnatic really taking their time, knowing that it is do or die. Despite an okay win record, Trimby still locking in the Alistar, taking as much time as possible to lock that one in so they can debate what the blue 5 pick has to be for top lane.
Do they try and jump ahead and take the Poppy here? I don't know. Looks like it is just going to be the Renekton.
It's going to be Renekton Cassante, isn't it? Is Cassante the play here?
I think Poppy could be so good, though, if you're trying to block this engage from the Alistar. Like, you already know there's going to be insane follow-up, so just trying to get something that can play towards that front line and try and tank some of the follow-up CC could be fantastic for Mad Lions, but...
What about Gragas? Nah, too much AP. Yeah, I think it must be like something like Cassante. I mean, Poppy makes sense into Renekton Alistar, but if you're going into Syndra, Zaya, Ivern, you're not moving. You're dead. So it seems we've come full circle. Both teams have gone for this kind of front-to-back team fight. As much as Fnatic solo lanes don't have like that innate DPS in the late game, they have insane amounts of bursts, and the Ivern makes up for the sustained through fights with the Zaya by his side. So Mad Lions, Azir Kai'Sa, front-to-back, Maokai Rel engage. Everything paints the same picture for both drafts. Fnatic might have a little bit more lane pressure in the early stages, mostly in solo lanes or kill threat. But then again, Elyoya has more threat of ganks than the Ivern, right? So it's a give and take, but yeah, this is the last game for both these teams. And it could be one of these teams' last game until the World Championship.
I just feel like it once more, though, a huge amount of pressure on these bottom sides. You look towards the potential pressure for an Alistar engage, followed from the Ivern Zaya route. That's an instant kill. You look towards Hilly and Elyoya, what they can achieve together if they can sync up. And that seems to be where the majority of the pressure is settled in this series.
Yeah, we've had 40 kills per game, but I feel like something tells me this game is going to be slower, dead quiet. This game feels a bit different.
Now that everything is evened up, now that Mad aren't fighting from a deficit, will they temper their aggression or will they continue to go wild on the Rift, to risk it all every single time? We are moments away from this game 5, do or die for both sides. One of these teams will go home. One of these teams will walk away with 3rd seed and nothing else. It is time to get into game 5, Mad versus Fnatic. Single game left. Both these teams are betting it all on these compositions. But they both faced drastically different journeys. For Mad, it is a story of inconsistency. Great until they weren't. But here in game 5, perhaps they can redeem themselves from the lackluster start of the series, find themselves once again in the finals. For Fnatic, it has been steady improvement against all odds, against countless roster changes, against a broken hand for their primary top laner. They managed to find a way to be one step in in the LEC season finals.
Just another year as a Fnatic fan, really, isn't it? It's just it's never the easy road. It's always the Fnatic road. So Mad Lions were looking for some kind of level 1 there. Interestingly, they got their red buff warded out, and Fnatic put a ward on their blue too. So both of these buffs are warded. That's going to sting the early game for Elyoya.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they managed to spot the entirety of Mad Lions as they walked away from that top side on the warded red buff set up nicely for them to get that invade. So already, a ton of information for Fnatic. It's just a case of what do they want to try and achieve with this. Ivern going to be starting off on that top side, so Carzzy and Hilly going to be able to, well, going to be looking to try and push back Noah and Trimby off this level with Alistair.
Do we see topside pressure? Something we've essentially seen very little of this entire series.
I don't think so, you know. I think both these top laners are just going to farm it out. Unless Elyoya does 3 camps top gank here, I think it'll be in isolation until the mid game or until the Herald fights. I really think bot lane is just the essence of the entire game. So Elyoya went Raptors to Krugs here. He could lose out. Oh, this is really risky, Razork. I mean, Elyoya might just flash to interrupt it, but I think he's just out of range.
Yeah, has to get the channel off. Doesn't have enough time, so immediately finish the channel, smite the objective. And is just going to walk away and take it in style.
Oy, that hurts Elyoya. He needs to get towards blue quickly or Gromp level up. Fight in bot side.
Hylissang poking here. Alistair level 1. We've highlighted it in previous games in the series. Notoriously weak. Easy for Hylissang to just walk up and get free damage.
Can Yoyo use that bot push here to maybe try and counter invades, try and get Razork's red? Would be tricky.
That's what I'm thinking, because you can see at the moment Razork has to try and clear it all this top side. And it looks like it's kind of a bit of a weird one where you end up with a split map on towards the top side, which isn't really what you want to try and go for. No real control over mid though, makes this very dangerous. And Hilly
H coming in, immediate response now coming from Trimby, but he takes a ton of damage on the backside of that trade. He gets the ignite from Hylissang, but it might just not be worth the health.
Ouch. Humanoid.
Scatter the weak, excellent.
Yeah, one of his comfort champs, Syndra. He does not miss those. He might have missed a few Serath ults, but these Syndra Qs, these Syndra stuns. Again, just one of his favorites. Yoyo is going to finish off the blue. Razork will secure his red pretty easily, I think. Doesn't need to smite, it looks like. Can just mark them up. Use the smite for the crab. We'll see if he can get this bot crab. Try and steal it away, but Yoyo's ready.
And that's what I was going to say. You got complete control of the bot lane from Mad Lions, so Yoyo should be in position here to just go for the crab after it spawns, have support coming through from his bot side. And Humanoid relatively low, so I don't know if they can really try and contest this as Razork.
Razork continuing to walk up, has the luxury of the red buff. And just poke a bit here. Mad Lions, of course, have bot prio, so Razork really can't afford to stick around for too long. Would need to channel before he could smite, so doesn't have an option really to take this crab.
Mad's going to get squeezed here into this choke. Razork has the mid push. I think Mad just needs to go. Pull the trigger onto Razork.
Managed to connect now, trying to lock up the immediate turn and burn. Cardsy again not taking any damage. They're just trying to burst down a single member. It's going to be a 1-for-1.
Trimmy's alive!
Trimmy's still living! The passive coming through with the flash! The flash in game 5! He will get a kill back!
What a fight from Fnatic. Trimby combos in. I thought Mad thought that he was probably already dead. But the push comes out. I think maybe they lost vision of him. The shield came through. Trimby then flashed to the back of the Dragon Pit to force Cardsy to chase him in there. Ends up dying, but 2 big kills over to Fnatic. Big bot wave crashes, crabs in their favor.
I mean, that is a massive win, and honestly, should have been Mad Lions' play, right? They just weren't able to get there in time, and Noah Trimby able to follow up onto that bottom lane play. And now, 2 kills going across, 1 going to the Ivern, not so hot, but having that kill to match for Noah in that bot lane is going to be massive.
Yeah, we saw both top laners use their flash. Wunder was really low. It looked like Chasey was getting close to a solo kill there. He's TP'd back. Chasey's running back to the lane. So top's in isolation, yes, but Chasey has TP advantage at the moment. Niski's hovering around mid, trying to fake base, perhaps just trying to catch this last wave before he takes the recall.
Also, Elyoya just falling behind once more because of that play, right? He doesn't get the Scuttle Crab on bot side. He end up losing out on that play on top. Does just manage to get Scuttle on the top side. But it means that now you got Razork who's coming back out onto the map. He's in a really good spot, has that Boots of Lucidity. So this Ivern in a pretty spectacular spot as they start to move in towards the next passage of play.
Sitting comfortably, Trimby waiting over the wall, ready to Hex Flash if necessary, if he can find the angle. Hylissang just trying to clear the wave, gets down a bit of a stun. Trimby now firing back as the Aftershock starts to fade. But as you highlighted previously, getting the early kill onto Noah, allowing him to buy the Noon Quiver, hoping to even up some of the CS discrepancy. We're currently seeing 1 kill to 1 and 80 carries overall. Cardsy has been the star in game 3 and 4, but it was Noah in game 1 on the Saya who made such a mark on the series.
If you cast your mind back to game 1, what we were trying to highlight was the mid jungle on both sides. And it kind of fed over into the bot lane going, well, this has actually been the main focus. But realistically, I think Razork and Humanoid are going to start to have a bigger and bigger impact on this bot side. As you said, the Ivern already in a good spot. Humanoid just hit level 6. He has fantastic control. And now, as you get this push from Noah and Trimby at the bot lane, you can lean in towards things like Dragon. You can lean in towards more invades onto this bottom side. I think this is where you're going to start to see this Ivern.
Oh, Wonder knocked back under tower. Chasey on the chase. Will just barely managed to make it out here.
That was close. Very, very close. Side lanes are tense. Looks like both these side lanes are just constantly fighting. Dragon's still up though. I'm wondering when Matt's going to pull the trigger on a Dragon start. I feel like that's been on the table for the past few waves. Elyoya's finished his top side. Need a little bit of vision here as Nisqy comes back to mid. He's got the Mercury Treads, his first item, trying to be safe up against that Syndra and Ivern. Razork's moving down from the top side. Matt's still yet to start the Dragon. There's a pink in Tribush for Fnatic in case they want to go for this bot dive, but it should be a stacking wave. Looking at their movement on the map, Matt must have a bot stack here. Yeah, they do, so they're trying to crash dish and zone them away, but the pink's going to spot them. Razork's running through mid, so Matt see the enemy jungler coming down. They're going to have to back away here and turn this into a Dragon, I think. Nice idea for a dive. But are they going to turn this into a Dragon? Yoya's resetting. Karzi's basing. No, they don't fancy the objective.
I don't think you can. Humanoid moves back to mid, completely clears out that wave, and if you try and contest that river control, Razork and Humanoid are going to cause you absolute misery. So Nisqy forced to go back to lane, bot lane back under control, and I think that's the biggest problem that you're going to have here is Mad Lions and trying to set up this control for Dragon is just how strong Syndra is going to be in that mid lane.
I think what Fnatic will do is just transition this into top pressure. Look at Trimby's reset timer. Bot wave's crashing. Zaya's close to level 6. Run out top sides, maybe full swap if you want to. Mad Lions are he's just pulling the
Big Raptor kidnapped. Nisqy flash in, is going to get the pushback. Now Chasey can step in, manages to stop the stun from coming through as well. Unstoppable there. Humanoid in trouble. Overstaying his welcome on the cheeky peek in. Not worth the Raptor whatsoever.
Mad win the top side fight. It looked a little bit sketchy there from Nisqy, but he just pushed him into the Cassante. Razork's going to get that level 6. Trimby's already invested his time up here. But I think it looks like no Herald for 15 seconds. They get the pick, they use the Azir flash, but they don't get anything yet. Looks like they'll go for Dragon.
I think they got to try and commit for Dragon because Humanoid's going to reset, be back out onto the map, and you'll be able to compete with this play on towards the Rift Herald. So they're like, look, we'll just use that advantage to start up the Dragon as we can. But I think for Fnatic, you're kind of happy that you're still going to get a Rift Herald out of it at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's a slow game. 4 kills in 8 minutes.
Yeah, what is his pace? We need to get to 40 kills to get to 200 kill series. But I have a feeling we're going to be a little shy of that, as you said it in the draft. I mean, in Game 5, when the pressure is on like this, teams just feel generally a lot less risk-prone, and why bet it all on a single play? That said, Gold Dead even, 1 Drake to Mad Lions, but the Herald to the opposite side. Noah has Cleanse as well as Ultimate. Is just going to be forced to use the Cleanse here.
That's a tough chunk, because Razork's on the top side. Yoya's looking mid. Nisqy doesn't have the flash, doesn't have the pushback. Razork can match this.
I love this from Elyoya though. He kind of just walks into mid, gets control for Nisqy. I actually thought they might just use that to shove in mid and then threaten a potential bot dive.
Oh, Trimby's going in.
But Pulverizing Knight already now ticking. Hylissang trying to flash in to turn the play in an instant. They kill him before the ult can even come out. They make it happen and Hilly still lives. How do they make it work every time?
Trimby knew he couldn't keep going forward. He would have given his life for the life of Hilly, and Karzi would have been happy to take that trade. Now Nisqy going forward.
Dashing in. Triple soldiers, nice bit of poke on a Humanoid.
2v2 bot going in favor of Mad Lions. Again, that's a 2-1 Kai'Sa with static. Let's watch this again. So Noah has no cleanse and Trimby engages it. I don't think Noah can react to this. We'll see. Level up. Trimby remounts stun into Q. He doesn't really have a frame to ult there. And there's not much he can really do without cleanse. If he had cleanse there, they would easily win that fight. But of course, Trimby just maybe expecting them to win that one out and turning it into 1-for-1 perhaps.
But again, Hilly coming alive in this last game. He's been an absolute pillar for Mad Lions in these last 2 games. And now in game number 5, making massive plays on this bottom side. 2 kills now for Karzi. And it feels once more that they're going to have control over this game coming from the bottom side.
Hilly.
Playing with fire a little bit here as Razork comes in. Aftershock still proc. Hilly's going to try to crash down out to safety. Nisqy, is he ready to burn the ult if necessary? The answer is yes. Elyoya's still waiting over the wall though. We'll be able to walk away without giving a whole heck of a lot.
I'm watching this Wunder TP timer. He's up 20 CS. He's got 2 plates, basically in isolation. He's ahead in XP and his TP's up. Can he use it to his advantage? Can he crash this next top wave and try to TP in on these bot fights where Mad's overextending? Look at that ward in the river on the choke towards blue buff. You know, if Wunder can get a TP in there, that would be ideal. I think Fnatic want it, but looks like Chasey's running him down at the moment on top side, trying to stop him from TPing, and he's pushed back.
Making sure Syndra going to pull back the crab just to make sure that Razork can complete the channel. Smite to secure that one as well. A tense exchange on the bottom side of the map. The gold is again still dead. Even so much of that, though, as you highlighted, is in the back pocket of Wunder, who right now is being pushed in, not given an avenue to leave his lane.
I think Wunder catches this wave, resets, and now my question is, where's his TP going? If he's running back to lane, Fnatic have a plan. If he TPs back to lane, then Fnatic are just going to have to herald mid and sack. I think he might just have to TP back top side. Sante just proxying those waves in. We'll see some pings on the bot side of the map here as Fnatic collapse, but again, their TP is just gone.
I don't think they know that LEC is here, though.
Noah now backing off. Has the ultimate up and available. Shrimby as well with the level 6. Trying to find the angle bot side, but it will not come through.
Yeah, all committed just to try and keep them back. You can see Hilly had gone for the resets, and now he's showing up in mid lane. What can Niski do?
Niski. Scatter the weak is excellent. Hylissang now is continuing to step forward, but the play fizzles.
1 minute 40 seconds on the Dragon. It's an awkward spot now because Chasey's got the TP advantage, but he's probably going to have to base and TP back because Wunder's got Gore Drinker. He probably wins out on this trade. He's probably going to eat through the wave. Even just trying to buy time in mid as his TP's available. 1 minute 25 on the next Dragon. And it's tense. You know, both these teams, they want to complete items. You know, Niski's sitting on a lost chapter. Karsi wants to get towards Nashers. There's no real demonic embrace on this Maokai just yet. First strike, red smite, a lot of damage. There's Moonstone on the Ivern, but yeah, Noah's just coming out of base with a recurve bow and a Noon Quiver, so not ideal. When you have carries like Azir, Kai'Sa, Xayah, you really want to wait for the right time to fight. But Razork's up towards his top side. Chasey cancelled his reset. There's a dive potential here, but Yo-Yo's around.
Has to survive this, has to hold on. Unstoppable for now. Manages to push Wunder back. Level 10 is going to bring it back to the waiting arms of Yo-Yo. But Wunder trying to finish the kill, but Chasey will walk away. 34 HP. Wunder now wants to turn his focus onto Yo-Yo. He's shielded up. He's empowered. But the arcane smash stops the play in its tracks. And here comes Niski. Has to be careful though. Wunder is still so powerful. Niski may have bitten off more than he can chew. He's forced to use the pushback, but the root connects, and in goes Wunder. Niski holding on for dear life. Will just barely manage to make it out, but it's another TP. Cassante on the way in.
Can they re-dive him? Can they go for it again?
The knockback is there. He has no ult to escape this time around. Chasey. Oh no, it's a terrible TP in game 5, but a kill traded back as Humanoid gives his life to the tower.
It's an execute. They will end up getting the push in mid for Karsi, who will get at least a plate, but in bot side, they're losing everything. It's a disaster for Mad Lions. They had the control to try and set up for Dragon. They tried to throw everything into that top lane play, and it's Fnatic who come out on top.
Chasey greets the reset. He stops it, trying to catch a wave. Razork pulls the trigger. Niski has to collapse. Karsi has to abandon bot. Humanoid TP's in. Couple plates over to Noah. Couple plates over to Karsi. The game's still pretty even, but Fnatic, in the long run, I think Wunder's going to get this top tower. He doesn't have TP for Dragon though, so maybe Mad Lions can look to set up on that bot side. Kenny's trying to stop Razork getting this crab.
Uses the Ignite to try and deny the channel, but sadly Razork is able to complete it, so we'll be able to smite it away now. He continues to pick up his own camps.
It was only one kill that went over in that whole exchange. One was an execute, but one actual kill went over.
The thing is, though, you've now got Razork, who's incredibly low, trying to move over, so Mad Lions kind of spot this. They go, right, we can start up this Dragon, but look at where their bot lane is positioned. By separated here, Fnatic know it. They're going to try and brute force their way into the
Yeah, they got it. Yeah, they got it. Chasing no TP, they don't know where Wunder is. This is a game of vision. Mad Lions are not sure. Look at their vision right now. They don't really have any vision on the bot side, and they don't know where Wunder is. So there could be a Renekton in the brush coming out of red buff. You can see the Kai'Sa Ws are being used to try and snipe him. Niski no flash sitting under this bot tier 1 that's really low. He's being a bit greedy down here, Niski, as Trimby can maybe look to flash combo him. We'll see if he can interrupt the dash.
Niski no flash.
All of Fnatic's here.
Ultimate up and available.
Daisy can tank. Whoa,
Flash
Trimby
forward, he just raw predicts it. It's an easy call out, knowing it's the only avenue of escape, but Trimby finds the angle.
Game 5, and it's the greed that's coming back to bite Mad Lions. Chasey top side, Niski bot lane now. Mad don't get the Dragon, but with everyone from Fnatic on bot side, they'll be able to trade for Rift Tower.
It's not the worst actually for Mad. They lost bot tower, yes. They got mid tower and a herald for it, right? So in terms of raw gold, not the worst for Mad. They got Alistar flash as well, so that frees up Karsi for the next fight, if there is one around mid. The problem is Niski doesn't have his mythic yet. He needs to get that mythic. It's 15 minutes in the game and he hasn't completed it. We'll see if he's got it as he runs out of base here. Looks like he's sticking around. He's got it, right. So the Azir finally got his first item.
Yeah, the biggest problem that I see for now, though, is that like Fnatic basically have control over side lane. Wunder beating Chasey. Humanoid is able to push out against Niski because of the threat that you always have, like Razork or Trimby or someone showing up. So it means he should be able to get control over sides, group onto mid, and the mid lane tower, half HP. You'll clear that very, very quickly. So I think that's where now Fnatic will get to even up the trade afterwards, even though the Rift Tower went across the Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to drop this. You're right. Karsi's got the Nashers. 2-item Kai'Sa is online, but Humanoid just using those Hex Gates towards mid. Towers maybe going to fall here. Noah's the only one hitting it. Mad are collapsing down. Gonna have to stop for now.
Fnatic now collapsing back down towards the Dragon Pit. No Dragon to take, but taking control at least of the bottom side jungle, as you highlighted, using the Hex Gate to invade. Blue buff up, it would appear.
Wait,
so.
did they just Syndra W the blue buff?
Wonder.
The Ivern?
Swippy swap in there with Hylissang.
I think they just used the Syndra W to pull the blue buff, then Razork mocked it and smited it, so that was pretty cool. Stole that one away. They really want that mid tower though, don't they? 3 minutes away from that Dragon spawn. There's no side lane tier 1, so Fnatic don't really have an objective right now. The only thing they can play for is that mid tower, but Mad, no, that's their only play.
Slowly walking away, and again, the tension in this game palpable. 3K gold lead for Fnatic. Feeling pretty comfortably in control. Carzzy, 2 items already, however. 3 items is really going to start to be terrifying, and despite the sheer amount of AP on this composition, there's not a true tank on the side of Fnatic to mitigate that. We'll see if Wonder wants to start going towards something like a bomb to mitigate the carry threat here.
Yeah, I think a lot of this though is going to be a case of like, just wonder how does he try and use these side lanes. Like you can see at the moment he's starting to get that control, he's going to push in, and we've already seen him trying to group onto this top side, but Mad trying to respond by immediately going bot with this group.
Mad going to force the play. The rest of Fnatic waiting behind, trying to zone away. The Herald for sure is going to get the charge, but now it's Wonder on the backside. Creep wave to dash through if he needs it. TP responded by the side of Mad, but Carzzy's getting lower and lower. Hylissang now flashing in, Carzzy flashing out to safety. All of Mad on the retreat. Running up river as fast as they can towards their mid lane. Now Yo-Yo will also flash out to safety. It's chaos on the bottom side of the map.
But Fnatic's been bamboozled. Carzzy went forward, so they all turned his attention towards him. He flashes out over the pit, and Fnatic can't chase, although Hilly getting a bit greedy with the reset, so Fnatic will shove him off. But I mean, the fact you got to escape away from that, well, you don't get to keep the TP on JC, but you get away. It's a big win for Mad.
Does Fnatic get the mid-tier one? Wonder's hovering around. Niski stopped his pace. Wonder's contesting the Raptors, needs to be careful. I think Fnatic are gonna have to back off. Wow, so TP invested, nothing comes of it. Couple summoners used, Yoya, Hilly and Carzzy losing their flash in that exchange, Trimby as well. But no one dies again. Wonder just gonna get away from that one. Side lanes need to be caught here by Mad Lions. One worry I've just realized for Mad Lions is that's a lot of AP. That's an AP Kai'Sa, that's an Azir, that's a full AP Maokai as well. So yeah, need to get that magic pen rolling with sword shoes on Azir. That Mercury Treads on Azir, that slows that down. But they're gonna need to get Void Staffs ASAP. Banshees to be built for Humanoid if he wants. Looks like it's not going that route just yet.
Potentially Cosmic Drive now coming through. Just wants the extra mobility to stay out of reach of a lot of the melee champions. The Aether Wisp could go for something else too. I doubt at this point it's a Lich Bane, so we'll have to see what the focus is here.
50 seconds on the Dragon. Let's see how these teams set up now. It is a Hextech Dragon coming up. Of course, Infernal and Cloud at the top meet the third Dragon. I'm just looking here, it's Hextech Soul, of course, with the Hextech Gates.
And I think crucial to keep track of those cooldown timers. Yes, Mad Lions got out with their lives, but can they win a fight when they're down so many key summoners?
Wonder still on top side with no TP. Mad have sent Niski to match because they know that he can actually teleport into a fight, so Mad immediately start to push in. Lily's looking, they'll find Trimby, but they can't really get a position here that they feel comfortable with Humanoid sitting over the back of the pit.
Let's not forget, Mad have a little bit of poke, saplings, Kai'Sa W's, can they land them, can they chunk Fnatic as they try to push this mid tower. The Static Shift doing work, there's the TP from Niski, trying to chunk them out, trying to slow them down. Fnatic trying to brute force their way in to get some vision.
Hylissang waiting over the wall, just barely spotted. Heck Flash now coming in.
Gonna kill off the Daisy here, see if they can get it. It's actually quite crucial to get that down, looks like it'll live.
Trinket key to spot the flank there. Could have been disastrous for Fnatic. Have to be careful about overgrouping.
These Ivern Brushers are just giving Maokai Saplings more damage. It's a bit of a pain. Fnatic are trying to force their way in. The shields are stopping a lot of these Maokai Sapling damage, but look at where Carzzy is. Needs to reposition a bit. I don't know if Mad want to start this. I think they need to look for the turn.
Waiting over the wall. Void Seeker poke will not connect. Humanoid manages to find the scatter the weak.
Oh, it's tense. No one wants to go in.
Fishing for an angle. Crash down now utilized. It's going to be quite some time before Hylissang has it up and available again.
I think Fnatic going to send Humanoid back to mid. He's going to clear that wave, get mid tower, and then he can always come back into the fight. So Hilly repositioning now, using those Hex Gates to get in behind Fnatic and try and keep them honest.
Humanoid needs to get back down here. As much as he can get that mid tower, this Dragon's going to get quite low. Mad Lions have so much burst for it. My eyes are on Trimby. His flash just came back up. Carzzy, no flash.
Hylissang.
Where's he engaged? Where's Maokai?
Back in. The Maokai ult to zone them away from the objective. They can take this one for free. Do they want to take the fight as well? Scatter the weak comes out. Instantly the engage comes through. Trimby now trying to disengage as quickly as he can. Chasey stepping forward. Trimby trying to turn the fight. The carry line to the backside. Carzzy still standing. The W goes the wrong way. The feathers come back. Noah, eyes on the prize. Takes down the enemy AD carry, but must flash out to safety. And now it is Chasey and Niski. Do they have enough left in the tank? They don't. In comes the Ivern Cube, but they've overstayed. One more time from the Azir.
2v2.
Does Niski have it in him?
He dodged the stun. Yoya doesn't have flash. Is that just going to be a 3 for 3? Are they out?
It was a comedy of errors, so many mistakes that amounted to so many different kills. The Alistar W stopped the Kai'Sa, Carzzy W'd the wrong way, then the pullback, he walked into it. But the one who doesn't make mistakes here is Nisqy. Just stands in front of all of Fnatic and gets the kills, gets the damage. Razork lands the Q at the end to keep it going. But let's look at this fight again.
Yeah, Razork fishing over the wall for Hilly means that he can't really get up into the position. Good stun from Humanoid onto Chase. He prevents him from the follow-up, so Hilly's alone in the back line. And then watch this from Humanoid as everything goes forward. You get the engage from Trimby, and Humanoid then able to get this big stun onto the back line to set them up. But Nisqy flashing forward at the perfect time to get onto Noah, onto Trimby, and buy space that was necessary in this fight.
You can see the nerves throughout this fight. So many skill shots whiffed, so many opportunities that they could have taken to just solidify it. But yeah, you can see it there. The kill onto Noah with the sapling, the kill with the Leanderies as well. Trimby kind of scratching his head there. That was basically a 5v3, 5v2, and they just lost out on so many kills. They were way too low over chasing, and it ended up in a 3-for-3. Now Baron contest. It's Mad Lions that got the Dragon, let's not forget. And it's Mad Lions that need to play defensive still, catch these side waves. Fnatic's Baron isn't the fastest, so as long as they have some vision on this top side, they should be alright to just keep the scaling game going. How far away is Nisqy from this Rabadons?
That was the big thing for me as well. Nisqy ended up with 3 kills in that, at the end of that fight. Meant that he's going to be in such a good spot. And
Carzzy! Oh, wait. Carzzy going in, just trying to one-shot Humanoid. It's a check rivalry, and he's making it happen. Humanoid flashing off to safety, barely hanging on. Redemption saving the day.
Do they go Baron? Do they pull the trigger? Humanoid has TP, they must know it, so they can't go for it. Carzzy's just used his flash and ult in exchange for Humanoids. They were once teammates, but now they're enemies in this game 5.
That could have been the game-winning play. You can see Carzzy thought he had it, but the healing and shielding from this Ivern keeps that play at bay. Razork, though, stepping forward now, needs to be careful to say that of a potential Baron start, but I think Mad Lions, they tried to make that moment happen, but just couldn't quite seize it.
There's a ward up here that Mad Lions haven't really noticed. I wonder if that's something Fnatic can use with Wunder if they try and pull them around this Baron. That's the only real deep ward they've got. You can see Razork and Trimby are going to contest these midwaves and maybe fish for more.
Humanoid, of course, being forced to use the TP. Only real loss for him in exchange for Carzzy's ultimate on the backside of that play. Now chasing on the bottom side, doing what he can to hold the wave. Mad Lions 4 members strong in the mid lane, ready to push in, fight for mid control, fight for Baron control, because again, while Fnatic's Baron not the fastest, Mad Lions can obliterate that objective with the Kai'Sa Azir combo.
It's very hard for Fnatic to try and push this game forward, though. The wave clear from Mad Lions is pretty good when you got the static shiv as well, but also just the fact that every time they try and approach any of these towers, you're running the risk of Oyoya coming in with the ulti, Hylissang coming in on a flank, even putting yourself at risk of Nisqy going in. So this is where you can kind of see they're getting control and pushing mid, but they're a bit hesitant to suddenly like collapse onto bot tower to try and push an advantage there, because they know they're just putting themselves at risk. So it does feel like it's going to be a case of, right, let's try and play for these objectives. Look for picks as Mad Lions are trying to take back the vision that we've already established.
TP coming in from Nisqy. Just finished the Rabadons. 2 items strong on the Azir. Big spike. No rage bait for Carzzy yet, but see if they want to contest this midwave here in Mad Lions. No flash on Humanoid. Let's not forget Yoya's going to pull the trigger on the ultimate. Can they collapse on the mid laner of Fnatic? This could be a massive pick.
Retreat. Humanoid completely and totally isolated here, but no CC connects, so there's no option for Carzzy to follow up. Humanoid manages to walk away so incredibly close, but Mad Lions can't find the play. They've given up their ultimate, and it's Wunder on the flank. Chasey is not who he wants to find, however.
No Maokai
to back away.
50 seconds on Dragon, no Maokai ult. Does Fnatic just hold bot side vision? Mad Lions could pull a switcheroo on this Nash here. I think Elyoya might be calling it. He's probably going to pink the pit here and try and clear out some vision. They've got Azir Kai'Sa if they can get over that wall. Yoyo looking for the crab. Fnatic on the way.
Going to take it, flash out to safety, flash traded.
Oh, there's so much of a threat of a Baron here. Fnatic can't give up this top side of the map. 30 seconds on the Dragon, and the Maokai ult's up soon, but now it's an awkward stare down on this top side. Midwave's coming in though. Both teams will try and get that one pushed, and then we'll see what decisions they make.
Really, just going to be able to back away. Doesn't get hit by Humanoid stun there, but you see Mad trying to see if they can keep push over mid side.
It's Nisqy's position, I think, that's just threatening this Baron. The Azir is on the
take
top
it down.
side.
Stun going to connect on the Hylissang, trying to force the fight, but immediately the Q3 coming in from Chasey to stop that one. Nisqy on the flank, Elyoya as well. Void Seeker not going to connect. That's big to deny the poke.
They can turn to Baron. They can just run up there towards the Nash. This Dragon doesn't matter. Fnatic are just playing a game of catch me if you can, chase me into this fog of war. Kai'Sa, Maokai are Mad Lions on Nash. They see Nisqy now contesting his wave, but when they go into the darkness, how do they know when it's going to start? How many blue orbs does Fnatic have? They can't really have any on solo this because Wunder's already reset. There's one blue orb.
One taken down.
It's a guessing game. They know where the Kai'Sa is now. I think they should know that the Baron's not being started, so now is when Fnatic can regain control. Now is when they can push them out, and Fnatic should safely be able to go towards this dragon, but that was a stressful minute or two of play.
They can get vision on the Baron, right? But you're going to have to give up all that vision that you've established on the bottom side. Carzzy, though, looking for the reset. He was very low on mana, so they want to try and get that back up before they go for this next fight. So Fnatic, at the moment at least, get some vision on towards Baron. And with Carzzy resetting, will get dragged.
Spots them out, but just not a mistake you can afford to make in a game 5.
He's
Easy
alone.
hex tech.
His team's at their tier 2 or top side. He just walked in. He baited them.
Resetting.
They're going to go for Baron Rush. Mad Lions can look to get this down quickly. Carzzy's not showing it.
It's on vision.
It is on vision, but I think they have the damage. Carzzy needs to get there quickly, though. This is going to get absolutely melted. Where's Wunder? TP in the pit.
now coming in.
Is this going to work?
Malkail coming out, keeping the jungler out of the pit. They get it! It's insane, but they make it work. Can they walk out with their life? Chasey now bringing Wunder back over the wall into the waiting arms of Carzzy. Carzzy throwing down damage. Sterix now procs Trimby on the way in, but he says not today. Punting the carry back into the rest of his team. Trimby managing to find the stun. Wunder there to follow up. Again, the headbutt into the wall. Fnatic not going to let the bait and switch come through. They turn, they punish Mad Lions, get the Baron, but Fnatic finds so many kills.
They have a mid wave as well. Humanoid needs to push this in and run bot and get a bot wave. They need to try and get 2 towers off this. Fnatic, they've lost the Baron, they got the Dragon. How many towers can they get? It looks like they might only be able to just get this one in mid. But Hilly, was that planned? Was Hilly running in there saying, guys, go Baron, I'll just run in here and bait them into a false sense of security?
Obviously, we would ever know, but you could already see Mad Lions were running towards that top side as soon as Hilly went for it. I think they were already planning, going, hey, look, we can try and get this, sneak it away. And for 1 tower that kills, Mad Lions get the Baron buff out at least, but you see here, they just don't realize that they're doing it on the vision. The TP comes through, and at this stage, it's all everyone for themselves. Just try and get out of the pit, but the damage that Wunder throws down onto Carzzy sets up perfectly here for the rest of Fnatic as they manage to come over the wall. And here, Trimby, late to the party, but boy, does he make an entrance.
Q flash. You know, Carzzy had both sums there. Carzzy had both summoners, but ends up falling to the Q flash from Trimby. And so what happened in the long run of this play, Fnatic got 4 kills in a mid-tier 2. Mad Lions got a Baron. Fnatic invested a lot of summoners, though. I think only Humanoid has flash up right now. Noah's is down, Trimby's is down, Wunder's is down. No TP on their top laner either, but this Baron, they can't really get anything off it, but they've slowed the game down.
Difficult situation to be in, most certainly. 3K gold advantage for Fnatic. 3 minutes away from that next Drake. Neither side at Soul Point. Chasey going to do what he can to hold on here, but the Siege with the Ivern, with the constant spam of the Syndra Dark Spheres and the Scat of the Week is difficult to manage. Mad Lions grouping on top side just to make sure that the push cannot come through. Wunder.
Hilly.
Looking to lock up Hilly. Root now comes through as well. All eyes on Hylissang as once again he is caught out. He'll leap out over the wall. Uses the ultimate just to be sure, just to make it out safely, but Fnatic cannot break the top lane tier 2.
I mean, you're realistically not really looking for a fight for Mad Lions anytime soon, so that ult being down doesn't really mean anything, but they keep the top tower, they keep themselves in a decent position, and it means that they're able to hold Fnatic at bay again for the moment.
Mad Lions need Magic Pen. There's Merc Treads, there's Spirit Visages, there's Mauls, there's Negatron Cloaks, Lockets. They need Void Staff on this Azir and Kai'Sa. You can see
Lightning Jewel coming through.
Yeah.
A little bit of extra pen. Ginsu's passive as well.
There's the second one from Niski. I think they realize they need Magic Pen. Mad Lions, you know, giving up this Dragon and getting double Void Staff might just be worth it. Sork Shoes on the Kai'Sa. They're not going to get through this front line, I think, unless they get a lot of uptime, but I don't think they're going to be given any uptime. The amount of CC Fnatic have, the Redemption, alongside the Spirit Visage, the lack of healing reduction. Mad Lions on the back foot, but if they can get to those break points, the gold won't matter.
It's true. It's so difficult, though. If they miscalculate in the fights, the shielding coming in from the Ivern on targets with so much magic resistance is going to make them unkillable, especially for Wunder. Ma going to feel good for Noah, but still overall relatively squishy in this game.
They have to be so careful, though, when it comes towards this Dragon, because if you overcommit to a side lane and be like, hey, look, we're going to try and get that farm, it becomes so easy for Fnatic to commit onto the bottom side of the map to just crack open the base and Mad Lions.
Hylissang.
He's fishing. He's always fishing, isn't he? A little bit of vision, plays down on top of a ping. Just contesting these Wolves. Dragons up in a minute. Mad Lions, what do? Do you gamble in and take the Dragon fight to try and keep this game in an even state? Maybe find a way to find a miracle fight? Or do you drop this Dragon, give them Hex Tech Soul Point, and wait for those Magic Pen items? It's a tough call. Mad Lions, if they get some setup, they can try and poke them out, and then once you've tried your poke, see what you think, you know? If you've got them low, try and fight it. If they're not low enough, just back away. But Mad Lions haven't backed away this series. even against the alts, they've just gone in and thrown themselves at the wall and seen what's stuck.
They don't have time for a reset. This is it for Mad Lions. Fnatic, they just bought. They're coming back. 3 items completed across the board, and it's Mad Lions who are trying to compete.
Look at this ward that's being pinged there. I think they know there's a ward behind them. Wunder has the TP.
Speed up coming through. Trimby, again, looking for the angle. Ward spotted out by that control ward, crucially denying that angle for Trimby to come over the wall.
Niski just fought bot wave. He's going to get the reset in here. Does he have Void Staff in base? Mad needs to make sure they don't get engaged on so he can take this base, but they just got stunned.
Immediately the knockback. Niski, does he have time? He cancels the recall. Key in the fight to come. Trimby finding Carzzy, isolating Carzzy. Carzzy ulting out of safety, barely living. Ignite ticking down, but it's not enough. Carzzy's still standing for now, but Noah continues to step forward, uncontested. Noah making it work in the fight. All eyes on Niski, and he cannot find the angle. Noah still stands. Fnatic,
it's over.
Are still standing.
It's done. Carzzy, can he get Razork? He's going to get rooted up. He's down. Humanoid's TP mid. It's a 5 for 0. Mad took the risk, and it didn't work. Fnatic might just win.
Mad needed the time, but Fnatic don't give it to them. When the chips are down, they step up again, and Fnatic will crack open the base in front of Mad Lions.
And no matter the roster changes, the unfortunate circumstances, Fnatic always find a way for the first time since 2021. In miraculous fashion, Fnatic find themselves in the finals here in Montpellier. Fnatic will face down G2 to fight for it all.
The reverse sweep was almost pulled off by Mad Lions. They just fell at the last hurdle. That one fight, did you really have to take it? You know, they'll be kicking themselves, asking themselves, could we have waited for that one more break point?
Just one more second. Just one more opportunity to get back to base, have Niski TP in. That could have been the difference maker. The fact they had to take a fight on the back foot, Fnatic found that opportunity. And they took it with both hands and made sure that there was no way they were going to let Mad Lions slip away from that one.
When push came to shove, Fnatic held the line. No matter how many crazy plays were thrown at them, even if it cost them losses in game 3 and 4, they held the line in game 5, and that's all that matters, moving on to the final. Their road doesn't stop here, however. After an exhausting series like this, they will be forced to face a G2 who's gotten to watch every single one of their games. It is a tough path. That said, an incredible series. Commiserations to the Mad Lions. Still will have the pride of representing EMEA at Worlds, but they were so close to the reverse sweep.
What a series. I think Yamato summed it well. Mad Lions level up as the best of 5 goes on, and you saw it here. You know, they're down 0-2, just throw everything into the early game and double down, and it worked. But it didn't work in the 5th game. Fnatic found their formula to stop it. And they will be playing tomorrow up against G2 in the finals.
Smiles for some, relief, I think, on the face of Noah. It was a difficult series.
But what a well-earned victory. I mean, for a Fnatic that go from the worst split in the entire organization's history to now turning that around in the season finals and going up against their rivals in G2 just to finish.
And you looked at this roster a couple of years ago when they signed the original with, you know, Wunder coming from G2, Razork coming from Misfits, Humanoid coming from Mad. You know, it's like a formula of successful players. But then Trimby from Rogue. That really made the magic happen alongside Noah. But there's Mad Lions. Next time we will see them, will be at the World Championship. They fought their hearts out despite being up against the wall, backs against the wall. Elyoya, you can see on your screen, just a bit heartbroken that they weren't able to get across the finish line.
Difficult series. You're going to go to 5. You can win in the most spectacular fashion, or you can lose in the most spectacular fashion. And sadly for Mad Lions, they ended up on the wrong side of the coin today. For Fnatic, though, again, the pressure is so hard now. You're facing a well-rested G2, a G2 who's gotten to watch all of your games, knows exactly what you want to go to, or a G2 who plays a completely different game than the Mad Lions.
But this is a Fnatic where Wunder comes in as an emergency, and now this is the 2nd time you've gone to 5 games. If you needed practice for our best team in the league in G2, 2 5-game series, and being able to play on this massive stage as well is exactly what you need.
And remember the ramp up from Fnatic in 2021, a roster that people also expected very little from. Whippo in the jungle, Adam top lane. It felt like a hot mess in the offseason. They managed to make it happen. 5-game series after 5-game series. They played more games in that playoffs than they did in the entire regular season in 2021. Fnatic on the cusp of making the impossible possible. If they can take down G2 tomorrow, we'll see if it can happen. For now, player of the series at LEC on X, Razork, Humanoid, or Noah. It's a 5-game series. Everyone had their moments. Just pick your favorite.
Razork had insane Telia games.
Yeah.
Noah was a bit quiet in game 3 and 4. Came back a bit in game 5, but the first 2 were great. Yeah, it's a really hard one, actually.
Yeah, I don't even know. And even like guys like Trimby not getting up onto there as well. Like his Alistar performances in the last one was fantastic. So yeah, across the board, Fnatic stepping up.
Yeah. Wow, they actually made it. I did not expect Fnatic G2 in these finals.
What do you mean? It's the
again,
LEC?
they find a way. It's really not scripted. I swear, I don't know how this keeps happening.
It's funny how Wonders just come full circle, you know?
Yeah.
He's like bench, now he's up against G2 again in a finals. And yeah.
What just a weird road we have walked to get here. Again, another Fnatic top laner with an injured hand, another substitution, another finals.
Maybe another world championship with a difficult wrist, difficult hand, you know?
Yeah.
Guys, we just cast 5
you
games.
need to fix the script.
And we're trying to keep it so serious, but there's just this wave of relief I think that Fnatic probably felt as well, that a lot of the fans felt, that it's just like, what did we just witness? What did we just participate in? This was insanity, this entire series.
Yeah, I think it's also, though, for this Fnatic, at least for me, looking at them, it's like a lot of players that have a lot to prove, right? I think for Razork, as we said, never being able to pick up his first title, now going up against G2, look, it's a hell of a road, but still now getting that opportunity to do so. I wonder that was already down and out, and people are like, you can't do it. Now coming back, and then you're looking
at
Trimby in that bot lane as well.
Trimby is the man of the hour. Let's see what he has to say as he is standing by with Lore.
Trimby, you deserved this one. I'm gonna let you put back the earpiece. Congratulations on taking down Mad Lions after 5 games. It's been a long evening for you, I believe. Taking the first 2 games, losing the 3rd one, losing the 4th one. How did you approach the last game, both in draft and mentally, to take this one and turn it around?
Well, honestly, I thought the series would end after the 3rd game, not gonna lie. We did quite a bit of stuff. Like, I think Mad Lions played really well at the same time, but also we didn't really do what we were supposed to, I'd say. And yeah, that's why things were going this way. But yeah, coming into 5th game, I think we were just, we just had to, reset mentally and just be sure to be able to play the games that we played previously. And that's what I think kind of happened. I think 5th game was pretty good by us.
On pensait vraiment que ça allait se finir après la 3e partie. Mad Lions sont très bien joués. On n'a peut-être pas joué au niveau des attentes qu'on pouvait avoir. Donc en arrivant à la 5e game, il a fallu qu'on se remette dans le bon chemin mentalement. Et au final, on a réussi à attraper la victoire. Ça n'a pas non plus été facile quand on comprend le chemin par lequel est passé Fnatic ces dernières semaines, devoir changer de top laner, se réajuster à une nouvelle dynamique. How has it been for you for the past few weeks, having to readjust to a new dynamic, switching top laners as well, when you think of the fact that you have to make it to final and that's the ultimate goal?
Yeah, for sure. Coming into this week and previous week too, it's not. There's quite a bit of obstacles for us, that's for sure, and that's kind of what we have to deal with right now. And I'm genuinely so happy that we're able to still showcase that, we're able to win those games, and pretty much for most part of the time in a good way.
Ça n'a pas été facile ces dernières semaines, évidemment, devoir réajuster notre approche avec l'un changement de top laner, mais au final, on a réussi à se trouver et c'est ce qui fait la force de Fnatic aujourd'hui. How is Wander doing? How is he fitting with the team? How is it working with him? Is he playing well?
I think Wunder's playing really well, looking at the fact that he says that he didn't play League for a bit and stuff, he was not prepared at all when it happened, and looking at the fact how little time he had in order to prepare, I think he's doing fantastic, and as a person, he's such a, it's so nice to work with him for sure when it comes to how, his experience and the way he talks is so calm, and at the same time, he brings so much joy, at the same time, like the way he banters and stuff. It's really, it's something that I don't think I ever experienced, in the team for sure.
C'est incroyable de pouvoir travailler avec Wunder, tant du côté de l'expérience, mais ce qu'il apporte dans les autres côtés de l'équipe, et surtout compte tenu du fait qu'il n'avait pas joué depuis autant de temps. C'est un plaisir de l'avoir en tant que teammate aussi pour le banter qu'il peut apporter. Et je veux parler de ta performance, Trimby. Il y a eu un changement ces dernières semaines et il y a un changement, j'ai l'impression, à chaque fois que tu joues sur scène. On a vu la même chose à Malmö l'an dernier. Cette énergie que tu as, cette énergie que tu tires de la scène, quelle est la grosse différence pour toi quand tu joues devant un public comme ça? We see the difference when you play on stage and when you play in the studio. We saw that last year in Malmö, of course, with the energy, the celebrations that you bring. How much different is it for you to play on stage and how differently do you feel it?
The thing about it is that when you feel like in the zone, right, when you play the game, like sometimes there's always like pauses so you have time in between to just figure out what's happening. And then, yeah, like for instance, I die, like today I died a lot because that's just how my champs work. And then I just look at the stage and I'm like, holy shit, there's actually quite a lot of people watching that, and it's so nice. It helps a lot. It's so different. It feels really amazing. And every single eye contact I can make with a fan, every single like moment, it brings me so much joy. And I actually believe, that what I'm doing, makes in some way sense,
Ça fait une énorme différence, évidemment, de jouer devant un public avec l'énergie que ça apporte, avec la façon dont on peut reset aussi entre les parties. Et forcément, quand on a une arène comme ça, remplie de fans qui sont là pour nous soutenir, ça fait toute la différence. Et c'est spécial d'avoir Fnatic en France, généralement. Mais on reviendra là-dessus un peu plus tard. Le chemin est assez similaire que celui que tu as eu l'an dernier. Tu étais avec Rogue pour battre Fnatic, pour arriver contre G2 en finale, pour battre G2 en finale finalement. And it's pretty much similar this year with the way you've been playing and the way you're acceding to finals. You were with Rogue last year, beating Fnatic, making it to finals against G2, beating them 3-0. This year you are with Fnatic, also about to face off against the likes of G2. Is it going to be the same journey for you, Trimby?
I would love to, that's for sure. But I think right now we just need to make sure we reset mentally and we're able to, come to the best of 5 tomorrow and in a great shape. And yeah, this series today was for sure very exhausting. But being able, for sure, if tomorrow things can happen and history can be made in a way that let's say we beat them, I think comparing it to last year, this year I think it's a bit harder. I mean, for sure, for me, it's like way harder than last year. So, yeah, being able to win against Hansama, for instance, an enemy team, and just getting a trophy again in summer on stage, that would be so many good things that could have happened in one time in one event.
Ça va être assez difficile. Il faut qu'on reset pour demain. Il faut qu'on se remette dans le bon mindset. Les 5 parties d'aujourd'hui étaient assez fatigantes. Et battre Hansama en France, forcément, ça représenterait beaucoup pour moi. Surtout que cette année a été très différente, a été bien plus difficile quand on compare le parcours que j'ai eu par rapport à l'an dernier avec Rogue. Mais évidemment que ce sera le but de gagner en finale. Last question for you, Trimby. As I was telling you, it's been a decade of League of Legends, a decade of fans in France here just cheering for Fnatic. I think it's one of the most appreciated teams that we have in France, and it was still the case today. How does it feel for you to win with Fnatic in front of the French crowd who was cheering for you all day?
It felt really amazing today. It was so nice to play, and I felt very similar to Malmo, even better to be fair. This time around, you could already feel that there's so many fans that are actually cheering for you. And I really appreciate you guys. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow, I guess. And bonne nuit.
Bonne nuit?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's actually a good one. Montpellier plus fort pour Trimby et Fnatic, s'il vous plaît.
Are we starting?
Thank you so much.
Hello? Yeah, we're starting.
Merci beaucoup, Montpellier. And good luck.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. They can't hear you. They can't hear you. Hello, welcome everybody to PGL, the LEC post-game lobby. I'm joined by Rimato Cannon, by Humanoid, and Razor. By the way, Laura, you're such a Smurf. Super impressive. Great to hear from Trimby. But the real Smurfs are here, I think, also. Congratulations, you two.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tired, or is it alright?
I'm kind of tired, yeah.
I have a mix of feelings.
What?
Mix of feelings. Headache and a little bit of emotional.
Oh, a little bit of emotional. You want to drink some water, maybe?
I will.
You have a headache? Yeah, okay, cool. We'll start with you then, Humanoid. I mean, we talked, I think, in a PGL 2 weeks ago or last week, or when it was also like crazy, and you said, well, I don't really feel the pressure until it gets to game 3, it gets to game 4. But I feel like this was a little bit different because you could have closed out the series in game 3. Tell me about kind of the difficulties after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was way more pressured than usually, especially after the duelist games, because it started out so well, and then when you just start losing, it's kind of hard to come back from it. And I didn't really know if we are gonna be able to perform in the last game. But I guess it worked out, and we managed to just forget about it and play good.
Yeah, what was the biggest problem you had to solve, you think, Razork, in order to win the 5th game?
Well, I was a little bit tilted after the 4th game, so I had to like reset myself and yeah, make sure that it's Fnatic game 5. We won 3 already this season finals, so we were like believing that we were gonna win it.
It's true, actually, that helps.
It definitely helps. I'm curious from your point of view, guys. Now, of course, you have to take series by series, but what are things in the short term that you guys feel that you can bring from today coming into tomorrow against G2?
Well, I mean, they had so much time to see our series, and like we honestly like showed a lot of things and our priorities and stuff. So they probably like analyzed as well. So we'll have to come with something new or something that can impress them or like shock them, because I feel like G2 is the team to beat right now, and they're pretty strong. So I mean, for sure, I'm gonna come tomorrow with like really excited to be my first finals, and hopefully we can beat G2,
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me. It is your first finals, and I think when we've watched you play, this was always going to happen at one point or another. But yeah, how important is it to you that I can see very important, but that you make it there despite kind of everything that's happened this year and how tough it's been?
I mean, it was a hard year, not gonna lie. But right now, I just can't feel more proud of myself and my team that we actually managed to come back, even though we were in a really, really hard situation. And yeah, my first final, I'm honestly like really excited and really emotional, and I cried a little bit before, but yeah, it's just like my dream, you know, is to like win LEC, and I mean, we're already settled for Worlds, so I'm looking forward to do it, but I really want to win LEC first.
Yeah, you have someone next to you. Every final he's played in the LEC's won, so.
Yeah, that's true.
That helps, I guess. Yamato, you were singing the praises of both of these guys throughout this. What do you think is the biggest thing they overcame today? Was it just that they got Ivern in game 5, so it's
I think that was part of it, but I think after game 4 and 5, like especially, game 3, I felt like everything started becoming more chaotic. Everything was rushed and faster. And I felt like game 1 and 2, you guys were so disciplined. It felt like whatever Mad Lions tried to throw at you guys were just calm and collected, waited for each other to sync. Humanoid got to kill a wave on side with no problems. And then eventually the chaos erupted. And the fact that you guys managed to slow down in game 5, very solid.
We're going to pick it back up after this. Was a great point. I'm sorry, but we do have Niski standing by for a word with
that's important.
Merci, merci.
Ils sont restés là pour toi. They all stayed here for you, Niski. I'm sorry that things didn't go the way you planned today and the way you expected today. Of course, it's really sad. But we're going to see you at Worlds, for sure. Yeah. Quick question on the game. What do you think missed for this last game? Because you guys had the strength to bring it back, to make it last to 5 games. What did you think it came down to?
En français, du coup.
English is better. It's going to make my job easier.
I mean, I would say in game 5, I think they had a good team fighting comp, and I think we executed badly. I'm not sure if, I mean, Kari said it after, he wasn't sure about the Kai'Sa pick. We weren't sure about what to pick there, but I feel like today was just, it's still the same story where like, if we're confident and we trust in each other, then we can win anyone, and if we're not doing that, then we can lose to anyone as well. So in game 1 and 2, we lost pretty hard, I would say, and then 3-4 we came back even, and I thought it would go all the way, but sadly this is the sports, and yeah, congrats to Fnatic, yeah.
You had everything to bring it back. You had the strength to bring it back and almost turn it around. Just like you had the strength to turn the year around, because it has not been an easy one since MSI for Mad Lions this year. what had made things better in the long run? What gives you the strength to bounce back on your feet every time and just keep on going, Niski?
I think one thing is my fans. I think if I didn't have...
Ils sont bruyants.
Ouais, ils sont bruyants. I think I wouldn't have the energy to keep going if not so many people would follow me every day on if it's either my streams or other streams or in each LEC game every weekend at Worlds. I feel like it's hard to keep motivation when you lose a lot. Even though I want to split, I feel like last 2 splits have not been great for us. But for me right now, what keeps me going also is also that I need to perform in international stage. I want to prove that Europe can win it, and I feel like I can be part of history if I do that. So, yeah, Worlds and my fans.
I think I can speak for everyone in the crowd when I say that. Okay, you know what? We're gonna leave them time.
Merci, merci.
I will give you some time to talk to them a bit later, but I have to ask about Worlds. That's the next step. You made Worlds consistently recently. What is going to be your resolution for this time?
So I didn't understand the...
It's fine. What is your resolution for Worlds this time around? It's not your first appearance. You're used to the stage.
I mean, for me, it's just important that personally, I think Asian mids are pretty good, I would say, compared to European mids. I feel like they're one step ahead, and for me, it's just I want to show that I'm capable of fighting with them. Even though I lost today, I think I still have so much more to show. I just want to go to Korea already and boot camp, which we're going to do soon. So yeah, for me, it's just one, I want to have fun with my team. I hope this doesn't break us because MSI kind of broke us. And I think today, even though we lost, the team got more together after the losses. I think it was just a good day for us. Even though we lost, I think we gained a lot of experience and a lot of trust. I think it's going to help us during Worlds for sure.
It is about learnings in the end, and you seem to have learned what you needed to get ready for Worlds. Last question for you before we get it back to Sharks. Anything you want to tell them in French this time? Je vais parler en français. Mais ils sont restés ici justement pour avoir la chance de t'entendre, Niski. Donc je te laisse la fin de cette interview.
Bon. Merci les gars. Par où commencer? Déjà, merci d'être venus les gars, ça fait plaisir. Pour moi, jouer à Montpellier, c'était très très important. C'était une de mes motivations pour jouer dans un public français parce que j'ai pas fait ça auparavant. Et maintenant, il y aura les Worlds et j'espère que vous allez continuer à me soutenir. Et pour tous ceux qui sont restés là maintenant, merci beaucoup. Et ouais, et aussi, je suis tellement déçu qu'on ait perdu aujourd'hui parce que je pense pour moi, j'ai l'impression qu'on méritait d'aller en finale, mais bon, on a perdu, c'est le sport, donc demain, soyez là et faites autant de bruit que vous avez fait aujourd'hui. Merci encore pour tout.
Merci Montpellier. Merci Niski.
Merci.
Le meilleur pour les Worlds. On croit tous en toi, on croit tous en vous évidemment. Une dernière fois Montpellier et Shox, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Laure. At the end, he was just saying, of course, disappointed in this one today, but they're going to give it their all for Worlds, and he thinks he owes it to the fans, and he's just thanking everyone. Beautiful moment, but the day is of the victors, and those are Fnatic today. We're going to take a look at the MasterCard play of the day because it was a Talia Sion Masterclass combo in Game 2. This was pretty sick. This was a long time ago, but Yeah, talk to me about this one. Swear, you know, you're gonna get the wombo combo, Wonder's gonna get a double.
Yeah, I had no flash, so I was just playing to wall them, and if they engage, I can ready to go on them. So they did it. I walled them, Barbus had no flash. So yeah, it was pretty good actually. I shouted bomb back, I remember.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah. Honestly, Cyan ult didn't matter. It was all my combo, but it's fine. Props to Wunder. Props to Wunder.
Who's the best Talia on Fnatic?
I mean, I don't want to say it, but I think we are kind of even. I'm not gonna lie. I only played one Talia game, so we need to see more of me, I think.
I played 2, I think, or 3.
I'm happy that you broke the curse, and I'm happy that Talia is meta, because this guy's been practicing for so long. We never played it on stage.
Don't say the strats.
Yeah, that's true.
And then always humanoid, we were always cursed. We pick Talia on stage and we lose, and they broke everything.
Yeah, it's true.
I was the problem.
Yamato was saying that you couldn't win with Talia ever.
It was the
I was the problem.
Yeah, classic. Isn't that always the case? Anyways, let's take a look at the bracket, because we've got Fnatic G2 in the grand finals. Wow. That's kind of cool. We actually haven't seen it in a grand final since 2019 in Athens. It's there again. And so many people have been talking about G2 and how strong they have been. So talk about the matchup tomorrow and what's going to be the key and how much of a chance you think you have.
Yeah, I mean, I remember always watching the Fnatic G2 finals, like back in the day, you know, and it feels pretty good to be part of it. I think we kind of have a small advantage that we actually got to play 5 games on stage already, so maybe they will be nervous, you know, they will not know what to expect, and we are already ready to play. So yeah, I think from there we were just gonna 3-0 it.
Ivan?
Yeah, I mean the stage is very comfortable. Honestly, I feel like I'm playing at home, so I think this warm-up that we got today for sure will help us. And yeah, I mean it's G2. I think it's gonna be bloody, really bloody. Like we're gonna fight a lot. And that's what G2 wants. So whoever plays better mechanically will win, I think.
It's crazy. You broke some records in terms of kills today. It was crazy.
It was crazy today. You know, I have to admit to the both of you, because you will find out later, I predicted against you guys. But there was 2 things. There was 2 key things that you guys proved today.
Yamato.
All right, man.
2 key things that you guys proved to me. That makes me an even stronger believer is that you guys are resilient, which was really, really key. I thought when things are gonna be burning, I thought you guys would fall apart, but you stood tall. And also the meta, I think you guys have really, really figured out what you guys want to play, and I think that's really, really sharp and really, really interesting. I'm curious to see what kind of G2 cookery we'll see tomorrow, because as Ivan said, you guys showed a lot today. But all in all, I think you guys really, I hope you draw energy from today into tomorrow, knowing that you guys can dig yourself out of any conflicts and challenges you will face tomorrow.
Yeah. Also, I would like to shout out my boy Oscar in, because like he is for sure very sad. He can't play and help his team. Even though I think Wunder is doing a fantastic job, I want to give him a shout out because I'm pretty sure like he's a little bit sad because he wasn't in a big stage like this, and he would have loved it. So go send him some support in like social media, please.
Yeah.
We love you, Oscar.
Oh, absolutely, we do.
Yeah.
Awesome. On that note, we'll take a selfie and then we'll let you go, because I know you're very, very tired and you have 5 games to play tomorrow. Maybe. Who knows?
Get in here, boys.
Let's go.
Get in here.
I'll go.
Yeah, to the left. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's all that noise. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you. We'll be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. for Ready Check, the epic grand final between Fnatic and G2 Esports. See you there.
See you.
Hello there, everybody. Hear me loud and clear. Let's get it done. Let's get it done. No, are you good? Yes. Let's go.
Trying to walk this away. Trimby, how much time left on the hook? Titans Rad now pulling him back into the tower. Does he have the play as well? Trimby could just be in trouble. One more auto, and it's a 1-for-1. And the ult over the wall, but in comes Humanoid on the wall. What can he get done? Now firing back door, remaining untouched on the backside. Niski. Razor coming down. Hylissang, once the Unbreakable falls away, he's going to be able to do so much damage to this Brawn. The Feathers now get pulled back. Oh my god! What a combo on the bottom side. Feathers now laid down, but Humanoid over the wall, looking for the push. The flash out from Carzzy, but the hook from Trimby. This man on fire on land, but now getting knocked back.
Don't go yet, okay? Don't go yet.
Now we can. You go now.
Go down.
Nice.
Nice.
Look, guys,
Go. Yeah, it's good. Very good.
I base.
To walk up, Noah on the backside, the one you need to watch. Humanoid has on the back. Hilly! Anything you can do, he can match.
I have locket, okay? I have locket.
Penta. Just cut it. Penta. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about, guys. Reverse it, by the way. Let's go.
QE. Oh, no! Yes!
It's a montage, guys. Play slow.
Go play city.
And jungle 2.
Oh, you do it. You f***ing do it. You f***ing do it, man. Good job.
I want to go Just cute. I read it. You don't die. I flash out.
Fnatic, in miraculous fashion, Fnatic find themselves in the finals here at Montpellier. Fnatic will face down G2 to fight for it all.